right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Western Europe Division 2 DPC, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and T-Panda joining you here tonight. Mr. T-Panda, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. Who would have thought that you would someday see both of us sitting here at the same casting booth? We've shared the panel desk before, some time outside, but never actually together with you here actually casting. So looking forward to it. Should be a fun day of West European Dota.
It should be a very fun day of some Western European Dota, Mr. Panda. I can't wait to get it started. Of course, we have a lot to go through. We should have a look at the standings right now of the teams in Western Europe because, you know, at least for me, I'm a little bit newer to the region. I always like to talk a bit of smack here for old Western Europe. So should have a look at the standings, perhaps see where these teams are standing at the moment, or rather just a recap of what happened last night because it was a hell of a night.
Yeah, like when you basically look at how things started off in the previous broadcast day, it was Alliance and Secret who were playing their first series here in Division 2. For Alliance, they've already been around. They were very, very close to that tiebreaker spot to get themselves into Division 1. Weren't able to close it out on the final day. And then you have Secret, of course, came back from Division 1 after Tour 1. So this first game just went straight up to a brawl, like 65-minute game, something like that. As you can see, the recap's already rolling at the very end part of the game. This was Secret's game that they led from pretty much start to finish, but almost at the final meters, it felt like Alliance is actually gaining traction. They're playing a Doom lineup, Abaddon. These heroes are really good when you get towards the later parts of the game. And I was like, wait, they could actually potentially win this game 1, but Secret ended up taking it anyway. But game 2, I felt like maybe this was a bit more cleaner from the side of Secret. You could say basically like that. They were able to clean out the series, take the 2-0, not leaving Alliance much of a chance to kind of bounce back, maybe tie it up, go to game 3, which potentially could have been a scenario that they could have done. Like, Alliance is a team that feels like they can be a competitor towards any team, even against Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance is certainly a great team and obviously putting up a great fight in Game 1. Game 2, like you said, it's a much closer affair, or rather a much more one-sided affair here for Secret, but nevertheless a great series overall here, and Secret just proving to be the better team that day. But Alliance at the very least, like looking at the roster, like all these players, like there's just so much potential, and of course some living legends in there as well. Can't wait to see what this squad does do. But moving on to the second series of the day that was yesterday, of course we did have Ivy up against Ancient Tribe. Now I'm not as familiar with the players in these two teams. I mean, you do see some more recognizable names, but could you talk to us about what happened here, Mr. Pan?
Well, basically, when you look at, like, Ivy and Ancient Tribe, they basically played their second series already. They started off pretty strong. Ivy did a lot of roster changes in their team, and Ancient Tribe, you know, they played with their stand-in. They had melees before in the offlane, right? But then they decided to take up Mixa, because the results that this player was bringing into the team were much more stable. He was much easier to play around with, and then they just like, yeah, let's just grab this guy. Like, it feels like he sits into the team very nicely, and they actually have Ivy's old mid player Mobe, so you know you've got a so-called insider in your team that knows all the strats, knows all the gameplay that this other team plays, but it was really just Ancient Tribe rolling it through, and Ivy, of course, they had to play with a stand-in. They had Pio65 standing in for Xani, and I know Xani is like a very capable carry player, right? So probably it shifted a little bit in terms of balance of power with these two.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was another hell of a series here between these two, obviously. What can you do? There's got to be a better team, and of course the Tribal Boys, Ancient Tribe, they do prove to be the better team here, at least yesterday, in their best-of-3 series against Ivy. Again, these players, right, like these kind of teams, they're just trying to move their way up throughout Div 2. Ancient Tribe actually already 2-0 in the standings as total, so already off to a fantastic start, these guys, even getting a 2-1 victory over PuckChamp earlier on in Division 2, so Ancient Tribe kind of proving to be arguably one of the stronger teams in Division 2 Western Europe right now. Obviously, still, we're meant to see a few more games perhaps before we make claims like that, but for now, they're looking strong. That's what I love to see.
And that's the most important part, right? Like for Ancient Tribe, like the first tour, it was like loss after loss after loss, and they just couldn't really clean out series. It was like their early game kind of fell with when they had MTD back in playing the mid lane. It was like they've got good ideas, they've got good strats, and LeBron, of course, he's a showman. He always has, but it looks like now he's really getting into the vibe. He's got 2 other Serbian bros with him in the team, so good stuff coming up, at least from the side of Ancient Tribe.
Yeah, and then there's our third series, of course, D2 Hustlers against Old G. Now, this is a bit of a spicy one, because this was a very, very hype series to end the day off yesterday, and Old G, I mean, I'd like to say we're looking to be the favorites of the matchup, purely based on the names, of course, all the favorites in Old G, and one of my personal favorites, Old T Panda, you know, not to be biased or anything, you know, but you can't help but root for these boys. But D2 Hustlers proving to be the better team here, at least yesterday, 2-1ing the side of Old G. What the hell happened here?
I mean, when you just look at like you said, Old G, they weren't able to get in Division 2 on the first tour. They kind of flopped on the final day, and now we get to see them in Division 2 pulling out results, at least in terms of Game 1. But Game 2, Enigma just, you know, it felt like it was just not the hero. You look at the matchup, you're like, all right, well, I mean, this looks okay. You know, you only have to worry about Rubik and Beastmaster, right? Which is the classic you usually see as a first phase opener. You know that you have to rotate around the map, try to get these black holes as soon as possible. Then you have to live with the threat of it. They have so much team fight in the team, but weren't able to close out Game 2. And Game 3, it felt like it was even more going in the hands of D2 Hustlers, despite them doing also a lot of roster changes in the team. Dalai Lama basically one of the only guys to remain to keep the slot, and also just building the team around him. He's found players that did actually play in North America's first division. At Xantic, we saw his Timbersaw plays, and then Yuma, who was also standing in, and they both came out with W's in NA Div 1. So when you look at them playing in Div 2, it's like, you've got yourselves a hell of a roster that seems to be working together, and that cohesion, I think that is a really big tool that Hustlers could be enabling themselves this tour.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see the scoreboard here. The standings right now for Div 2 at the moment, of course, we talked about it already, but the Tribe Boys at the top, 2-0 at the moment, followed by D2 Hustlers, who are also 2-0 at the moment. Strong starts from these two teams. Of course, Secret currently 1-0. They're yet to play their second series, but that is happening literally up next. OG, of course, 1-1 now. And sadly, the bottom 4 have lost all their series at the moment. Of course, Alliance 0-1. ITB 0-1, PugChap 0-1, and Ivy, sadly, they are 0-2 at the moment. So they're kind of in the worst standing of the Western Europe Div 2 standings. Nevertheless, plenty of Dota to go on, so it's not like they're out of Div 2 yet. There's still 2 more weeks to go, even over 2 more weeks, Mr. Panda, but for now, though, they are last place, which is not very fun.
And yeah, like considering Ivy's situation, you know, they picked up Stoikov into the mid lane, Ade working his way in pause 3. You've got the Germans as the support still in the team. I think they have a long way to go. And Ivy, if they can pull up some better results this tour, which is probably why they did all these roster changes. But, you know, I think it's still a bit too early to say. You lose a couple series at the start, you might just build your miracle run towards the end.
Absolutely. Well, look at this. This is the schedule for today. Hype series already.
Spicy.
Secret versus ITB coming up first. PugChamp versus Alliance up next. And then OG against Ancient Tribe for the final series of the night. But I honestly can't wait to see what Secret versus ITB is going to look like. T-Panda, you know, I'm from the SCA region, you know. They just picked up their mid-player Armel. I can't wait to see what happens.
Oh, good old Armel. I know you were going to bring that up at some point where you're like, Armel playing West European Dota? Come on, you know, like it can't be a bad thing, right? But yeah, today just filled with banger series. Really looking forward to the second one as well with Alliance and PugChamp, but Secret ITB, 2X Division 1 teams, can they climb themselves back into Division 1?
Well, we'll find out. But before that, of course, T-Panda, we've got to give a shout out to our people at esportsbet.io. They've just launched an exciting new feature that you don't want to miss out on. Of course, their brand new Watch to Earn platform. You can now earn 3,000 free tokens, which is approximately $3 USD per hour, by simply watching your favorite Dota 2 matches on esportsbet.io. You did hear that right. You can earn tokens by watching the matches you love without even placing a bet. It's really that simple, and best of all, it is free. So esportsbet.io is committed to providing our users with the best possible experience and we're excited to offer this new way for you to earn tokens and engage with the Dota 2 community. So what are you waiting for? Head over to esportsbet.io and start watching and earn your tokens for free and exclusive bonuses. Can't get the words together today, T-Panda, but nevertheless, we've got a hype series on our hands, and as you can see, the odds are favoring the side of Team Secret, 1.30 to, I believe, 3 point something for ITB, so already Secret looking to be the heavy favorites going into this matchup. Do you feel like those odds are fair, or do you feel like ITB have a better chance in this matchup?
I feel like, yeah, like this is justified in a sense for the side of Secret. They 2-0'd them last time in the first division. Unfortunately, it was one win, and the same thing for ITB. They also just had one win. It wasn't enough to keep themselves in a potential tiebreaker situation to keep themselves in the division, just straight up out, you know. And they were like, yeah, we're not going to play a tiebreaker for $1,000. But for Secret, I think they can't be happier with anything else than just a pure victory. If ITB is able to snatch that away, I think we could potentially talk about an upset here.
Let's see what happens. I mean, the draft is going to get underway. Very, very excited to see what these drafts are going to look like. Of course, love seeing Coach Heen there right in front of old Armel. I mean, you're probably going to hear me say this name multiple times throughout the night. You know, it's been a while since I've had the pleasure of saying Armel's name, so you got to excuse me, Mr.
It's understandable.
It's like you and Enigma, you know? You always end up fitting Enigma somehow into the conversation, and I'm sure you're going to find a way to fit Enigma into this draft panel that we're having right now. I just can't help myself. I really can't.
I mean, I can't help myself. Yeah, I understand, like, that fact. But I'll try to restrain myself unless we do see an Enigma pick come out. You know, Rubik's Band, Disruptor's also taken out. These heroes getting a lot of respect in the first phase. And I'm actually looking at, you know, like Pugna getting banned first phase, DK. I feel like there's some kind of potential strats that they've been maybe playing out in potential scrims. Because I don't actually see more than just Yamech, who has been playing one game on Pugna, probably was a difficulty to answer against. But this DK just literally speaks to, like, volumes about somebody loves this DK so much that it is kind of hard to deal with. Usually you find answers, you find counters, you find gameplay counters, and you don't want to stretch the game too far against the DK in general. So you left Furion, you left Brood in the pool. Brood getting first pick by Secret, I feel like it's kind of a no-brainer in a sense, so it's just down to ITV, like, how do they shut this down? Naga is one answer to it, where you can survive the lane, you can brawl back a little bit, you don't worry about the Brood anymore once you've scaled into towards, like, stats items with Scotty, potentially if it's a game for that, Heart. Brood just isn't an issue for the Naga anymore at that point.
Certainly is not. They'll go into the Snapfire right after that for ITB. I was going to say as well, like, I know we're in this kind of aura meta right now, so it just still surprises me that we see Broodmother popping up. But this hero, no matter how much you nerf it at the moment, it just seems so potent. Like, no matter what, you get this Guardian Greaves rush, and it feels like it doesn't matter what hero you're playing. If you buy the Guardian Greaves, you're going to be a happy man. And Team Secret, obviously, just wanting to run this kind of rattier pick. I mean, against the Naga, like, the Naga's going to have a decent enough time, won't care for it, like you kind of already mentioned, but this hero just seems still so potent.
Brood has its perks. Like, you hit your timings fairly early. You're great at level 2, level 3, fighting in the lane. The slowing tool just enabling you to take out all these squishier supports. I think once you see the Snapfire come out, you know that you've got some way to fight against the spiders. You've got plenty of AoE damage coming in. I was like, do they go for a potential silencer counter against the Snapfire to break out the Mortimer's Kisses with Global Silence? But they opt to go for the Primal Beast instead. Now that you look at both Primal and Brood in the same lineup, potentially, you know, we talked about your boy Armel. He does like to play that mid-Primal Beast, but does Yamech want to bring it out as a 4? It is a flex pick, but it does look a bit like Armel Primal to me, even though he doesn't know the matchup yet.
I mean, the guy's, like, super versatile, right? Like, you kind of already said it, so it could be either. It is certainly a flex pick here for Team Secret. And this hero in particular, like, I remember when Primal Beast first came out, and I was just like, what the hell is this? Like, this covers literally all bases. The hero can farm, push creep waves, has mobility. Like, what's it lacking? It has a stun. I guess it doesn't have a silence on the brighter side. Like, maybe that's a good thing. It just, this hero is completely ridiculous. And yeah, I mean, it just covers all bases. It just doesn't matter what position you put Primal Beast in right now. It just works no matter what. It just fits the role it needs to. And I do appreciate it, just Team Secret taking it for themselves. Like you said, Armel could take it. They could run a POS 4. Hell, I mean, you know, why don't we say, T-Panda, they could just run a POS 5 if they really want. I'm sure Puppy wants to play it at some point, just to have a bit of fun.
It is a fun hero to play for sure. I maybe would detest the idea of playing it as a 5 because, you know, the role you play as a 5 is you basically sacrifice your experience gain most of the time. You have to have a hero that is able to brawl against the enemy 4. In this case, it could just be the Snapfire. You're potentially going to lose that matchup, right? Snaps, even with the low right-click damage that the Granny has, you're going to spend a lot of time just dodging and avoiding. You also have the Cookie to play against, so it counters the trample. You won't be able to get the trample damage out. And if, like, some of the weaknesses of Primal Beast is potentially, like, 1 or 2 heroes that just directly counter it. Like, you look at the Clockwork, for example, which is a straight-up ban for Team Secret. Makes a lot of sense. And this hero just doesn't hit buildings, really, right? Like, even if you build up Roar early, or Uproar pretty early into the laning stage, like level 1, level 2, you get that extra right-click damage buff, yeah. But it's not your traditional, I will push the lane to hit the objective, right? I need to use the creep wave to utilize that. Trample helps with that, where you can cut the waves, farm yourself up with the easy camp, but Brood wants to do the same thing, right? Like, Brood also needs all the extra farm you can pick up, leaving this Primal only just to live off with experience, right? And he really needs that early on, too.
That he does. Earthshaker now coming out from ITB. I don't mind the Shaker. Like, you're against the Broodmother, so obviously extra value for the Earthshaker. Great against the Primal Beast as well. Easy way to kind of cancel off the Onslaught, cancel off the Pulverize from a long distance with the Fissure. Has the hero been as popular as it was a few years ago? Not really. But it kind of fits the bill. Like, in this draft against Primal Broodmother, it just makes more than enough sense. And if it's a great roaming hero as well, right? Like, you can roam really well, just secure water runes, secure power runes with this hero, as Team Secret are going to return with a Monkey King, which is obviously a Chrysalis special. But I don't mind the Earthshaker here, Mr. Pan. I think it kind of fits very well.
Well, Mr. Mike, that is basically the second counter alongside this Clockwork, long-range stun, a zoning tool versus the Primal Beast. As you said, bit of a early game counter to the Broodmother. Echo Slam damage, of course, after Shock holding this Brood on the spot. You've got a hero that plays around with the Snapfire now. You're able to utilize the Mortimer's Kisses damage. It makes the game a bit easier for the Naga too, since you've got the Naga Song, and you have a lot of team fights set up alongside that, or even follow-up, let's put it that way. You can engage, you can counter-initiate, you can re-engage a lot. The only downside for ITB right now is basically once you've used your abilities, you do have like this 10 to 15 second period of not being able to cast abilities, right? Shaker only has Enchant Totem and the Aftershock that you utilize, where the Monkey King can just dish out damage the whole time. So if Secret, they can tank the early initiation from ITB's lineup so far, they will have an opening. And now you add up the Dazzle. You have a Hex tool. You can break out potential teleports after the first 15 minutes once you've picked up the shard. You want to get that early. That is, of course, as well, one of the Puppy classics, seeing the Dazzle come out. I would love to see a core Dazzle, you know. You saw my interpretation of the Dazzleator, but we're probably not going to get that.
I did. Hopefully I'll never have to see that impersonation again. Thank you very much, Mr. T Panda. I do like it though, like the Dazzle, especially against the Naga, right? Because when you get the shards up, you just hex the mirror images and they all just get deleted immediately, which is really nice because you don't have to worry about the Naga illusions whatsoever. They just die immediately as you poison touch them. So it does feel quite nice in this matchup. As well as that, I think Dazzle against all the heroes that ITB have picked already is quite strong. Like just during the lanes, the Snapfire Shaker, well, especially the Shaker, considering it should be position 4, can't really do anything in the way of harassing this Dazzle. Like, the laning stage is going to be hellish. So I think it's a great pick for Team Secret. And again, I think the main value is the fact that these mirror images, they're just not going to survive.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, of course, the laning stage is going to be a bit different with this Dazzle in the field, but like you said, you've got the Naga illusion counter. You can break out channels. You can keep the Shaker at bay. It also allows you to keep this Monkey King alive a little bit longer, especially when you go for the full commit team fight, right? You want to get Wukong's command out. You got to make sure that this Monkey King has one targets to hit, two to survive a long fight, and that is especially if the Naga engages. So you've got Shallow Grave, you can keep up the Monkey King alive a little bit longer, enable him to get those Jingu stacks so he can start building up into his own lifesteal, plus the healing from this Dazzle. But as you see the Monkey King and the Brood on the field, it's like, we're just gonna go straight up, beat up this laning stage. We go for the Viper pick. It makes a lot of sense. Viper, especially versus the Monkey King, that's not a fun lane to play as an MK for sure. You're just gonna get bullied a lot, and then you have to break to prevent those Jingu stacks from going up if you're able to isolate the Monkey King in the fights.
Yeah, it's really a great pick here from ITB. Like, even with the Dazzle Pos 5, like, you're not going to be able to lane very well against this Viper. You hit that level 3 mark as Viper, and suddenly the lane starts to feel rather impossible. So I'm wholeheartedly expecting some pulls to happen, just to try and just do creep shenanigans, as we talk about when we're doing NA Div 1, right? Just make creeps go all over the map, just, you know, mess up the lanes a little bit. Don't put yourself in a position where you have to go against this Viper during the laning stage. The only issue being, though, is you're against an Earthshaker who can really quickly stop you from doing that. So it's going to be a little bit rough to run those creep shenanigans throughout this safe lane of Team Secret. So I really appreciate this Viper pickup. And the combo with the Shaker, like, it is quite strong. It's not too hard to get a Fissure block on somebody and just allow the Viper to poison attack them until they die.
That is true. Yeah, the Viper allows you to brawl a little bit more, where the Shaker, not necessarily the greatest at potentially contesting and fighting back. He's somewhat limited with armor. Is still in the end a strength hero that does have a decent amount of base HP to work with, but on the other end, you are going to be receiving a lot of hits from this Dazzle, especially if played in the off lane, unless you're putting like Naga Shaker dual lane and just go straight up, let's shut down this Monkey King and play Snapfire with the Viper, which in my eyes, if you really want to win that lane, that's a good idea to put them. Like, put the Snap with the Viper to just destroy one lane. You are, however, sacking the Naga's game at that point, because you're up against the Brood, the potential Primal Beast, which is still being flexed to this point. They're banning out the Pangos, for example, where you're like, if they make a rotation with Orb of Corrosion Pango, for example, you do a lot of extra damage. And all of this physical damage minus armor that Team Secret has going for them right now is difficult for the Naga to survive in the lane. And that looks like we're going to get an Abaddon to clean out the draft for Team Secret, meaning that we might potentially see a bit of a flex here with this Monkey King potentially. Could be going mid, could be 4, and carry Abaddon to go with it.
I mean, I like the Abaddon. I think it fits very nicely. Like, against the Viper, you're not going to be as concerned. I am still very curious as to what position all these heroes are going into, though. I don't think it's very clear cut here for Secret. So I'm gonna hold my guesses here. I'm just gonna wait to see what Team Secret do pick up on their players. And we'll see exactly what they're up to. At the very least, though, you have a nice purge now for the Viper. So
yeah,
you know, gives you a way to fight back. And you were correct. It is going to be a position 1 Abaddon. Looks like Yamich is going to take the Monkey King. So Armel is going to be on that mid Primal Beast. You've been making very good predictions here today, Mr. T Panda. Very, very good.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, the Monkey King looked like, yeah, you got like 2 potential Armel heroes on the field with the MK and the Primal Beast. So I was thinking, as I saw that Abaddon come out, or the Abaddon, however you want to pronunciate it, it's like, yeah, that has to be a carry. Like, I don't think we're seeing the 3 Abaddon in this meta. It was a thing of the past, but I feel like now it's just put straight up into the carry role. You build up Radiance, you go for the Manta. You know, this is the one that is being played right now. And they have a formidable lineup on the side of Secret, but I do like this puck pick coming out from the side of ITB, because it is going to work against Armel's Primal Beast. You have a laning matchup where you're going to be all right. You have a zoning tool. You have an escape tool, which means that you just won't get heavily punished by the Primal Beast, at least in the laning stage. So you still have a hero able to rotate, able to snowball, and able to play out the game and save those side lanes. But you got to look at these early rotations a lot from these 2 mid players.
I can't wait to see how this one breaks out. I mean, game 1 here between these 2 teams should be a Should be a real banger of a match, I do believe here, and the drafts are very intriguing as well. T-Panda, I ask every analyst, I like to put you guys on the spot, so would you mind telling me, out of these two drafts, who do you think came out on top?
Who came out on top? I mean, there's a lot of ingenuity on the side of Team Secret. You know, it's not just the Brood pick, but the Monkey King support, the Abaddon carry, and Armel, of course. Like, I've seen this Primal Beast play out so many times where I see different types of mid players play this out. Sometimes they have great performances. Sometimes they feel a bit stale. I feel like Secret maybe has a bit of an advantage over ITB, but during the course of this draft, there were good answers from ITB. It's like, well, we're kind of on point of what you're looking to play these heroes at. Which lanes are you going to be looking at? Like, they had a clean idea how they want to execute this. But I'd still give them like a 65-35, maybe 60-40 on the side of Secret. So it's not like a outdraft in my eyes. But it is definitely looking a little bit more stable. You have more tools to live with. But this is also like, if the Broodmother doesn't have a good lane versus the Naga, which can also happen, you are letting this Naga get into this game, and that might be an issue for Secret.
Let's see how it goes. Again, game one should be very, very, very intriguing here between these two teams. Kind of sets the pace of the whole series as already Immersion being chased down here on the Earthshaker. He's in the middle of nowhere. Yamich just going to keep the vision up, and there's surely no way out for him. Is Armel even showing up? Just a matter of who you want to give first blood to. Does Armel want to go for the onslaught level 1? Looks like Yamich instead will just take the kill. So they're just happy to secure the first blood. Yamich will hand the tip over to Immersion straight away, as you naturally do. And that's already a really strong start.
Yeah, Secret's happy with that. They had a 3-man rotation for the first blood, still getting 2 out of the 4 bounties. So you're pretty happy with first blood, the gold being exchanged pretty evenly between the two teams. And now you just roll out with your laning stage with a Monkey King picking up first blood. I think that's a good hero to also have it on. Of course, the best situation would be let your mid have it. Like, you get that earlier bottle timing, potentially faster boots. Just like the things that you just benefit so much more from. But if you have it like on a Monkey King, potentially we might see Yamish just bring more regen for the lane. You know you're going to be up against, well, in this case, it is a snap 5, so they did do the smart decision of let's not sack this Naga lane completely, but have a range support who's able to brawl back and even the scales a little bit.
I really can't wait to see how all this goes. Like, mid lane's the one I'm really keeping an eye on here, because it does feel like Supreme should have somewhat an advantage right on this puck. Like, not only in terms of CSing, but just the harassment game here onto Armel. The Armel is currently top of the CS board in the Primal Beast's bottom lane. They do get a little bit aggressive here onto Boom, but he's able to kind of close the gap. And this is another lane where I feel like you were saying already, the Naga shouldn't really have too many issues against this Broodmother.
The thing is, I had a question for you, Mike. Are you how heavily biased are you towards Armel and the SEA? Like,
I'm not that biased. Come on now. Come on now. Well, we'll let the bias go. At least for now. Maybe if he wins, then I'll start the bias in the interview or something.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure about that. I know you're SEA boys. I was actually when I was casting like the say Pro Series the course of last year, I did do a couple SEA events, and I was like, man, it's actually a super competitive region with a lot of great teams coming out and getting to witness, the likes of Armel, the mid matchups that he had to play up against and stuff. And it was like, yeah, you're in for a good time when you watch this guy play.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it, not me. I don't want people getting upset too early with me. I mean, I haven't been in Western Europe for a long time, so we'll hold the bias for a bit later on. Still, I mean, ITB, I'd love to see these guys pull off a victory here against Secret as well. It'd be a huge deal for them here for Division 2. So far, the lanes are pretty evenly matched. Chrysalis is having a much better time than I think one would expect. Currently 12-5 in terms of CS on the Abaddon. Having a really darn good time. And they are just kind of avoiding the lane matchup altogether. Like, Puppy's just pulling small camp, Immersion's trying to pull the creep wave back the wave the Viper. But Puppy's going to be very annoying with the poison touch, just not allowing to do so without taking a hell of a lot of harassment. Nice little cheeky block there from Immersion. Trying to fight over the 3-minute bounty rune timing. He will be able to pick it up. This is kind of the thing for the Earthshaker, right? In this kind of lane, he doesn't have much to do. So he's going to find other things across the map to actually get done. And Well, he's just being a bit of a nuisance now. Just kind of making Puppey chase him around the map.
Yeah, that is the thing, right? Like, he's forcing the attention away, basically, for this Viper to just duel up against the Abaddon, making sure you're going to get that farm on your core, Crystallis, even though he doesn't get too much about this this lane tranquility. Like, we saw that the creep wave was pulled behind the tier 1 tower, but the Shaker's making sure that Puppey's never going to get a pull out, right? Like, he spent 2 sentries already in this top half of the map, like, trying to get that easy camp open, and he's still running around just blocking camps because, like we said, he's not going to win a duel versus this Dazzle ever. Like, he's just going to be taking hits, so might as well use that time efficiently. Force him onto you the whole time and see what you can pull out. And he's been blocking creep waves, he's been blocking camps, keeping him on the move. Like, Puppey, of course, is dealing a decent amount of damage onto the Shaker, but might actually even get a kill.
Yeah, he may. Puppey's slowed it down so much here. Oh, one more hit would have done it. I don't believe he's dead. He's barely okay, but I think one more right click would have done the job. That bonus armor he got from the tower, though, really did save him.
Yeah, the big difference maker as well. Puppey did get the boots of speed, so he's keeping up to the movement speed of the Shaker. 360 versus 350. One more right click would have actually given them a second kill, and that would have given a lot of experience for Dazzle as well. Could have gotten that level 2. You get that extra nuke in case, like, you could just rotate to the lane, maybe try to deal some extra harass onto the Abaddon. But right now it's just, you know, a farming lane in top. Both of the cores are going to be happy with what's going on right now. Neither is getting an actual advantage over the other. Of course, the Viper would love to be more aggressive, but you do that through levels. Bottom lane, though.
Yeah, bottom lane. They're going to try and make a jump in. Respect in some danger. Boom, going to try and chase them down. The Yamich is dropping rather low himself right now on the Monkey King, so he's actually the one to drop. Otaka able to pick up the kill. Boom, I mean, they were trying their best to trade something, but it is very hard in this lane to actually get any form of an advantage here for the side of Secret.
You got a lot of lockdown on these two heroes, like the extra ensnare into the cookie stun. You should always get a guaranteed combination onto the enemy hero. And now that you have the illusions with the Riptide, it's just so much damage. We see the combo come out once again in bottom. Boom might just be dead.
Yeah, Boom.
All right, he's able to run
going to be okay. Mr. Panda, I'd hate to leave early, but I do have to attend something else very, very quickly, so enjoy doing some play-by-play for the viewers.
That is completely fine. Well, I'll be taking over. Thank God we have 2 play-by-play casters in the studio. So that is basically, you know, just us looking at ITB and Secret here, and potentially, can they get a kill onto Boom? This time looks like around it's going to be possible. Armel coming into the rotation, looking for Otakar and Respect, but they're able to juke it for the time being. Pulverize comes up for Armel as he is already level 6, hits level 7 with that kill, and punishing the Naga at least for one time. Potentially building up into a pretty good game for this Primal Beast if he's able to get these early kills. Especially, the plan was to get this Primal Beast early active. So this is one of the moves to make, and especially getting a kill into the Naga. That is pretty huge. CS, however, at least in terms for Crystallis, he's going to start working his way towards the Radiance. And picking up that cheeky magic wand in between as well. But mid lane, though, they are going to go for a bit of a dive here, attempting to do some damage onto Supreme. But Immersion, he's got that Fissure ready. We'll go for the block onto the Primal Beast. Cookie stun to follow up as well. The Grave's going to buy some time. Is Armel going to be tanky enough? Pops the Uproar. Bottle Charge is not going to be enough. Supreme going to go for the snipe. And Puppey has to back away from the situation. He's done all he can to try and save his Primal Beast. But Supreme, he comes out strong with that support rotation coming into the mid lane. And especially since the Naga is kind of fine with what's happening. Brood is just farming up. Naga getting some time to hit some creeps with all the supports moving into mid. Might as well just make a move onto the Primal Beast, get a kill, and she's still happy with the trade that's happening. Looking for a bit of camp stacks as well. Immersion trying to get a beefy set of jungle stacks for this Naga. Otakar gonna need a lot of time on his hands this game, but Respect gonna get hit by the Boundless Strike. Armel gonna grab him with the Pulverize. Should be a very dead Snapfire to me. Damage going to pick up the Jingu stacks as well for the extra damage, and that is going to seal out the kill. If he didn't have it, might have been a Snapfire walking away, but Armel following up with the extra damage, and Yamich getting himself the second kill of the game. Immersion, Sibe, sitting up for crystals, but he is level 7 and already picked up borrowed time, so not going to be much of an opportunity to take him down. This Abaddon is going to be really hard to kill. Momentary calm phase in the game. Just going to be waiting for those next item timings. Boom also wants to make a move towards the tower as he's already hit level 7 on the Brood. Keep up the pressure. And more stacks. Look like Xibe might be the one to get at least a couple CS in his name. So if you are wondering, Mike had... you know, he had to go, but don't worry, I won't be leaving you, fellow viewers. I will be keeping you guys entertained. Do not worry. We're not leaving you alone. 2k lead for Secret pretty early on. Happy with this Abaddon just free farming. Armel, despite getting killed once, doesn't feel like he's going to be hindered too much about it, but he needs to get to that BKB timing. And as they smoke up with Puppey and Armel, Supreme is going to be a very, very tough catch. Potentially just going to invade the straight-up jungle here. And Immersion's going to be spotted, and that is going to be a very dead shaker. Armel getting the full damage combination out, and with the help of that haste rune, he will get some extra poke in as well onto Supreme. Supreme forced away. Does have the coil available. Respect, however, he's level 4 on the Snapfire. No more of these available. If they did, they could potentially try something with the Dream Coil combined with Mortimer's Kisses. Supports being a bit XP starved and talking about experience. Puppey's still level 3. He's spending most of his time just running around the map, you know, trying to help out his buddies. Not really too much action going on. And all the fights that are happening, he feels like he's just, you know, not strong enough. So he's just going to throw out the casual shallow grave, maybe put himself in peril as he does make those moves. But with experience, it is going to get help. It is going to get better for this Dazzle. Smoke towards the bottom lane. Supreme and Respect joining Autaker. Potentially looking for a kill onto Boom, who's currently just hiding in the tree line. And he feels like he's got information about this. A lot of heroes missing in the lanes. Don't want to make a false move and show yourself. So that smoke is going to be dodged. And
Spider, mate.
Hey, that's a crikey co-caster we got here. Hello, Lizard.
It's a crikey spider, mate. How you doing?
Hi. I'm doing quite good here. You know, we had a bit of a solo class session here, but it seems like we have Lizard taking over. How you doing, dude?
Ah, doing fine, doing fine. I literally woke up 30 minutes ago.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's the NA life, you know, NA schedule.
Yeah, I know all about that.
Yeah, you understand it very well. What's happening, by the way, in the game so far? How's it going? Like, I was watching the draft a little bit, and I noticed that they switcherooed the Abaddon to position 1, right?
Yeah, so they basically just went for a carry last pick, and they were like, well, we can flex the Monkey and the Primal Beast. Abaddon's basically just been free farming. Crystallis enjoying his game. You know, 83 last hits in 12 minutes. You've also got a decent game coming up for Armel, finding a couple kills, and Boom is also free farming on the Brood. So technically the only hero on the side of ITB that has been uncontested is the Puck right now. And they're 5k behind because of it too. Like, oh damn. Actually, look at Yamich's net worth. This guy is at almost 4,000 net worth. He's almost catching up to the Viper.
Yeah, so the Monkey... I could see it, like, during the draft, they picked this Monkey very early, and you have Crystallis on your squad, right? Like, Team Secret. I know, like, hello chat, by the way. I'm sure that the only people in the chat right now are die-hard Secret fanboys.
Pretty much.
So... all of you do know that this guy, if he can play Monkey, he's gonna play it. So it's a nice debate from Secret. They pick the Monkey, they switch it on position 4, they pick Abaddon, who's amazing, by the way, I think, in this game. I'm not sure, let's see, like, later on what Crystallis does, but it looks like a really nice Abaddon Radiance game. You're playing versus a Naga. Like, she hates playing versus these Radiance boys, so... yeah, it looks decent and a good start from them so far.
You've got a lot of good answers, like the Dazzle with the Shard. You can destroy the illusions. basically just Primal Beast being played as a core, very tanky, very beefy, giving that extra buff up for the Abaddon. They just have a lot of frontline presence, and they have good answers to all of the heroes on the side of ITB, and likewise ITB. I feel like they have a timing on specific heroes, like the Earthshaker. I feel like if you're looking at Shaker as a brood counter, you will not necessarily destroy the brood later on in the game because, you know, Greaves, potential pipe. It's like Echo Slam is no longer like, I'm gonna blow up this brood, right?
Yeah, I don't think the Shaker is picked as like a big brood answer anymore. It's just a this was a Viper offlane, right?
Yes, it was.
That's the reason.
There's a lot of lane shenanigans going on there.
Yeah, so that's the reason why they picked the Shaker. You get the Viper, you have some position 4 that can block the waves, help him out a little bit. He's not really the best laner, so it makes sense that they picked him. But later on in the game, Echo is always nice, right? Like you always want to see that one big bad Echo happening, no matter what. Maybe the brood forgets, you know. Can happen.
Let's see what happens in mid. They're going to jump the Monkey King here. Does get the Boundless strike out at the same time. They have that DD on Puck pushing the tower, but Armel is going to charge in. They will look for the Shaker kill instantaneously. That's going to be one big pick off, but the Puck now, Boom makes a rotation to mid too, and they could kill potentially either the Snap or the Puck, but the Pulverize does connect, and they will look for the Puck kill. Phase Shift is available, and the Illusory Orb as well, able to jump away from Boom, but they are going to convert into a tower push.
I was going to say, it does look like a free Puck game, more or less, until Dazzle has a shard. And it does look that way, but I'm not so sure. Like, I've seen this matchup Primal into these spirits, these Pucks, and usually what happens is he finds a way to get on top of you. He still finds a way to use a Pulverize on you, and then you feed. Yeah. You know, it doesn't really matter that you're very elusive. Like, this giant beast still catches up somehow. It's like a horror movie, man. Get me out.
It is kind of, yeah.
Did you play Evolve ever?
Evolve. I've heard of the name, but I haven't actually.
I think that's the name of the game. It's basically like 4 versus 1. Like you're playing versus this one beast, and his job is to kill all of you on a big map. And he evolves over time, like gets stronger and stronger. So you need to get him as fast as possible. Basically, that's Primal Beast, like the ultimate 1v4. Get in. Use Pulverize.
That is true. Yeah, and when you think about it, that is true because it's scaling to 25. Like the magic piercing, Pulverize, the itemization that you build up is like you worry about him early on because he's got like the biggest mobility compared to most of the heroes at like level 1, level 2 with the onslaught. You go into BKB. Oh, that's another issue we have to address. Do we have the damage to kill him after or before, or even during as he charges in? And then you can still be this big, effective, big beast that you are, like later into the game.
I love how you say big beast.
You want to put more emphasis on it?
No, it's great. It's perfect. It's perfect. Who's gonna be the big beast on ITB? Into the breach.
On ITB. Yeah. You know, like, we always talk about the Naga, which is kind of like, is this gonna be dead net worth, right? It's just a lot of farm, but no impact.
Oh,
so
he's gonna get maybe less impact. Never mind, sleep.
That's a that's a good read onto the onslaught charge. You hear the roar come out, pop your song.
He didn't BKB. He's got it. Like he could have arguably used it, but what are the chances they kill her there? Like very minimal, right?
Yeah, and you gotta force out like. They have all TPs available. They could have just shown up in force, and you're like, okay, I used the BKB, and we lose 3 heroes.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I love how Yamich is just showing something like all these snacks they're giving players bonuses. It's like, what's his name from Whitemon as well. Like
Whitemon, yeah.
The snack master.
The snack master, indeed.
Are we waiting for a big item? What's going on? Let me see. Like there's I only have the PGM, so I'm not in game. Obviously, I came a little bit later, but
it's all right. Well, I mean, yeah. We've got Puck with like Witchblade Blink going for Boots of Travel. That's not like the biggest item. I guess you want a bit more auras. However, Armel's just gonna take down Respect, and Naga needs a bit more time. Naga getting all these kills would also be a good thing. Supreme, however, will snatch it in between, just with that extra burst damage. You don't really want to hold on to that force that you have, but Crystallis, he is moving a bit deep here. All right. don't think you're gonna have a chance to kill this this Abaddon.
Yeah, I didn't see anything big. Like even the Orchid on Naga, I'm thinking, yeah, you got the Orchid, but you're still playing into this man.
Yep. Oh,
You're playing
they
into.
did try to burst the Abaddon.
You can't, right? Like it's not possible with their heroes. Puck is caught mid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. Okay, that was a bit of a mishap. But that's what you were talking about. Primal Beast, you know, versus Puck. Think you can get away? No, sir.
It's kind of stupid. Like Puck is supposed to be this ever elusive hero, and then he gets caught by this massive beast.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They know where Yamich
Rotation's
is.
top. They know there's no Naga song. Wait, he canceled teleport? Okay. I guess they weren't feeling the fight too much then.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's okay. Like even the fact that 19 minutes in, Secret are still holding on to this tier 1 tower on top lane.
Structures are fortified.
Otakar trying to cut the right tree. He's wrong. Wrong. Oh man.
He says no.
Trump is in my head too. Wrong. Rent free.
Ding dong.
Yeah, like 8k ahead on Secret. Like this is massive for 19 minutes in. Like
Oh, Armel just walks into a gang squad. There's going to be a lot of heroes showing up for Armel. Oh, he's been awoken from a very, very angry sleep there. We've got the coil as well, going to take down Crystallis. Maybe even Puppy's Dazzle on the side, but Immersion's going to be taking a hell of a lot of damage. Yamich is also down Secret. They're going to end up losing more heroes than they signed up for.
Okay.
And that's going to be the ulti popped on the Abaddon, trying to make a run for it. Crystallis being chased. Otakar, a couple more seconds for the ensnare. Puck is also in the front. They're going to use
Surround,
the song. All right.
surround.
Real punishment.
okay, that 8k just halved. It's 4k now. I'm maybe even Roche, so maybe
It's
even
gonna be more.
Yeah. Very, very nicely done by Armel running uphill without vision like that. Just gets. I'm being obviously sarcastic, but
Dire's middle tower
it happens.
We have a term for that in Finnish Dota. We talk about power fantasies when you're like, yeah, the strongest in this game right now. And,
Look at that.
Okay.
Boom. What up? Wrong neighborhood, bro. And then they. Yep.
And that sparked off a chain of events.
It did. One after another, they run in like this Dreamcoil catching both Crystallis and Puppy. I feel like that really hurt them. Brood completely controlled on the side. Immersion just destroys the spiders, so they don't do much. They leave the best for last. They kill off this Crystallis. The Brood does survive at least, so that's something. But no, you can't be like if you're a Secret, you just had such a massive lead. You threw it away super hard. And you do need a Manta on Abaddon. I feel like that he needs that to start fighting properly.
Yeah. It does feel like you gave that lead away a bit too easily in a way too. It's like you already lost your Primal Beast, but I guess somebody still made the call like, yeah, let's fight, let's go. It just didn't pay off in the end, and he ended up losing a lot of heroes for that. And Primal Beast, is that a... Does he have his Aghanims ready? Oh, he's got a double Ogre Club here.
Well,
Wait, he's got 2 Ogre Axes.
was he trying?
And he has a...
Was he trying to buy a BKB maybe? And
He already has
He
BK.
has-
He was trying to build Ags, but he's missed out
I
on
mean,
an item.
the hero is big. He's not very smart. You know, that's what Primal
That's
Beast is. He's primal. He needs Ogre Axe, more strength. Let's go.
He's got a plenty of that, and this Viper looks like he's just going to go down straight
God.
away. But the Naga Siren TP has been cancelled by Yamich. He's not going to be running away. They know this is a guaranteed kill, so they will follow it up at the Jukes. The Jukes for now, no Quelling Blade off cooldown, so this Naga Siren ends up getting caught. Big kill for Secret.
Yeah, that's my kind of a hero. You know, more strength. No int needed. Big boy. Let's go. Yeah, you see, like,
Have you seen Old Spice commercials?
of course.
Do you remember the one where
Terry Crews.
under attack.
Terry Crews, where his brain goes out and he's like, this was a powerful mistake.
I can't remember that one, but then again, my memory isn't that great. I can't remember many things. So
Oh, you should watch that during the break, because I think that's also like you got all this muscle, but you don't have brain, and it is like that was a powerful mistake.
I'll probably watch it for like 100th time, but you know, maybe I'll recall it this time around. Anyway, they get that Naga. That was a pretty big pick-off, because she was on top of the net worth chart, still kinda keeping distance. Now you actually get to kill her. It's one of those things. He was TPing way too close to the enemy squad. You were TPing from the trees, but you have to remember, bro, you have a monkey against you, so TPing against him is difficult. And yeah, that's the mystery. The mystery of two ogre axes has been solved.
Oh, there's
Monsieur
plenty of
Poirot.
vision. Sending out the spider configs. You've got them running around all over the place. A lot of vision being provided, so they know ITB is in the area. But they don't want to take the straight-up fight under a ward position. And now ITB are going to go for a smoke instead.
Yep. Hello, boom.
See how patient Secret are.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a good scan. We'll scout them out. They've got the information required. Puck's going to show himself in mid. And Brute actually getting caught, but is this just a bait? Armel charging in. Echo Sign comes out as well. Only does a decent amount of damage onto the Brute, but not enough. And ITB, they're going to drop the ball on this one. They jump for the bait, but you have been baited, sir. Secret, they take 2 kills, and looks like they're going to go straight to Roche.
Straight into the pit. There's no echo as well. Nice attempt from the Earthshaker to echo while the Primal was charging in, but man just uses BKB this time around. The Armel on point, and that was such an obvious bait. I'm surprised ITB ate it. It's like, you know, it's one of those puppy baits. Like it wasn't puppy up front. Obviously, he's playing Dazzle, he cannot do it. But whenever you're playing Secret, if you see something that's too good to be true, it probably goddamn is. Just leave it alone, move away. He loves these. I'm gonna put my tankiest hero up front and just bait on him. He loves these plays.
ITV going to be in a bit of trouble after these last few engagements. And now Naga, Manta up, Orchid up, and Heart is on the way. 300-ish gold until he's got it finished. Again, the question arises, is this Naga going to be strong enough? At least Crystallis, he's on a really good roll with his farm pace, despite the Naga doing over 10 CS per minute, 270 at 25 minutes. Abaddon following close behind. Has only died once, and that was that one big fight behind the Roche pit.
There's always the difference, right? One is an Abaddon, like he doesn't really farm that fast, and one is a Naga. Has her pesky illusions all over the map. She's supposed to be up front. But the Blink Dagger actually changes many things. When you get that blink on Abaddon, you just blink on top of a target, you Manta.
Armel is hunting with an Invis rune, and they will catch the puck into the pulverized. Orchid comes out onto the Monkey King as well. Trample damage with the onslaught. It's not going to be enough. They're going to take down Yamich, and Puppy might just follow as well. Yes, he will. Supreme comes to help out Otakar for some extra damage. Drops down the coil. That's still 2,000 HP to burn through. The Uproar does a bit of damage onto the Naga Siren. Broken as well.
I love how
While Crystallis is hunting down the Earthshaker, goes straight with the blink and silenced up. Nothing you can do. You're just constantly cursed. Now Viper tries to TP away, but the damage is overwhelming.
Zibe,
Double for Crystallis.
my friend, he just walked in, said hi, died. Very unfortunate. And
We've
that's
seen that movie before today.
yeah, and that's the problem, right? Like if you're playing versus Abaddon, who's got Manta, don't count on your spells. Like, don't count that you'll use them. Once he starts hitting you with illusions, you're silenced within a second.
See what they can do with this high ground push. They've got the Mortys flying in. We'll fend off Boom and Crystallis for the time being.
Mortys, someone should put like Rick and Mortys just flying
Oh
in.
yeah, that would be great.
Or should she be riding a big giant lizard Morty? There's probably some copyright issues there, but it would be fun to see.
I mean, depends, you know. Dota getting a sponsorship.
Wait, don't we have a
collaboration?
Don't we have like a announcer, Morty announcer? We do, right?
Yeah, there is actually. That is true.
There you go.
Immersion gonna get caught in the river. Yamich and Crystal is gonna surround the Shaker, and Shaker just
Echo
doing
them.
whatever he can to survive, but not gonna be enough. And in the top lane, Boom, right next to Respect, there's the cookie stun onto the Spider. 3-man rotation webs should be connecting as well. Nah, they're gonna need it. Just a coil. Coil snaps. So does Boom.
Got him.
You've actually imprinted that idea of flying Mortys.
Just flying Morty heads or full Mortys. What do you imagine?
Yeah, and then they all scream as they fly.
There's an episode with big heads, I think, of Morty in the sky. No, that was like big moon head. Whatever. Never mind. Who's called?
They got the Naga actually inside here. Down a half HP, still has Manta. Echo Slam holds the Abaddon at bay. Sibe trying to give up the buffs onto this Naga Siren, but the fight's getting split. You gotta get close to the Naga, and Armel's gonna charge away Respect. However, in a very dangerous position, they take down Puppey, and they have forced out the ulti off of Abaddon with borrowed time.
Can they kill
Literally
him?
borrow time right now. Couldn't they actually kill him? Doesn't look like it.
Nice.
Still a Pulverize available. Go for the haste. Oh, the silence on Puck. Puck's in trouble. Just get the haste to use, though.
Yeah, it does.
Very close.
It does silence you. Luckily, it doesn't nullify you, so he lives.
Oh, that would be broken if you actually have to dispel it, too.
Ah,
But they're
immersion.
just going to go straight in. Immersion doesn't get on the high ground. He's still stuck on the low ground. Oh, boy.
Maybe they can.
Abaddon. 2
Yeah.
more seconds for ulti. Armel charging and zoning out the rest.
Yeah. I mean, 20 seconds on the Aegis, you don't even want to finish him off anymore, right?
Spike trying to make it to the high ground. Crystal is going to keep on diving. Pops his borrowed time. Meanwhile, Sibe is going to be torn to shreds. On the low ground, dinosaurs, maces, spiders, everything chewing and hacking and smashing you down.
Yeah,
Nothing left of the Viper.
I'm not sure, like, they were hunting so hard for an Abaddon that has an Aegis. Your Naga is still on the top lane, just farming up. I guess that's a good thing, but overall, it's not that great that you're giving them the net worth advantage again. Not a huge one, not a massive one, only 5k 30 minutes in now. That's not as big as before, but... Most,
All right.
Yeah.
Since you only see the PGM, if we can look at Puck's quick buy,
Yeah.
what do you see?
Oh, Dagon 5, let's go. Zap him. So you said before they tried it. They tried it. they died it. Tried it. They tried to. They tried to burst the Abaddon. I don't think that they can do it right now, but with Dagon 5, maybe you can burst him before his ulti.
It is possible. Fire in big trouble though, getting chewed. Let's look at the stun to connect onto Immersion. Shaker not feeling very healthy right now. Siba is like, oh hell no! Whoa! He just turns around, goes back to base.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
High ground push, or what's happening? Puck is steeping straight into them. This is kind of dangerous.
Yep, that's a bit of a Monka TP.
Radiant's
We'll lose
middle
the tower.
has fallen.
He's just gonna cut the creep wave.
Yeah, but
We still have a catapult, so
Yeah.
not gonna matter much.
they need to kill the Karti somehow.
Now, how do you get the Cardi?
And Dazzle versus Naga is actually like really good.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Those illusions are
Makes
just
their life hard. Supreme's trying to get some damage done at the back line. Lincoln's popped. No poison touch being used though. Was something else.
I love the
Now that they see the
discipline.
Lincolns, they need to get like a single target spell off before Dazzle throws in poison touch.
Yep. I love the discipline from Secret, just falling back, take the side, go back, it's fine. Wait on the high ground with Boom. They are spread out though, like this might be a kill here even, if they commit to it.
Well, Morty's will connect just at the maximum range, and Broodmother trying to zigzag, but he's got Pipe and Greaves, and will tank a lot of it. BKB used by Armel. Big fight breaking loose. ITV, they need to win this one if they want to keep themselves alive in this game. Abaddon still getting to live a little bit longer with the borrowed time. BKB still available. Immersion's going to go down. Respect is all solo HP, but will go falling. And Sibe, again, just isolating Crystallis with his BKB.
Bash.
Well, he will get a couple hits
Bash
onto the Naga, but no bash. Sadly, no basher.
Unfortunate, no basher, but yeah, they get baited the same way I got baited on the Brood this time around. I thought that maybe they'll dream call her a little bit earlier, but the man gets all the way to the cliff. Like, you have a Brood on a cliff, you don't have enough damage, for sure.
Oh, they got the Hex this time onto the Puck. It is from a Sheep Stick into the Pulverize, and Supreme is dead. Matt, there's so many good things in the Secret Draft, and one thing that I didn't actually talk about when they went for the first phase, Brood and the Dazzle to answer the Naga, they also have a pretty deadly heal bomb.
They do. Like, the illusions from Abba, the Broodlings, the heal bomb is...
It's kind of insane.
Yeah, it really
Use
is.
it though. Immersion trying to keep them at bay. Charging in is Armel. Does get silenced up, but the Naga is going to end up taking some hits. Cookie save. Puck with the buyback. Supreme gets the coil onto 2. Does have the Dazzle and the Primal Beast, but they're also going to get out as that Aeon Disc will buy some time for Puppy. Still being controlled by Supreme. Supreme still right-clicking away. Will take down Puppy. Along to the high ground, Crystal is trying to fight back with the Shaker. Keep the Shaker at bay. No more fissures for you, sir. And another blinket from Crystal as the 3-man stun. Buy some time, at least to control them for a second. But the damage is just not sufficient. The Naga's in trouble on the low ground. And there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. Surrounded by Secret. And they will lose the carry, Naga. Supreme has to blink away. And now the Rex are really in peril.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Anyone?
Continuing with the siege.
Radiant's
There's the
bottom
Basher
tower
you also
is
talked about for the Abaddon.
Did he actually get it? He got it? Nice.
Yep, he's bought it. It is in his stash. Could just blink next to the fountain to pick it up, you know, the classic.
Radiant's bottom
That is your bottom lane of racks gone. 2 sets of racks taken by Secret. Another Hex onto the Viper. I think that's just a bit more for show from Boom. Waving his hand up.
They have a tier 2 on top lane, so that needs to be taken down first. You could wait for Rosh, it's up in like, what, 10 seconds? Like, you could go do that first. But, I mean, this game is over. Done and dusted. I don't see the way. Do you see the way?
Do I see the what?
The way? Because I...
way?
Yeah, I don't see the way.
Do you know their way?
Show me the way. I see the way though, like I didn't have my protein shake this morning, so I'm a bit grumpy. I'm
Oh, the
sorry,
way.
Panda.
Oh. I thought you were doing some kind of pun. I was like, the way? I was like, wait, what?
And I was.
I'm just
It's
silly.
it's just that my bad Slavic accent doesn't translate that well. You need to know me a bit
It
better.
is completely fine, my friend.
Yes, yes. Into the pit. Age Ascent Shard, double damage on Abaddon, because why not?
Yeah, we're just not getting too much out of this Naga this game. Like, too many answers on the side of Secret.
Give him the rocks.
Just lacking damage.
Let him throw some rocks. But he's not gonna
Oh,
take
hell
it.
yeah.
He would have eaten it by now. He's gonna give it. Oh, yeah. He's gonna give it to someone else. Who's getting?
Looks
Who's
like
getting
it.
the
Is
shard?
it Abaddon? Oh yeah, missed coil dealing Abaddon. Right-click damage on impact. Sure.
Radiant's top tower.
Increases Curse of Avernus base slow as
Oh,
well.
there's the slow as well. You get
that's
like
big.
35% now.
Dire's bottom tower
Basic
is
slow.
under
Yeah,
attack.
yeah, and the curse slow. So yeah, that's gonna get
Radiant's
improved by a
top
lot.
tower is under attack.
Get your first hit in and you're basically stuck. I'm stuck, bro.
Monkey.
Monkey King also stuck in the trees right now, but it's just a bait. We'll take down Respect. 2-man stun coming out. The Viper is in trouble. Will get pulverized with the BKB so Armel not interrupted, but Otakar, Supreme. This is the chance. This is the real fight they need to get, but they don't get anything out. The coil's still unused as well. Targeting Puppy, wanting to take down the Dazzle, but they also got to worry about so many different things right now with Armel. He's stomping the ground, charging on top of the Naga Siren. Otako trying to take the fight. Bash comes out. Echo slam from Immersion. Is this the chance to take him out? It just not doing enough damage. The sustain is too much to deal with an ITB. You're running out of tools. You're running out of answers. It's only questions from now on. Secret runs them down and forces out the GG from ITB. Secret takes game 1.
Nicely done by Secret. Like, from the moment I joined, obviously, they were already ahead, so I didn't really see the full laning stage, but I could imagine it. They just baited them out really nicely with that monkey pick. And that's always how it is, right? Like, you have a spammer on your team, you pick his hero, and then you switch it up somewhere else. Like, I actually enjoy that quite a bit. Like, nicely done by Secret. Naga, look. Naga, if she loses, I'm a happy man. You know, like every time you see a Naga in your pubs, are you enjoying your game? You probably aren't. There are illusions everywhere. Split pushing you, farming everything. If you're on the Naga team, you're bored. If you're against her, you're bored to death. You know, it's like, I'm happy to see her lose.
Yeah, for sure. Even if Naga was having a pretty decent game, at least in terms of farm, there's just too many answers on the opponent's team. Supreme couldn't carry it all on the side of this puck. Even though Supreme was, you know, I think he died the first time was pretty late into the game in terms of that. So puck impact was somewhat good, but you just don't have the heroes to play around with. You don't have any scaling damage with the Snapfire. It's all magical. Same thing with the Shaker. It's all magical. Viper, again, just an aura carrier with more magical damage. Secret builds BKBs. They have the pipe on the Broodmother pretty early on, and the Guardian Greaves. Dazzle with the extra heal, Abaddon with the extra sustain heals. What can you do? Like, you just can't stretch long fights. Like, Secret's going to win them eventually in the long run, and they just pack much more of a punch. So
yeah, it's the Dazzle, I think, the main issue. He's destroying your illusions, and like they couldn't kill him. Like, Puppy is literally not dying in these fights. Once he got Aeon Disc, like, I don't know, Puck jumps him, procs the Aeon Disc. By the time that's done, like, he needs to go back because there are all these hexes, stuns, disables. So Supreme, once again, like, he had a really good game of Puck when it comes to his personal performance from the moment I was watching the game, that is. But this isn't an easy Puck game in the late game. Like, they just catch him very easily. Even with the Lincolns, they can catch him.
And that was basically just game one in a nutshell. Secret just has too many answers against ITB, and we did talk about that during the draft with Mike, that this lineup on the side of ITB, it's very kind of cooldown heavy. Like, when you go for this kind of even a soft engagement or a full-on engagement, Shaker, Snapfire, you have like this 10 to 15 second period of basically you just existing. You don't get to cast any abilities, you just roll around, reposition. You got to use items to help out your teammates. Viper, like, you're just an aura carrier, right? Like, you're just not really building up damage, and it's just down to the Puck, who's also cooldown reliant. Like, you got these in and outs with this hero, but it's really super important to just keep up with the constant pressure. But you know, it was a very difficult game for them to execute. Happily, we did get you at least to tune in for the broadcast. If there was an MVP, would you choose someone on the side of Secret?
I choose you, T-Panda. You're the true MVP.
You're flattering me
the
here.
MVP for all of us.
Well,
from Secret, I
that's
don't
the first
know.
time.
Who would you choose? What do you think?
For Secret, like, if I had to choose an MVP, I mean, I'd probably go with Armel. Like, the impact that he had on this Primal Beast, able to move around the map, a lot of pressure here and there. Like, I think it's a pretty easy decision in a way. Yamich, like, he was pretty good on this Monkey King. His farm was actually insane for a Puzz 4, but he played alongside this Primal Beast. Puppy was able to tune in. Boom's free farming. Crystallis is free farming, getting their item timings on the board, keeping that net worth lead, and Armel just, you know, taking care of the big front, you know? Yeah. And
Brood
he loves his Primal.
Brood had some nice baits as well, I guess, right? Like, just doing Brood, but it's just doing Brood things. You get a Greaves, you get some pipe, and you stand up front, and that's it. Yeah. I agree. Armel did quite a lot with his Primal Beast. Caught Puck. He didn't even go for a blink or anything like that. He just tanked up. So I don't know. I think you're right with your MVP call. I can definitely see Armel just dominating in Division 1 as well after this.
Yeah, you're always happy to see him play out. But Secret, they take first game. Yep. They take game 1, and we are going to be taking a tiny break and prepare ourselves for game number 2. Can ITB fight back? We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the West European broadcast here for Division 2. As you can see, it is now T-Panda with a Lizard. Mike had some personal stuff going on, so he had to go. But Lizard, I'm happy to have you here. I'm also going to be taking over play-by-play, but unless you want to do some play-by-play. Have we heard Lizard play-by-play before?
Let's go. Let's go. Lizard play-by-play. Let's do it.
Let's nail it. Team Secret, they took game 1 off of Into the Breach, and we are actually ready in the draft. So let's dive straight into the action, see what's going on in there. Where ITB, I feel like as the draft was progressing, they did have one or two of their heroes semi-countered pretty early on, but they did have some answers in terms of this hero works against this one, this hero works against this one. But Secret just had too many options in their hands. And then the laning stage. Brood basically just free farming, Crystallis free farming. Armel had to do a lot of, well, I could say heavy lifting in a sense, because he was all over the place. And, you know, having some power fantasies, got ganked by 5 guys in the top lane, walking blind into the high ground, but didn't matter. Like, they were still able to clean out this game with, I would say, fair ease, in a sense.
Yeah, like when you're playing versus tier 1 teams, you have to be careful for, like, the diversity of their players, like, flexibility of their players, that is, and the drafts, right? Like, if you see a Monkey King, you can't be sure that it's a core, and then you pick Viper, and then instead of a Monkey King, you're playing into an Abaddon, and your hero is doing absolutely nothing. I mean, it isn't even that bad later on. Like, you have Break and everything. It's just that Abaddon was just a good pick overall for them. And the Naga, for me, just wasn't that great of a pick for ITB. And when your total win condition gets shut down, you know, the game is probably gonna look a little bit disconnected like it did for them.
And now also, like, as you can see from the camera pictures as well, it is Heen taking in charge the drafting role, doing a lot of discussion with Puppy. And of course, Yamich is also going to be sitting right next to Armel and Heen, getting close information, you know, talking stuff during the break and expecting what ITB might be doing. The first phase, a little bit different this time. Brood ends up being banned. And Disruptor goes through. So Into the Breach get to snatch that Disruptor first pick. But we got a Tusk and a DP to kick things off for Secret. Always talk about the Death Prophet's laning stage, that this hero is suitable against so many matchups. And given the right pause 4, you got a lot of freedom in the lane too. But ITB, they brought up Lycan. What do you think about these first phase picks here? Like, we know the Disruptors, you know, always an all well-rounder.
Yeah, maybe the first phase is a little bit more common from Team Secret. Like ITB, they get that Lycan very early on, and now you actually have to think about protecting him, because the hero is good, but I like him like second pick, second stage. I don't like him that much as like your instant pick in the first stage unless he's really broken. Right now he's strong. I wouldn't say that the hero is broken. Like, there are ways of dealing with him. And you see, like, now you have to ban out the Bloodseeker, you have to think about the Kunkka, you have to think about the Naga. There's just these melee counters as well, like the Ursa, the Monkey King. And then you have support slight counters like an Enchantress, then offlane Night Stalker. There's just there's just a lot. As Team Secret, like, you can pick and choose. I've seen Underlords as well do really well into him. If at least you knew from Team Secret that they have 2 positions locked in, but you don't even know that. Like, this Tusk and DP are very flexible, so they can go anywhere. We'll see.
Always the benefit of the first phase. Like, if you have these flexible picks, and especially if you have second pick going into the second phase, 15th, you can just pick yourself a potential plus 5. ITB has to show their cards, and then you usually get a very good 18th pick, which is how I usually approach the draft. Like, if you pick 2 flexers as a second pick, you always get a really good 18th pick into the draft, no matter what the situation. Your first phase might end up getting countered a little bit, but this Lycan doesn't necessarily really talk high levels of counter, right?
Yeah, for sure. Look at the bans, man. What do you think about Secret's bans? Tell me that. Like, Ricky and AM, what are they brewing up there?
Well, I mean, the thing is, I feel like that's Death Prophet potentially being put to offlane, and you're looking for a Storm Spirit. Like, you could even pick that in the second phase. It's just the Disruptor that's going to be worrying you, right? Ricky Smoke Cloud can be annoying to deal with, and then of course you look at AM, which is like, yeah, I'm happy to go up against like multiple casters on the opponent team. maybe even look for something as wild as a Pudge lineup. I've seen anti-mages do actually pretty good against the Pudge, which sounds a bit surprising, but I've just seen it work so many times where AM is actually having a good time versus Pudge.
Yeah, okay. Some nice ideas. I think, yeah, Storm maybe. I don't know about the Pudge, but Pudge as well. Like, if you're on Team C, I think ITB could even pick it. They get the Pudge, they go like for this super early aggression with the Lycan with the Pudge. That could work out. We don't really know a lot. Like, right now we have only 2 picks. These drafts can go anywhere, literally. So, ITB, you see that, like, out of 8 picks that we called, they banned out 3. Now there's still 5 other that Team Secret can pick and to deal with the Lycan. So it's not like he's safe. In the second stage, I'm sure that they can find ways of addressing the Lycan.
What they don't want to necessarily do is lock in this Death Prophet just yet. So I think a puppy hero would make sense for Secret now. If you do end up picking like Storm, ITB could just go like, hey, let's play the puck again. We have the mid matchup kind of figured out. And then we also know this DP is going off lane, so they can potentially look at the carry matchup at that point. So the wisest course would be just Puppy's hero now.
Yeah. By the way, they're not on boot camp on Secrets, right? Like, I can see 3 of them together,
3
but
of them,
2, yeah, 2 of them are chilling, yeah, in their bedrooms.
2 or 3 of them. I think it's only Armel and Yamich who are on boot camp. And on the side of ITB, well, it looks like everyone is, chilling at their own homes.
Yeah, Team Secret, they pick up the monkey, and now this looks more like a position 1 monkey.
Yep.
Right?
Could be 1, could be 4, yeah.
It could be.
Another
like,
flex.
It could be 4 as well, but you have a Tusk already. Like, I think that this should be a monkey plus a position 5 right now, and you save Armel's pick for last, even though Armel's DP is pretty broken. So it could be that. We'll see. Like, the draft is still very open for Team Secret, but if I think with this monkey, you're maybe making it not as open any longer. You just put Chrysalis on that, you put Tusk and DP offlane, or Tusk +1 offlane, DP mid. And okay, nice Pango pickup. I'm surprised this hero went through. Clockwork ban makes me think that Team Secret wants a Primal Beast again, like, which is also an option.
Yeah. The funny thing is, it is like ITB, British organization, bring up a French hero. They're eternal enemies.
5 seconds.
Oh yeah, that's very true.
Team Secrets.
Using some of those war strats on your side, and currently, because you do have like a lot of supports on the field, but potential support flexes on the side of Team Secret, Phoenix is kind of unanswered right now. You look for the types of Lenas, you look for Snapfires to at least have like an egg counter.
You can get some 5. You can get some 5 maybe that deals with
You could still go for a 5, yeah, exactly. You could still do that.
There is not as amazing, but there are some Miranas or Snaps that can deal with the egg, right? Like, I love Phoenix into Monkey, by the way. It's one of my... It's not like a favorite pickup, but it's pretty solid. Like, you put that Sun over his stupid Wukong's command, you don't care about him. But Team Secret actually go with an Ember. So, most likely the way I'm seeing this is Ember into the Pango on the mid lane. DP offlane with a Tusk. Monkey will be your position 1. And they're saving the last for Puppy's pick. But I have a...
Puppy play 5 Monkey?
He plays 5 anything, I feel like. Any sort of a brawler 5 he'll play it, but maybe not the Monkey.
Because you could also play 5 Tusk and put Monkey into Yamich's hands once again, play the 4 Monkey. I think that's what they're looking at. What is the potential laning matchup going to be? They have last pick in the draft, so then they decide, do we want Monkey carry? Do we want Monkey 4 and pick something else? Because Monkey is still pretty decent versus Pango and the like. And of course, the Pango, once you pick up potential bashers and stuff, already without any actual items. You can disarm the Monkey King. You'll be pretty happy with that interaction. You can save the egg on the Phoenix with this Pango. Lycan's not having a great time right now in this game, though. Like, I feel like there's so many answers against the Lycan that he will struggle. He will suffer. But ITB, when they look for their carry pickup, that's basically the moment where they decide, are we putting this Monkey as a 1 or a 4 for Team Secret? And you got to ban accordingly. They're banning Mirana, you know, that's the one support hero that could also destroy the egg on against this Phoenix. Now it's down to, do we ban another support? Does Crystallis want to play something else that's still in his pocket that could fit into this draft?
Yeah, they basically are taking care of position 5s that are good against the egg. That's it. Like, I don't think we should think way too much
So then they
into
just
it.
ban the Snap.
Yeah, Snap, I think Mirana is the strongest one. Like, Snap is solid. It's not amazing, but it's decent. So a Snap is probably the next one coming from ITB. And when you're Secret, you're banning out what? A carry?
Just carries, yeah.
That's decent into the Monkey King. There aren't too many. Usually these glass cannons like SF would be decentish. Like, you can look at Tempo from ITB because they have a Lycan Pango. They could pick another Tempo kind of a carry, something that goes in, goes fast, you know, doesn't care. Like some TAs, some Ursas, stuff like that. Or like Prophet, Nature's Prophet is still left in the pool. Like
Tyrion is in the pool, yeah.
For me, that would be amazing for ITB. Yeah, you got Ember to play against, but first you're really strong versus the DP. You're not amazing versus... Wait. Hey, ban. What's up? What's happening? What are they picking? Huskar?
Looking for
What's
Morph.
going on? Morph? Huskar? Yeah, something like that.
I'm also a bit curious about this this AA ban, because a lot of teams have figured out, like, they don't really mind the Ancient Apparition. It's kind of like you're baiting your opponents into picking it. You're like, yeah, you can go for the AA, but we have the answers. We know how to play against it. We've figured it out. I think that was also in one of the interviews we had in North America's First Division. We talked a little bit about the Ancient Apparition. Like, this is a perfect game for it when you pick it. And I was like, well, we know our ways around it. Like, we don't really need to pick it up. And I think it was played once in the major, and that was also by Rebellion, and I think they won that game. But it was only just that one time Ancient Apparition made an appearance. Out of the carries that ITB has played out, it is the CK and the Terrorblade. And to the picture you were kind of painting, CK would fit in. TB takes a bit... I think it takes a bit too long, but it could potentially carry this game if Lycan and Pango don't just end up... Well, Lycan's lane is already difficult, so you gotta play around that. You gotta secure TB a game. Pango has to have a lot of impact for you to actually play a late game carry.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Like, they just banned out the Morphling. I think they might have even been baited into that ban. They go with the Huskar, yeah.
That's the other option, yeah.
Yeah, that was one or the other, right? Like, one was Huskar, the other was Morphling when it comes to A bans. But can Team Secret deal with this in some other way? I'm thinking. Like, they have 3 problems now. That's an issue. Like, you have the Phoenix Egg, you have the Huskar, which is the biggest one probably. And this is a way to solve all of it. Like, you have a hero that outranges the Huskar, you have a hero that's decent versus the Egg on that position 1, but you do end up with position 5 Tusk and position 4 Monkey, which isn't really a problem. Like, it's
Carry
fine.
Ember and mid Sniper by the looks of it.
Yeah. Like, you can play Sniper mid, definitely. There is one problem when Otaker, he hits 6 and he gets Helm of Dominator. I'm a bit worried for Team Secret in that timing. Like, that timing can be really scary.
Sure can be. And also, Lycan carry, do you think it's still a thing? You feel like you can still pull off a good performance with this hero as opposed to one? Because you don't get to see it too often.
Who's on offlane for them? If
So
Lycan
that's
is carrying?
Pango.
Pango offlane. Okay, I don't like Pango offlane that much. So they're putting Huskar into the Sniper mid. I feel like Snipers should do fine there. I'm not sure. Let's see. Like, it all depends on how Huskar goes. It's not about the. It's not really that much about the Lycan. Like, Lycan needs to have a solid laning stage, and he needs to start dominating the map with Helm of Dominator, with the stupid creep, right? But at the same time, it's on Huskar to carry. Like, your true position 1 is the Huskar. It's still not. You're playing Huskar plus 2 semi-cores, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of curious to how this laning stage is going to roll out. It is Ember Spirit going up against the Pango, so Ember should have a pretty okay time, but it also allows Pango to get some farm, and because the situation is this, it's not like the Pango's going to be like, oh, guys, I have to sack my lane. I'm not going to have a great time, because Pango 3, There's a good reason people aren't a big fan of it. But right now, the matchup is actually favoring Pango a little bit more than it usually would. So could potentially just have a game at his hands. And then, of course, yeah, like you said, Sniper is a good answer to the Husker, and especially in the laning stage. You don't really get punished that hard because you've got that range advantage on your side. Husker does end up taking a bit of a beating if you keep that distance, and it is just down to the supports. And your supports are, I would say, somewhat defensive. Disruptor and Phoenix, like, if you want to go and dive that Sniper, it's going to come with a lot of effort.
Yeah, you don't really have a lot of disable, a lot of catch. Supreme.
It's only going to get caught up inside the shards, and Shibe, that's an 80% shield crash that you just landed
They
onto,
have glimpse, by the way.
several heroes. And yep, there's the glimpse coming into play. Yamich using the Mischief to dodge some of the damage. No kills being shared, just a bit of damage.
To battle.
Yeah. Like, it's a fairly good point that you mentioned about the supports. But look, it's a Huskar game. That's the bottom line is, like, you're playing a Huskar game. Everything is different when that happens. You don't even need... you don't need anything. You just need Huskars to have a good time, and then he can roll across the map to his shenanigans.
Sure is. And another bit of a scuffle breaks loose. Harassing the Pango. He will be able to walk out of that one just fine. And into the breach, you're going to pick up 4 bounty runes. So easy GG.
It never works that way.
It never does.
It's always the opposite. You take 4 bounty runes, you lose the game. It's like a curse. You know, the curse of 4 bounty runes.
At least they get like that extra push towards the big items you're looking for. You talked about the Dominator timing has to come out strong from the Lycan. You want to get an armlet early up on this Husker as well, because the laning stage against the Sniper, well, it's not the easiest. Considering when you have like Husker versus someone, you expect the Husker to just dominate, at least most of the time.
Yeah, probably not Sniper. Like everyone
Probably
else.
not Sniper though, yeah.
You can still make mistakes on Sniper, like you can still lose this lane. And so far the Huskar is 3 for 3, like he's actually doing quite alright. Supreme is dominating Armel a little bit. But like it's Sniper on early levels, like later on it becomes a little bit easier because you get more raid bans as well. You become very annoying with Peep. Actually take aim.
Yep. Quack. Also curious to see how this Crystallis Ember Spirit works out in the laning stage. It's always fun to see a Pulse 1 Ember, you know, something a little bit different. Just lacking a bit on the experience side, so you're not going to get that early burst with Slate of Fist. But considering you're laning with a Tusk, you might even want to get that early point in tag team. You are up against the Pango, might as well want to utilize as much damage as possible versus the shield crash, because you do get damage reduction. So you want to amp up, want to have something to counter it. Yamich also grabbing the creep wave, pulling 4 into the breach, forcing the creep wave under the tower, making it a bit harder for the Lycan to CS. Well, Monkey King does get himself that level 2. Let's see what they're going to do with it. Still no second ability leveled up, but he could just bring up a Boundless Strike. Stacks are up.
It's only level 1 stacks, can't really do a lot with them. Like you can just continue pushing in the wave.
This wave is going to end up pushing. There's, well, the range creep does get taken down, but there's one extra melee creep in the mix.
You're not getting what you came for.
Actually, EU mats, it is even.
Close.
Close.
What? Nothing wrong with you mats, by the way. That's your own mats. Don't.
Panda maths. You know, pandas are unique, but they are silly and dumb.
Finish mats.
Being Finnish and a panda is not easy.
Yeah, you have a lot of pandas up there, right?
Yeah, definitely. We have like 3.
Oh, you actually do have some. Okay.
Yeah, we do have. They're actually they're like 2 pandas called. Well, we have this. I don't know how
so
to
you're
put it.
basically 2 panda. Like T is like a 2. So you're the 2 pandas.
You can put it that way. Yamich, can he survive Fairy Fire being used up. Wants to go for the deny. Nope, not gonna
Got
happen.
him.
Autocur is gonna take first blood. They're called Snow and Storm when you put them together. It's like Snowstorm.
Mid lane, Armel.
Hiding with the Husker. Disarm. Oh, the tower
Who
hits
dies first?
Supreme. Oof.
Actually,
he's
he doesn't
actually
even
gonna
die.
live.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that was huge. Like one hero that you don't want to be feeding it to in this lane
And a
is...
bottle refill.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Oh, wait. Nope. No bottle to refill.
There's no bottle for him. Yeah, it's a sniper.
True.
Ember bot. Got really low. Let's survive.
This is going to get that extra regen in form of a salve.
It's very important to kill the Huskar because every Huskar player, he gets a little bit of Huskarness in himself, you know? He just becomes this tilted boy. So if you kill him once, the probability of you killing him again just goes up exponentially.
Oh, yeah. Seems to be the case most of the time. Like, you really want to snowball that game early. And, yep, he's already building into the armlet.
Of course.
So,
Yeah. What
that
else?
is the item choice to go for 100% of the time. Just want to get a good timing on it. Be able to do Husker things.
Every Huskar ever. I'm gonna buy Armlet and I'll be unkillable. I'll take Roshan. That first Aegis.
Yep.
And the game is over. Which still might happen, by the way. But now the Lycan and the Pango actually have to, you know, make sure that they have a good game.
Yeah, Pango is at least actually has the most CS on the board. Currently 30 last hits on Shibe. Picked up that early Orb of Corrosion. Can start working on his next items. They've been doing a good job so far, but Crystal is he's keeping up with the Ember Spirit. That's the most important part for him, is like being able to contest the lane, still have a decent amount of CS. You don't get shut down, you don't get stomped. You don't really get stomped against Pango, so if that were to happen, we'd be like, yeah.
Gotta be careful here, like Ember and Tusk. I don't think they have what it takes to kill off Immersion. Like if he has dive, and if Pango is close, like you're not killing the bird. The bird
love how
is strong.
Boom was actually there contesting Lycan getting experience from the hard cap and missed out on almost an entire creep
Puppy
wave on
mid,
the tower.
Supreme.
Oh, well, that's the more important part. Supreme, he looks like he's going to be dropping here. The stun's coming out from Yamich.
Maybe one more.
Immersion. He's going to get the regen rune. Instantly broken, though. No regeneration for you. Puppy
Block
with
him,
the body
Puppy, block
blocks. Phoenix has nowhere to go. Cornered. Double for Armel.
Yeah, that's a really nice sniper game
And
right
the
now.
courier.
He doesn't even have a level of Assassinate. He doesn't need it. Bottom lane Chrysalis is being Doven a little bit. If he shows himself... he showed himself. Yeah.
He's on the edge of the swashbuckle.
At least they're getting the side lanes. The side lanes are working out for them. It's not amazing, but like the Pango is really dominating, and Myken isn't falling behind, so that's something.
Respect is trying to do some stacks, but Yamich is being a bit of a bully, preventing that from happening. I want to buff up Supreme even more with some extra stacks. And Dominator is ready at 7 minutes on the Lycan. Timing is still good.
He's going in.
See what they can do here. Boom. Pops the Exorcism. Yamich is there to help out. Slows onto the Disruptor.
He's got a lot of
But
sticks.
there is a shapeshift, and with that fresh Dominator, he's got the Hellbear Smasher. Will be farmed away by Boom.
They're even
They
turning.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Can't kill the DP, but can't kill the Disruptor either. They were splitting onto two separate targets.
Puppy is coming over, and because of this Exo pop, they might go for the tower. It's only a quarter of it left, but
Dire's top tower is under attack.
there is no Lycan ult. Pango probably will not TP to help you out, so this might be a tier 1. You also have to defend the mid, you know, that's the problem. Like, you're bleeding on two sides right now.
Yeah. Too much movement happening right now. It's like you can't respond to everything. And Secret being the ones to punish for it. Like you basically used your shapeshift on Lycan. He's now forced away from the lane. Even without Exorcism, you've got Orb of Corrosion to help you with the push and DP. And you having to take down this tower. ITB feeling like they're in a bit of a stale situation right now. They need to wait for Husker to hit his item timings. He's still building that armlet. So until that is ready, you're just playing responsive.
Pretty much. Your response isn't even that great at the moment, but I feel like they should trade instead. Maybe go bottom. They're trying mid.
Trying mid, indeed. They jump straight on top of the snipers. Shibe will get the Rolling Thunder. And getting
shards.
blocked by the shards. It is Puppy that ruins the party. The Pango still gets to roll in. Disruptor about to fall. Puppy gets pushed to the high ground, and the Sunray's not going to do enough damage. Yamage getting the jump of the Phoenix as well. Just a couple more hits, but Crystallis is there to clean him out. Kills for Armel and Crystallis. They get a bit of a push as well into the tower.
Puppy's maybe an old man, but he still got it.
Yeah, perfect timing on the shards as well.
Yeah. Monkey actually hunting down Supreme, but Supreme is just gonna dodge the triangle, go away. I'm surprised they didn't glimpse the sniper a little bit earlier. Like, if you glimpse him, maybe you can actually, you know, catch him without the shards. But the glimpse came, I mean, it was way too late.
Talking about that defensive capability, you literally just mentioned it as they...
Look at the wolves on the sniper, by the way. Actually had to TP out. Because Lycan popped his ulti. He popped his form on the other side of the map.
If only he had a dummy creep there.
Yeah.
Would have made the big difference. But yeah, back to the point of the responsiveness on the side of ITB. Like you said, they're not the strongest right now. They're very under-leveled. Currently, Phoenix is 5, Disruptor's 4. They just don't have the necessary tools to really like hold a counter-initiative fight.
Yeah. The armlet will be there for Supreme. Once the armlet is there, maybe you can take these fights, because Huskar is a weird hero. Like, you can even lose the lane and still come back and dominate. Like, it can still work out in your favor. If the enemy team is not careful enough and you win a fight, you go into the pit, you can easily snowball.
You definitely can. ITB, I think they're pretty happy that the game isn't in a much more worse situation than it could be, considering they have had no actual playmaking capability up till now. And they're able to start turning the tide around a little bit. But Secret, they're also ready, capable of fighting back Shibe. He does have Rolling Thunder available if they decide to go for a mid push on the side of Secret. And the smoke up comes out. Yamage, boom. Gonna look for the move towards the triangle, hoping to find someone out there, and that is the Husker that is on their sights right now, and he's gonna walk into them. I think they just saw a glimpse of him too. It's gonna have to be popped the armlet instantaneously, and he is taking damage. You can't really run away from Cypher, and you're just gonna die to it, and that is exactly the case. Supreme goes down, gets surprised by the gank squad, and unfortunately for him, the gank squad had just arrived into the triangle, finding nobody, but he's literally walking into their arms. The timing couldn't have been worse.
I can't blame him for feeling a little bit safer, as he has a tier 1 on the mid lane, tier 1 on the bottom lane. Like, smoking into the triangle isn't that easy, but I think one of the supports had to be there. Like, one of the supports has to be breaking the smoke, like sitting on high ground. Hindsight 2020, obviously, but still.
Yeah, but you do see it a lot in like Division 1 plays basically, where you have like one support just sitting AFK next to the stairs, just like, well, I'm gonna make sure that if there is something happening, I'll tank the bullet for you, right?
Yeah.
Like, you'd be the
much.
real teammate, right? In that situation, but it wasn't there, and he just walked into unknown territory. Even if it's on your side of the map.
But it's all kind of snowbally. You know, why is that happening? It's happening because your lanes went so poorly, your supports are under-leveled, so they're a little bit greedier to get those levels. They're sitting in the lanes, they're trying to get experience.
Yeah.
And you can't blame them for that either. So it's like, you can understand why it didn't happen, but they're gonna smoke up. Let's see. They need to make a good move. They can't. I don't think they can rush. Like, this isn't a rush play. You need to find a kill.
Most likely a big kill, so that gives a big death timer. Eventually on a core like Sniper, but it's gonna have to be the Death Prophet. That's something that they're gonna take. They pop the egg just in case, expecting for a big rotation. Yeah. That's your team fight capability pretty much used. You still have Shapeshift, and you have the tanky Husker and Rolling Thunder, but you don't have your supports with their ults. You're just going to suffice with the tower, and that's not enough for a Roche. like you said, they're probably just going to have to spread around the map and look for something else. Shibe battles against the Monkey King. He has to cancel his TP as he's going to get hit by the Rolling Thunder. Stunned up, trying to take the fight. Oh, baiting out with the Wukongs there for a little bit, but nowhere to go for Yamich.
Yeah, nice return so far from Into the Breach. Like, if you look at the net worth chart, they're only 1k ahead on Secret. I still do believe that they have maybe a slightly stronger team for ultra late game because of the sniper. I'm talking about ultra late game. It's only 14 minutes in, but at this point, it's Into the Breach to just dominate the map. They need to go from one tower to another, make stuff happen, because realistically, they're the stronger team at the moment.
Otaker, he's 100 gold short from Helm of the Overlord, so at least his Lycan is still keeping up to his timings, has been able to farm up without being killed, but Secret is taking Roshan at the same time. They want to take away Huskar's, you could say,
that's big, by the way.
One of his cards.
That's huge. Like, taking away Aegis from Huskar, it's like really, really big this early on. One of the main objectives, like, I'd argue this rush is more important than tier 1 bottom and mid.
I'd say so too, yeah.
For Huskar.
It's like Huskar, basically, at this stage of the game, he's holding on to a full house. But if you're able to go to Roshan, take it away from that first Aegis, that big play-making item for him, that it just makes him technically immortal. Like, in a sense, it makes him immortal, because you can't really deal with him. You kill him once, he's still going to be a massive issue. You're going to pay a heavy price for it. So if you take it first, you have a straight flush.
Exactly. All in.
All in indeed. Win the hand. And DP gonna get those Guardian Greaves up as well. Boom, keeping up a good pace. Able to get that bottom lane pushed out on the side of Secret. Not worried about losing that tier 2 tower. Also with the Aegis, making sure that you're able to keep map control on your favors, basically. You're not losing too much ground. Not allowing your opponent to take over too much away from you, because that also means that you're going to soil your early lead.
You definitely don't want to soil your early lead, right? Yeah. Or your pants.
Or that.
Yeah, tier 2 taken. Helm of Overlord.
They bought some
out,
time
like
at
you
least.
mentioned.
They did push out the wave once or twice before losing that tower, so bought some time. That could have been down like a minute ago already.
Still though, it's minute 16. You know, you just lost tier 2. Let's see if they can defend top, because Pango is still getting in position. He has a blink, by the way, so
TPs are coming out though. Armel, does he get caught? Glimpse.
That was
Very
so close. That was just vision. He was on the edge of the tower vision.
Yep. Oh no, Supreme might be staying for the greed is good. He's going to be able to walk out of this one before the gang squad arrives from the side of Secret. They just TP it in to look for some kills on their side of the map, but Into the Breach, they're smoking in. Might see a bit of a clash happening, but is it going to be the full team of Into the Breach in time? Huskar's already moving in from the bottom half. From the west, we've got 3, and Puppy's in the middle of them. And Respect right outside. They've got Puppy on their vision. Immersion will spot him. Smoke will pop. Shibe, he's pump faking the Rolling Thunder. Don't really want to jump a Tusk.
Yeah, he understood. It's not the best target. You want something bigger, but at this point honestly you don't have to fight. Like, you're playing versus a sniper with an Aegis. It's nice that they are trying to force team fights because they understand how strong they are with the Huskar, with the Lycan. At the same time, you can chill, you know, don't have to force things. Wait the Aegis to run out.
Thinking about this mid lane though, they're going to go for the jump onto Crystallis. They got the blink stun. Static Storm's going to be placed down as well. Crystallis going to need some backup, but nothing to be given right now. But the turnaround possibility's there. But the Wukong's command onto the Disruptor, tossed into the air with the Walrus Punch, and they're going to focus on the egg. Can they destroy it in time? It's going to be a close one. Yes, they will be able to take down Immersion. Also Respect. And now Shibe going to be hit by the stall ball from Puppy. And they will go on all the way. And Otaker goes in for the Howl. Will reduce the damage dealt for the time being, but they are looking for a range kill on the Tusk, and the Black Dragon will do so. Decent damage from Armel. Forces the dragon at bay. They forced out the exorcism.
Not a bad fight for Into the Breach, considering they killed 2. They traded for 2 supports. Like, but you did kill off the mid lane Ember Spirit. The safe lane Ember Spirit, sorry. So, in any case, like, it's a nice fight for them. They might lose another one though, like Phoenix is just TPing in.
Yep, and it's only 40 seconds remaining on the Aegis clock. Stun connects onto the Husker. Immersion's gonna be there. Zibe actually going in pretty deep here. They have to play out the glimpse. Make sure they can get their Pango out.
Yeah, Disruptor is just dominating the team fights and glimpses, kinetic fields. Like even the static storm is the only reason why they managed to kill off Chrysalis.
Look at Otacre. He's finished the Overlord, and now he's going for Boots of Bearing, or at least the draw. Okay, he shifts to AC. That's much better. Boots of Bearing on your pause 1. Isn't there anyone else who could build it?
There is. Like, you already have drums on Disruptors, so he should be the one that builds them at least.
So probably someone in the team told him, like, nope, I see what you're doing there. Stop what you're doing.
Yeah. I mean, everyone, like, when you're looking from distance, like when you're casting, it's much easier to talk about item decisions. You see everything. It's like you're also not pressured by the game at all, so it's very simple. But when you're playing the game, you change your mind very often. It's like normal, especially if you didn't discuss the items from the get-go.
Yeah. Yeah, that is also something that happens from time to time in a game. Is like you don't really talk about items. Maybe like 1 or 2 things, like, oh, I could try this in this game. But the classic kind of aura builders in your team, or at least aura items, you might see overlap. We've seen double ACs, we've seen double mechs multiple times, not even too long ago. And Puppey in the mid lane, but they're going to pop the drum charge here to go for a bit of an extra mobility push. Can they get to the Tusk? He's in the trees. We're hoping for a big core. Taking out the tree line. Puppey will be spotted. Vision provided, but Puppey goes in. Look at the silence out onto Armel. Deals some damage, but the shapeshift from Otacre. They're going to take down the Tusk. And the creep wave is also right in front of the tier 2 tower. Boys are literally just diving straight through the tower, but no one to be found, so they will get the damage on this one. Glyph being used. Crystal is in place. He's got a 9-second BKB. And can just wait for these abilities to run out.
Can they wait for Rosh? It's minute and 20 seconds away, so they cannot. Question answered.
Timing a bit off. At least they got the glyph out, so that's another 4.5 minute period. Okay, they're stacking up for the Black Dragon. That's a decent amount of gold if they can get it. They will.
250.
Armel picks that up. Who also just finished the BKB. So even if Sniper does ends up getting caught at the start of the fight, you have Snowball save, and you can pop his BKB after.
Yeah, the BKB is huge. There's just this like moment in which Huskar, like he's building a BKB right now, but there's a moment in which he gets Aghanims, and then no one is safe. Like that can be a little bit of a problem. I guess Puppey with the blink. You know, Puppey with the blink and Snowball. If he gets there, he can save you.
Yep. Puppey being your savior. Both Tusk and the Disruptor still lacking their level 2 ults. So is the Phoenix, which you would like to have. Extra 2 hits to destroy the egg can be very, very potent. You know, 6 hits is actually quite quick. Especially with all the attack speed, the mass agility. 3 agi heroes on the side of Secret, so they've definitely got the attack speed to destroy through it. But drawing a line towards the bottom lane. And it's actually the Husker who's drawing that out. Like, yep, they're probably heading that way.
By the way, that's the longest respawn I've seen in a while. Like, really damn long.
That is a long one, yeah.
Almost full 3 minutes.
Doesn't really favor either team, to be honest. Like, if the fight breaks loose now. Maybe the defending side who ends up losing the next fight, because they're like, yep, won't be able to grab it.
I feel like it's maybe a bit better for Team Secret because they only have Exorcism out of the big ultis. So if you can bait out like a Static Storm, if you can bait out the Egg, Those are like 2-minute cooldowns, you know. Baiting them out and fighting afterwards would be pretty good for them.
Yeah, I guess in a sense, if like you see a long row spawn timer, which they don't obviously know about, they might suspect like
Radiant's
it's just speculation at that point. But you could pop like a 2-minute ulti, knowing that we'll have it up for contesting Roshan or taking Roshan.
Imagine if teams knew the timer, like the exact timer.
Yeah, that would bring so many different types of tactics into Dota. Honestly, I feel like if you see like a 30-second Roshan, you know you've got like somewhere around a minute, because a team will not destroy Roshan as it spawns. It won't just disappear right away, especially like early mid game or mid game.
No, sometimes it will. It depends on the heroes.
Yeah, it does depend on the heroes, but like at least it gives you some kind of maneuverability.
I just feel like the game would be a snooze fest. You know exactly when the rush is up. No one wants to do anything until then. 15 seconds before it respawns, there is a smoke from both sides, and then they're just waiting on their cliffs. You know, like it would, like the certainty of it would make the game perhaps a bit.
That is true. That is true. Yeah. Guess it could make things a bit more stale, but popping the drum charge as they go to the high ground. Shibe ready for the rolling thunder stun. They see Armel, perfect target for it. He needs to get his BKB off, and he will. Doesn't get the stun connection from Shibe. As they take over the high ground position, Puppy is the next target to be spotted inside the kinetic field. Nowhere to go. Can't get a snowball off either. Will end up dropping.
Dire's bottom tower.
It's a shapeshift and a rolling thunder for it, and Roche is not up.
Yeah, Roche is not up for 20 more. They're really unlucky. Like, imagine if Roche was just 2 minutes instead of 3. Like, they could instantly go into the pit. But at the same time, Secret does not know that. So they need to smoke up, and they smoke up under a ward.
Yep, and ITB is coming straight at you with that ward placed down. They saw the smoke happen. Crystal is going to get glimpsed back, and he's got the slate for a second. Remnant jump away.
He's got a BKB, and it's important that he didn't use it.
Exactly,
like, they have BKBs on everyone but Sniper right now.
They're still wrapping around. They see the
it's
Ember
not
Spirit
easy.
with the Wolves. I think they caught a glimpse off of him. They see Puppy in mid. They know where they are. At least Secret knows where ITB is. ITB, do they know where the rest of Secret is, though? Crossing the river right now. Supreme at the front. Snowball coming out from Puppy. Exorcism will be used by Boom. And the charge coming in from every direction. Static Storm placed down by Respect will slow them down for a little bit. Crystal trying to hunt for kills, but the BKBs, they're running out. Supreme, he's also running out of HP. They're going to get the stun into one. The Egg's going to be exploding. It's going to be stunning the DP on the spot. And Crystal's going to be there as well. Xibe controlled right now. And Xibe to go down. That's already a couple kills going in for Secret. And ITB, they're running out of members. They're losing this fight. The Phoenix is going to drop as well. Otaker looking for the teleport away. Going to get rooted up. They're both going to get caught by Chrysalis, and Supreme to drop next as well. Yamich to fall. Can he get the armlet toggle? Yes, he can. Supreme decides to turn around, but he won't get a second chance, and Otaker will fall. That's a full-on team wipe. Secret takes everything.
And the way they fought that team fight was really damn nice. The fact that they fought in that clutch area where Egg and Static Storm are solid, but Wukong's command is priceless. By the way, just a casual double damage spawning in the middle of the fight.
Casual.
Yeah, Armel gets it. He didn't really, like honestly, he didn't really use it a lot. Like, it's not like he hit a lot afterwards, but still, it's solid for this rush attempt.
Yeah. Like, look at the moment this fight breaks loose. Like, Puppy takes the primary initiation out. Like, the battle's already raging loose. You've got the Static Storms being pop. And now, 2 seconds from now, Armel, he's right next to a DD room. Like, oh, might as well just go pick that one up as well. And he just decides to go for that. He's very close to it. Shibe gets deleted. And you know at that point, well, if we already struggled with damage, now they've got even more to throw at us, and Supreme doesn't get to do much this fight.
Yeah, I feel like it's just the BKBs, really. Like, the BKBs popped. Your 2 supports, Phoenix and Disruptor, are just irrelevant from that moment. And everyone has BKB, but Puppy just ate the majority of Huskar's BKB, so he was even very much involved. Yeah, like, he baited Supreme on himself, and then Supreme had to use that BKB just to take down the Tusk, which really isn't that relevant because Sniper is just hitting you, bringing you lower and lower. Nicely done by Secret, just securing the Roche fight and the Aegis.
Also, I feel like a bit of luck went Secret's way. Into the Breach decided to leave the triangle. They went low ground. They were spread it around. They only had one area to fight in a choke point. And since you don't have, like, 28 minutes into the game and Aghanim's on Disruptor, which would be absolutely out of this world if he did have it, they're just going to use their BKBs and fight through it, and they're like, we don't care.
Radiant are scanning.
Just leaving that high ground position on ITB, they basically have no superiority in that fight. And they didn't actually even need the DD to win that fight either. It was just a nice luxury on top to secure 100%. Like, we're going to win this fight anyway.
They smoke up. With the Aegis, with all the BKBs refreshed, like this is the moment, right? The Daedalus on Sniper.
Yep, and a Crystallis on your team.
Yep.
You got both.
You got both, yeah.
Onto Supreme they go, gonna get caught, and no chance for him, at least for the time being. The Sunray is doing a decent amount of healing at least, so...
It did a ton,
He's
like he
not
got
gonna
healed.
die.
He got healed so damn much. Plus, obviously, he's a Huskar. That Berserker's blood coming in clutch.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they found Otokar. Gonna have to force out the shapeshift, but he's chained up, and these chains are lasting for an eternity. You've got that 15 talent up on Crystallis. You ain't going anywhere, Wolfie.
The
You've been
dragon.
chained.
Can they get the dragon as well? What do you think they can? Of course. Meanwhile,
Of course they can. Solid work. Extra 250.
it's
250?
it's interesting that they didn't try to go on mid lane, because on top you see 3 heroes messing with Lycan. There's only Boom and Armel on mid, but 4 of you are still not feeling very comfortable engaging on them. Yeah, I think if you're into the breach right now, there's only one thing that you can do, and that's wait for the Aghanims on Huskar. Once he gets the Ags, which is quite far away, you might be able to do something. Until then, you'll just feed kills like this.
Oh man, he just got caught by the chains at the same time as he cast this DP. Teleport cancelled. Yeah, ITB, I think they're running out of time, right? Like their timer's kind of up at this point. This draft is only going to get harder versus Secret.
Pretty much, yeah. Just until there's Ags on Huskar, and once there's Ags, you can catch Ember, you can catch Sniper as well. Like one other huge item that you could get is Aghanims on Disruptor, but he's not really building it. Like he never started.
Decent attempt here into the Sniper. Get the life break out. He might just die for the first time, and he will. He still has BKB. Which is the best approach ITB's had this game. They need to capitalize on top of it. Tusk in trouble. Will go down. Egg on the high ground. Will come being placed down as well. Sniper in trouble. Sniper being surrounded. Armel down to 100 HP, and Armel will go down. ITB. They've still got some fight left in them. Crystal is trying to make the jump away, but he's got his BKB. He's going to be fine. Static Storm does not touch him at all. And Yamic's BKB doesn't really matter. Supreme's going to pick up an ultra kill. And ITB, we talked about, their timing is running out, but they still got some fight left in them.
Damn, like I really didn't expect them to take such a good team fight after everything I've seen in the last 10 minutes. Like nothing huge has changed. Yeah, they have a blink on Huskar, but it wasn't that massive. It's just Zibe with his nasty little pangolier just dominated the fight. Killed off the Sniper once, then again as well, and Sniper was so out of position that nothing really mattered. Like yeah, you get the Aegis BKB afterwards, but it doesn't matter because you're right next to everyone, so you can't really get out. He has a pike, he doesn't have a shard, so I think that shard might be
Shard could be very useful this
decent
game,
pickup for him.
Also, the fact that Immersion got the perfect egg placement, like you just dived onto the high ground, onto the edge of it. There's nobody around. The entire enemy team is sitting on the low ground, just far enough, but not too far away. So they're still going to be stunned by that as well. Perfect ulti usage from ITB.
I feel like no one could have. If you're controlling the Sniper, chances are the egg isn't dying anyway, right? Like if the Sniper is being attacked, then he has to worry about himself.
And that was the best fight for ITB, like getting all of their ultis at once, not just like, we use 2 now for a pick-off and then we have nothing for the next battle. This was some really good ulti usage all over.
Yeah, and you know what's huge as well? All of the kills went to Huskar, like he got an ultra kill, so he literally had no gold, now he has 3.8k. He almost has that full Aghanim Scepter completed. And with the Ags, like, the game changes significantly. Like, my vision was, yeah, he's gonna get Ags, but it's gonna be too late, right? Like, he's gonna get Ags, Sniper is already gonna have an item or 2 extra. But now it's really not like that. He's almost got it. Like he'll be able to get on top of both the Ember and the Sniper.
Yep. And now with the Abyssal Blade almost ready on the Pango as well, it can just control the Sniper. Not only with just the Rolling Thunder stuns, force out his BKB, you can still attempt to disarm. But then you can also throw in that Abyssal. I'm sure that he's definitely not going to be shooting anybody on your team. And then you think about the Halberd on Husker. There's a lot of good tools on the side of ITV to just render Armel useless this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Or not, yeah, Armel, exactly. Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one. That's the one. That's the one you're looking for.
For a moment, I was like, Crystal the Sniper. Like,
I mean, Crystallis is also hurting right now, so you wouldn't be wrong with him. Like, he's got Dazzle. They are trying to perhaps catch him. But he's out for now.
At least.
Courier has been killed.
Courier sniped there at the secret shop. The dragon takes a bite. Or actually, in this case, just burns the poor Courier alive.
I love how the outlook on the game can change so hard. Like, for me at least, after this last fight. And they're under vision.
Oh, but this time, Secret's the one holding the high ground position. Husker already dropping fairly low. They got the Static Storm, but Supreme is down. This time, they do not get anything out of this fight. Shippe even rolling Thundering away. Boom, chasing them right now. Sniper ulti to connect onto Immersion, and a lot of magical bursts that will be finished off by the Ghosts. The Spirits even in this case, and Respect also down.
That's
so easy.
That's just so sad. Like, you got everything you needed from that last fight, and then you jump in like that into 5 heroes. My god, like, if he just had a little bit more patience, if he lets the Pango initiate, you know, like, let the Pango cook. Let him cook things up. Let him make a mess, you know, like a good broth. Let him jump in, and then you follow up. You're the chicken in that broth, you know? You need to wait up a little bit. But he just goes in, straight up. There's no water in the pan as well. He gets burnt. That analogy I'm gonna stop with, but yeah, you got my point.
Yeah, it's fine. But we got the main point out of that. It is a bit dry. Dry and burnt. Roshan is up. This one is much faster than the previous one, and it is also an Aghanim's Blessing. Ember would love to pick that one up. Crystallis would have more free reign in these team fights with extra remnants and having that max movement speed. Yamich. I love how this Yamich Monkey King, like his net worth in game 1, now into this game 2. 13,000 almost, building up an AC after already having BKB, Diffusal Blade, holding a gem. This guy has no boots. Monkey need no boots.
Yeah. It's the Kuroki school of Monkey King, right? Like, you play position 5, you're actually the... Well, he's a 4, whatever, but you're a carry. And Yamich, in last game, he was really strong on the Monkey, this one as well. Okay. You can't be too complacent now if you're Secret, because you can get punished if you're taking Rush, if you're all together. There's still Static Storm, there's Egg to worry about.
ITB, they're taking a wraparound towards the high ground position. You see that they're not there. Secret's still around the Roche Pit.
I just want to see Pango initiate first, right? Like, if they are gonna fight, let Pango do the brunt of investigating
now,
first.
ITB, you're gonna be late. They're gonna miss on this one. Aegis on the ground. Aghanim's picked up as well. Jeez. Now ITB still gonna stay around. Very risky fight if they do. They see Puppy teleporting away, I think. They might have seen him on the edge of vision. At least the wolves were running past, so yep. Free Roshan for Secret. Ember picks up the Aghanim's. More remnant charges.
Nice for Ember. With that Skadi as well, he becomes a bit harder to kill, but keep in mind that Otaker does have a Hex. So with the Lycan Hex and with the Aghanims on Huskar, I do believe that they still have ways of killing everyone. They just have to be very careful when it comes to just engaging the fights. If these heroes are isolated and alone, they're gonna die for sure. So it's on Zibe again. Like, he dominated. He basically won that tier 2 mid team fight. If he can do something similar,
They've got some vision. They've got themselves the shapeshift coming out. They're going to isolate the Ember Spirit in the fight. The Hex is going to work wonders, and they will finish off Chrysalis. They've got Yamit in the middle of the fight as well with the Wukong's command and fighting against Supreme. Supreme's going to be in big trouble. X going to be spawned out. X going to disappear in no time. And even if they killed the Ember Spirit, they're going to pay a heavy price. That's going to be a third casualty. Respect will fall. Puppey will finish him off with the shards.
Yep.
And
3
ITB
heroes.
losing 3.
They're losing 3. They killed the Ember. Is it worth it? Probably not. 100% not. But more or less, that's how the fights should look like. It's not just Huskar jumping in first and being obliterated.
Seen that one happen before. That's a Secret just showing a bit of extra dominance here. Ship it.
Yeah, he's
wants
just
to clear out the
defending
wave.
a bit, yeah. Exactly. What would have been if that's how they fought the triangle fight, right? Like when they lost all 5 heroes. If they initiated a little bit better back then, things would have been different.
Yeah, and also that Roshan situation would be completely open because ITB, they did win the fight before that. Everything went, you could say, pretty much perfect. Everything that they needed to get in that fight happened. And then they were just down a man when they took that second fight towards the triangle. Big wave pushing in top, the Lycan shard, those extra wolves being a bit pesky. And I think they don't actually see Yamich here in mid. No way that they can actually cut him down from a tree either. Would have to be a perfect perfect read on the situation. Angle splitting the bottom wave. The only hero outside of base from ITB. Everybody else just holding the high ground position.
Chilling. It's the best part of the game, you know, when you're playing, you're just chilling on high ground thinking, how do I get off? Where do I go? They're everywhere, you know? When I say best, I mean the worst. No one likes this
Chilling
part.
but not killing.
Yeah, no one likes this part. There's like a creep wave coming and all of you are looking at each other like rabid dogs, like who gets the creep wave? Who gets the gold?
The supports are just looking at the clock and, you know, like reading their Roche timers on their little notebook. Yep, I think that's just enough time, you know. I'll just keep buying these wards out of stock. I'll just make sure the smokes are always bought too. There is a tome for Secret that they haven't bought. Who do you think you want 25 first on?
Who's the closest? Sniper, right?
Sniper, yeah.
Yeah. I guess you can give it to Sniper or to Ember. Like both of them are really close. Sniper
Yep.
plus 100 attack range. Let's go, baby.
It's always nice to have.
Or
Or
the
the extra
shrapnel.
slate charges.
Yeah.
Since you have Ags on Ember, would you rather have the Remnant charge time or is Slate of Fist charges just always superior?
I think you'd still take the slight.
Oh, they see Otakar. Yamich right on top of a BKB. Pop goes for the teleporter wave, and Puppey's there for the cancel. That's going to be your carry down. Oh no, Shapeshift used as well inside the shards. Poor Wolfie.
Puppey just being in the right position and then the right shards as well, just to lock him in. Poor Wolfie indeed, yeah.
Trapped inside a cage of ice. Shibe is building a second sheepstick for the team. Yeah, they really want to max out on that crowd control. Why not? Phoenix also has a second halberd. I think these are the items you can easily overlap. Doesn't matter. Like, the more the merrier. They can just chain stun the cores at the side of Secret. Like the way that they've been doing on Chrysalis and onto Armel. Yeah, good things have happened. Boom, scouting out with his Trickster's Cloak. Under vision. There's a DD on Pango, not the scariest thing, but it will hurt.
Yeah, they're all down here besides the Lycan, right? So maybe you don't want to take a fight. Let's see. Ember. Sleight of Fist, he's out.
Oh, forced out an ult. At least he gets that Rolling Thunder out of the way. Still level 22, so doesn't have the 25 talent either for the reduced cooldown.
I should probably get back now. Like, they can't fight anymore. Without the Rolling Thunder, you need it.
It's actually huge when you have quickening charm. You can get spell present, but already like quickening charm and then the 25 talent. You almost have like what 15 to 20 seconds cooldown on Rolling Thunder from the moment you use it. It's like almost 100% uptime. Almost. Use it twice in a fight. Depends on the duration of the fight, at least. Right now, they seem to be pretty quick engagements. All just about the lockdown. G's still on the DP. One of the extra items still out there. Ember had actually bought Aeon Disc, and last time you sent, we said we saw the Aeon Disc. It was not locked.
Ooh. Where did he go?
This one is respect. Yep, I
What
did not
happened?
see him there.
Chrysalis is moving in.
Scouting out for information. He sees a lot of heroes here. Yamage's BKB being burnt. An egg. Oh no, the egg might just blow up, or will
Maybe
it?
not.
Here they go through. Armel doesn't get the misses on the high ground. The sniper's gonna get stunned up with the BKBs. Can they still fight back? Supreme. He's gonna take a hell of a lot of damage, and he's down. Otaker BKBs runs away. Sniper. He's getting bullied by an Ogre Bruiser, but the Ogre Smash never goes through. Immersion down. ITV have to back out. Oh, Secret.
Sometimes
I
in
feel
the,
like that was a small moment of their, wiping sweat off their brows, but in the end, they're just completely fine with it.
sometimes a really good thing in a team fight baits you out. Like that egg. That egg was in a really nice position. It managed to pop, but at the same time, like you're going in way too deep. Huskar, at this point, like you have the eggs, you can control the sniper, but he's way too strong. Lycan might fall here too.
Maybe
He's
going
got
to
the
take a
Hex,
decent amount of damage. He's got the Hex on one, but the body blocks ain't going to be enough. There's a glimpse to push the Ember away. It's a Sniper ulti as well. Crystalis on the high ground. He's just outside the kinetic field. Doesn't matter. Boom's going to finish him off, and Shive might just follow suit. Sniper throwing in some hits. Another Assassinate. This is going to be enough.
Misses.
The dodge.
Yeah, the dodge is there. It's like I promise you, I've lost more team fights that started off well for me than those that started off badly for me, you know? Like, they start off well, you think, okay, we got this, and then suddenly you get baited in something that's not really that favorable. Like that last fight, yeah, the egg did pop, but at the same time, Lycan already used his Hex on Ember, so Ember could do whatever the hell. You had no control for the sniper as well. All the BKBs, like 5 BKBs on the side of Secret were popped, so you couldn't really control anyone with the Pangolier. The Abyssal, yeah, sure, a little bit, but that's about it. The Disarm on Sniper came way too late. He already healed up with the Satanic. So, unfortunate for ITB, but they are 26k behind. If they want to win any fights, they really have to like converge on one target, eliminate it, maybe back out immediately after.
Indeedly so, and this, even with the amount of control that ITB has, this Sniper, if he gets in the right position, it is just it's an uncontested fight. Secret, they're way too strong at this point of the game. If they position correctly, ITB has too many problems to answer. 10 seconds for the next Roshan to spawn. But right now, Secret, they're just dominating the map. They're going to wait for Roche to get up. They even left a gem inside the pit. So they've got vision when he spawns, and he is up. Not going to do it. Don't need to leave a hero. We can just drop the gem on the ground, and that's now a refresher shard on top of everything that you already have. And another Agonist.
Who gets it?
Do
you get to
we
kick?
get Puppy? Do we get Puppy?
Does Puppy get to kick people around? Probably not, right? They give it to Monkey
King.
instead. Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, sure, why not? Let him spawn his clones
Hasn't
around.
let-
Yeah.
Let him cook or let him spawn. More monkeys into the fight.
I mean, he's hitting really hard, right? Already.
He is, yeah. He's like this pseudo carry now.
Radiant are scanning.
Into the breach. You have to fight against an Aegis. You have to fight against 2 cheeses. Might just be a bit too much sustain to work against. 34,000 lead. But this game, I honestly, I don't know what to believe with this gaming graph right now. It's very, very generous for ITV.
Middle barracks has fallen.
What's the graph? I didn't see it. What's the
21% for
21%?
IPD, so that is
Okay.
very generous.
It is. Like, I agree completely. 21%.
Husker. BKB used. Homage also uses his, but that's a support Monkey King in the end.
They do have Aghanims on Disruptor. So with this Ags, with the Ags from Huskar, like, if you can isolate the target, you can probably kill it. Lycan. Never lucky.
Gets the kill with the Havoc Hammer, out of all things, and gets the teleport away.
Actually, this time around, he kills Puppy and he TPs out after it.
Look how much gold he got for killing Puppy.
What the
1,027 gold for... Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the difference in
is
net
that
worth.
balanced?
Yeah, the difference in net worth between the teams, right? Like, you're 33k ahead. All the
That's
Aghanim
ridiculous.
scepters that you got from Roshan's, they stack up.
Yeah. Oh man, that is so much gold. Crystallis is having inventory issues. You know, you gotta assemble that as Aeon Disc at some point. And at least he's still getting some extras on top with the Daedalus, Refresher in the backpack. And a smoke up from Secret. You know, they're getting closer and closer to victory.
Yeah, like, he wants to keep this Aeon Disc for the Hex from Lycan, right? Like, once he gets hexed, he can pop it. Obviously, Pango has one, and if Huskar uses Axe, ulti on you, that's something that can help, but still gotta be careful. Like, Disruptor with the Aghanims is probably the biggest difference maker for the next fight, if he can get in position to actually pop it correctly.
At least into the breach. They're doing a pretty good job of still holding up some hopes in this game.
Is under attack.
Playing the map, they've got the wolf split pushing 2 lanes of racks. Well, 1.5 lanes of racks taken pretty early on. Secret, you could say that they're making a comeback, but this was kind of expected when you look at the draft. It's like, you know, if they can just survive a particular timing off of Into the Breach's draft, they should be on. They should have like the stronger hand.
Yeah.
But now it all just comes down to initiation on either team, really.
It was Into the Breach that, yeah, they were the ones coming back into the game from the get-go because of that pretty bad lane on mid. Like, it's to be expected. Like, snipers should do well against Huskar. He did. They got Supreme a couple of times, and then suddenly, instead of being this Huskar team that's dominating after the first rush, you are losing that first Aegis, and you're always feeling like a step behind. It is what it is, but the game has... Like, it's a 50-minute mark, right? Like, at this point, we're slowly getting into the area in which you don't know what the hell is happening anymore, like in teamfights, for these players as well. We're not there yet. Like, not everyone has a 25 and stuff, but we're getting closer and closer to the madness zone.
Yeah, talking about a bit of madness in terms of control. ITB, so Husker, Halberd, Phoenix, Halberd, Lycan, Halberd, Pango, building a Halberd. Snipers got under the skin.
As long as they use them, not at the same time, right? On the sniper. The problem is you're itemizing completely into shutting him down, right? At the same time, it's no longer only him. Like, Ember hits really hard with his Daedalus that you mentioned earlier. It's just been given to him. Then Monkey King as well with the AC, like, and the TX, like, he hurts, so you have to worry about some other targets as well. Good old Arcane Blink, by the way, queued up by Monkey King. Jump in, instant ult, instant jump out.
Yeah.
Boundless strike, it feels good.
Very, very, very nice to have. Quick stuns and quick teamfight ults. I think it really just comes down to speed, so might as well. Plus, the BKB cooldown reduction. That's also the big thing to have. Armel really punishing that Golem. Damn, this guy is sliding his way. Golem is like, I don't know what is peeping me, but, you know, big Golem just looks like he's skateboarding or something, or falling on top of ice.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, not skateboarding, but maybe rollerboarding is the right term to use there.
What's the rollerboarding?
Not like roller skates? Or wait, roller skating. Okay. Okay, I get you. I humble myself.
It's fine. I'm like, because there's so many of these new like
I don't even
types
know.
of skateboards, like long boards and stuff. So I'm like, okay, is this some new Finnish contraption?
Some kind of finished contraption. Oh, I mean, it could be. I have no idea. However, ITV, they've exited the base with the smoke. It's going to run out in a couple seconds. Secret holding on to a superior position. Moving out as well. There is a deep ward showing Puppy's location. But ITV, look how spread they are right now. Secret, they're basically like a couple units away from each other. They always have their auras up. But ITB, they were very spread for a moment. It's like they cannot fight when they finally get the possible opening. And it could have been jumping the Puppy Tusk. Not even the best opener for a team fight, to be honest. Armel in the front. Yamich is actually in the front. They're going to catch the Disruptor. And that's how quickly you delete a Disruptor support.
Anyone else?
On the chase, looking for a Husker here. He will get to use the life break. BKB is also taunted, but look at the damage. That's Supreme down. He's going to have to fight, but they're losing one by one. That's a third kill, maybe even a fourth one. Sibe trying to make a run for it to the fountain. Will be able to get there. Respect trying to play for the glimpse onto Puppy's Tusk, and he will get him. But the BKB on your pause 5 support. You ain't going to get him. You're not going to get us.
I was calling for this chaos in fights, right? Because it's minute 54, 55, but then again, they're 50k ahead. Like, it doesn't really matter what chaos you're bringing to fights, how many halberds you have. When there's a sniper from a mile away hitting you with Daedalus, like, he doesn't care about backdoor protection as well, which will disappear right now, so they will most certainly get all 3 sides. Like, Huskar has buyback, but even with the buyback, you don't have Disruptor's ulti yet. Maybe
Even
you...
out the situation in terms of buildings as well. Now they get the mega creeps.
I think you wait for the throne push and then you buy back together with Static Storm.
Yeah, Lycan doesn't have a teleport for 10 seconds, so it's going to be in a very difficult situation. They start the fight without him. Chibe with the Rolling Thunder. Pops the Lincolns off of the Sniper. That is the Abyssal Blade used. Still has Hex, but that Lincoln's will come off cooldown again. It is on the Monkey King, so he can just pop it on his mates. And Secret, they will back out. They force out buyback from Supreme. And yet another Roshan. 1 minute, 50 seconds.
They can wait for it, or they can just slowly close this game out. Like, you choke them inside their base, you pick off the Lycan that you see on the side, maybe, if that's possible, but the simplest and the most disciplined way of playing this, obviously, is to wait for Rosh. What do you think? What are the ways for Into the Breach to come back? Are there any? Is it possible?
I believe the only way you can do that is finding Ember or Sniper at the start of the fight. Like, that's the only thing. How do you get to that point? Do you sack a hero for Vision? Because I think Vision is one of their weak points right now. Lycan Wolves will disappear because they are holding on to a gem on the side of Secret. But if there's a chance you get to jump on Armel, you take that chance. I feel like it's the only win condition that they have. Find the Sniper, continue the fight from there, potentially force out a buyback, punish the Sniper again. And Secret is actually very vulnerable at that point.
Well, he's coming to you. Let's see if you can do anything about it. He's right outside of your base. You can see him, so...
These tier 4 towers are going to take damage.
Lycan popped his form.
And even the Howl doesn't seem to stop these creeps from doing work. Yamich is going pretty deep here, keeping vision, keeping eyes on top of the Disruptor. Respect throws in the kinetic field, tries to TP away, and nope. Won't use the whack, however, Otakar has to use his.
Ah, so close. Like, even the pike used by a Sniper on Puppy to try and catch him, but wasn't fast enough. Yeah, they had to TP back because, man, like, Lycan popped his form and he had the Ice Shaman. You don't mess with Ice Shamans, ancient shamans. They take your throne.
Yeah, they start doing some kind of hoodoo on you. You don't want to mess with them too much. But that Roshan is going down super fast. And maybe now Puppy finally gets his Aghanims, or is it going to go for Boom this time? Puppy gets it. Puppy gets the kick. Gets to kick someone.
He's
With
the
his
only
Aegis-
one, right? Like, is there anyone else that needs it? No, DP could have
DP
taken
has
it.
a decent one, yeah.
I mean-
Movement speed slow is very nice, but now, oh, look at that. The jump comes out. Puppy and Boom, they just stop caring. They just go straight in. They've got Disruptor isolated. Husker low on HP. Supreme tries to back away. Crystallis, he's forcing the fight to split into two different directions. And Armel, just stand and fight. Just shoot away. Yamich with the two-man stun onto Phoenix, onto Husker. Supreme tries to run out, but he realizes the situation. It is hopeless. It is a dieback. Egg to destroy. Otakar on the run. Chains on two. And the GG call finally comes out. It took us 59 minutes and 73,000 gold for Secret to take this sweep.
The 4 heroes getting the Aghanim shard. A lot of refresher shards, the cheese on Ember, cheese on Monkey, cheese on DP in the end as well. Like, solid gameplay by Team Secret. Like, definitely. They played one of those clean games from the get-go, and then later on, there was a small moment. Like, that one team fight changed everything for me, right? Like, when they got on top of Sniper, they killed him off. They got a full axe out of that fight on Huskar. I thought that Into the Breach could maybe take it, but yeah, I think a little bit of experience there definitely working in Secret's favor.
Yeah, experience for sure being one of the things. Like, just being cautious about the engagements that they take. We saw them do these fake backs, well, not fake backs, but actually backing early enough multiple times in game 1 and game 2, but understanding that all we need to do is to survive through a period of time where we will outscale ITB, and we have so many more tools to work with, especially with this Monkey King support. Like, you basically transition a support into another core role, and of course, you look at Puppy, you're facing against physical damage, he even built up a Wraith pack to finish off things in the end. You got 5 BKBs on your team, your opponent has 1. So all they had was halberds and abyssal blades, different types of ways to control the fight, but you're still going up against 5 BKBs. Like, these team fights are really, really hard for ITB to handle. But like you said, they had this one good team fight, which is literally the one we're watching right now, where it felt like, oh, this is the fight where they can still keep themselves in. They basically went to take 2 lanes of racks momentarily from that moment. So things were looking still pretty good for them. However, they weren't able to replicate that fight.
Yeah, like if they manage to maybe take the next fight properly in a way in which Pango goes in first, you know, and then you follow up, he's the one controlling the fights, then the Huskar can do whatever. Like, I really thought that we might see game 3, but at that one point. And then what happens is Huskar feels a little bit too Huskary, you know. Supreme feels like, yeah, I got this, boys, like, I just want a team fight. Jumps in, nothing happens, he just dies, gets completely obliterated. And it just isn't a game in which Huskar can jump in alone, right? Like, you're playing versus Exorcism, you're playing versus Sniper that's hitting you, Desolator on Chrysalis. Like, you will die extremely fast if they get on top of you. So maybe another thing that could have been changed a little bit is the supports, right? Like, the supporting duo, the Phoenix and Disruptor. Maybe if they had something a bit more active out of those 4 and 5s, the game would have been a bit different for them early on, but it's really hard to say. Like, it was a Huskar game in the end. They banned out the AA, they went for the Huskar, they went for the cheese didn't work.
It definitely did not. And if you think about an MVP for this series, there's 2 names that come to mind. I'd start off with Armel, but I think Yamich is the one who deserves it here. Like, this Monkey King, throughout the series, just the way that he's able to get those items, the farming pace as a support, and like the amount of chaos he provides and actually just gives straight up a team secret. He's outplaying ITB multiple times. I would say Yamich is really MVP worthy here.
It's kind of, yeah, sure. Go with the Monkey. For me, it's hard to take it away from the Sniper, who had like a pretty good game on the mid lane. He soloed the Huskar, like, he literally did everything that he needed to. But then again, Monkey, yeah, he's had a couple of nice pickoffs. He was jumping across the trees, playing Monkey twice in a row. The series MVP, definitely. The game MVP, sure, Sure, I can see it.
I mean, he's doing like both worlds here. He's playing both support. He's also getting to see the core side of life as well. So I think adaptability into both sides is good to have. But Secret, they take the series, and we have an interview ready. So let's dive in with our mid player, the sniper. Armel is going to be joining us. Armel, congratulations on your win versus ITB. You played against them in in Division 1 before. You got to play them against here. Do you feel like you guys had them, under your boots? You were prepared for this series. You knew you were going to beat them.
I mean, we're just kind of confident. We're prepared to in terms of drafting. So yeah, just pretty chill.
You guys were very careful, especially in this game too, to take the engagements that you wanted. Do you feel like this was more of a timing thing? You guys just wanted to stretch out the game as far as you possibly can, knowing that ITB's draft is kind of focused on early game, early mid game, and you can just take it in the end. Was that something you talked about in comms of like, no rush, no worries here, or was there something else going on?
I think we didn't actually talk about it, but like we kind of feel like the game is getting kind of like hard because of their heroes, and we kind of packed up so hard in the mid lane too with their ages. So that's the game went south. But we're pretty confident going in the late game.
Do you feel like the team was also very confident with the first series and now this one, looking obviously towards getting back to Division 1? You feel like you guys were just having a good time and enjoying your time here? What's the mentality in the team?
I think as of now, personally, I'm not really thinking about that. Like, I'm just trying to do my best, like each game, and see how it goes.
All right, Lizard, you got something on your mind?
Yeah, you're doing your best. It looks really nice so far, man. Like, good job. How hard is it to do your best next to Puppy? Is he scary? Like, are you afraid if you do something wrong?
A bit. I feel like if I do something, he's gonna punch me. Yeah.
Right?
Just kidding.
Does it make you?
Just
does it
kidding,
make you
just
play? Wait, what is that?
Hold up,
let him cook. Yeah. Do they let you cook? Do they let you cook, Carmel, or do you get to play what you get to play and that's it?
Yeah,
Can you ask for your heroes? Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Can you ask for your heroes? Like, or is it just whatever they give you? You play whatever is given.
I think it's just like whatever. I play mostly everything, not maybe just heroes, but yeah, I just listen to Papi. He give me what he wants.
Okay, it's good to have that versatility. And wait, are you playing in Europe pubs right now? You are, right? What's the difference?
I think in Europe it's more like, I don't know. Maybe I used to see pubs a lot. Like, I feel like in Europe they easily give up in pubs. Like, if someone shit happens in pub, like, okay, GG, and thank you.
Do you feel like
we
the
always go
experience
like
is
60
better?
minutes. Sorry?
Do you feel like the experience is better in SEA or West Europe?
I think in terms of pub, I kind of like see more, but of course the team dynamic, for sure Europe is much better, honestly.
All right. That's fair enough. I mean, Lizard knows all about the EU pubs from many years. But going forward from this series, I mean, you just closed out a 2-0. You're going up against Dota 2 Hustlers. Is that the series you guys are waiting for? You kind of mentioned that you just want to take one game at a time. Is this the big one, or do you think there's another big opponent waiting for you in this
I think
division?
probably the biggest opponent is probably gonna be Old G, Seb's team. So yeah, that's the one thing I'm really looking forward. But I'm not gonna be underestimating other teams.
All right. Well, we're gonna let you go and continue with the practice with the team, and hopefully you get to enjoy the West Europe pubs a bit more.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.
And there we heard from Armel, the mid player from Team Secret. They take a clean 2-0 versus Into the Breach. So we're done pretty quickly with our first series, but there's plenty of more Dota to come. However, from this interview, Lizard, what did you take? Like, Armel, he seems like, yep, super focused, but also feeling that kind of Team Secret vibe already.
Yeah, playing whatever he is given to play because he's he's a versatile player, very flexible. He's been around forever now, right? Like that's why they got him in Team Secret. So I think the vibe is solid, but this is a vibe after winning a series, right? Like after winning 2-0, I wanna see them maybe drop a match or two and then talk to them again afterwards. See where the things are going. Like I want to see them in Division 1. That's basically what it is, because this team does not belong in Div 2.
That is for sure. I'm pretty sure everyone also agrees the Team Secret is going to be battling their way back to Division 1 for sure. Nothing else will suffice for them. We've got 2 more series coming up today with Alliance versus PuckChamp and Ancient Tribe versus Old G. But for now, we are going to be taking a bit of a break until the next series begins. I believe we have about 20, 30-ish minutes until the next game kicks off. So this is a good time for you to get your refreshments, take your break, whatever you need to do right now, and come back for Alliance versus PuckChamp here with T-Pan and Lizard at PGL. We'll see you after the break.
Oh, someone say this one.
I can't help like this.
Yeah, they burst me.
I'm hitting that Ascar. I'm hitting Ascar, guys. I'm hitting Ascar.
I'm going
Kill him. I can hit the egg after.
I'm going on these guys.
Okay.
I'm going on.
I can give you guys vision.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. I'm dead for 60.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
As it is time once again, we've already finished out one series of the day, and we saw Secret take over Into the Breach. 2-0 clean sweep, nada given for ITB. But it's time to move onward to the second series here, the West European Division 2. With T-Pan and Lizard, we've got Alliance versus PugChamp. Alliance, the team that has stayed in Division 2. They lost the tiebreaker possibilities to get to Division 1 last tour. And then we have PugChamp, a team that we've seen in the East European Dota scene, in Division 2, in Division 1, again in Division 2, and now grinded through the qualifiers to the West European Division 2 with a bit of a shift in their roster. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with PugChamp Lizard, but what do we take of their roster? We have the ex-Navi, Sweden Strong. We've picked up ex-Ivy carry low skill.
But wait, they're completely Navi, right? Like it's the ex-Navi stack. Because if I recollect correctly, they were picked up by Navi when they got into Division 1. And then obviously now they're out of Division 1, so they're back to PugChamp. Am I correct, or is it some other
Partially,
team?
yes.
I think so.
Only Sweden Strong and Lays basically followed through. We've got Lorenov, who's been, around in different teams. Low skill played with Ivy before, and Kidara was with Into the Breach. But
Okay.
it has some Navi remnants for sure.
Some of them at least, yeah. Okay, cool. Anyways, I don't know, I'm looking forward to this match. It's Navi versus Alliance. A little bit stretching it there, but you can make the storyline. We'll see. I haven't watched Alliance in a really damn long time. Coming into this lobby, I even had to just look at who their players were. I honestly had no idea, because Alliance for me, I don't know, they kind of dropped from the face of the earth ever since they got into Division 2, and that's been a long time ago. But they do have some really nice players, obviously, still in the team. Some new blood coming in. Some interesting setup with players that are from SCA coming into Europe as well, like Ponlo and Chuyan, right? Actually, Chuyan, he was playing in a couple of Chinese teams as well, if I recollect correctly, on the mid lane, and then he was shifted from the mid lane to the off lane to the safe lane. He plays everything.
Yeah, it was brought up from Team Aster, Chuan, and with Arthur, he basically brought the SCA players with him to the team, and now that they've already had one tour to mesh together, now looking into the second tour, they should be looking like a formidable force. However, already dropping a series, to Team Secret, but, you got the hardest opponent right away to start things off. Now you look at a qualifier team up against you. But on the side of that, before we jump into the draft, of course, a quick shout out to our sponsor, esportsbet.io. They do have the same campaign going on, which if you haven't taken advantage of, go for it right now. The Watch to Earn platform. Make an account, log in, and all you need to do is just start watching games to start earning some tokens for yourself. That is 3,000 tokens, the equivalent of $3 USD per hour, and it's all yours. That's all you need to do. And watch some games, start earning. This matchup, though, very interesting in a sense of Alliance looks like a favorite for sure, and PugChamp, they've already kind of established that they're an org that comes up with these interesting hot players. Maybe one or two get sent off to another team, kind of like what the storyline last year was with Bait. They had the Watsons. What was the other guy that I should remember right now? Basically, it felt like it's another academy team-ish type of team, where then they have to kind of struggle with what's remaining. But now that they did a bit of rebuilding, a new interesting roster, I'm always excited to watch Lays play. I think Lorenov has always been a guy that when he comes around, he's formidable. He's a mediocre. Maybe sometimes he pops off from time to time. It's like that mid-player matchup that I'm really looking at. Chuan versus Lorenov. Anything can happen, really.
Yeah, a lot of really good players that perhaps you don't expect them even in Division 2, right? Alliance for me is forever gonna be Division 1 team, no matter what, how poorly they've been performing for how many years now, 3, 4, it doesn't matter.
It's been a while.
They still have a special place in my heart, the Dream Coil, man. It all goes back to it. It all goes back to Alliance, to TI3.
The golden years.
Makes me feel a bit old, definitely, but at the same time, like, I want to
You
see...
have the right.
You know what, like, it's fun watching all these new teams, sure, but I want to see the old names in Division 1. I want to see Alliance. I want to see Na'Vi in Division 1. I want to see Secret and Nigma in Division 1. Like, we're living in some weird timeline in which these teams are in Division 2, and I'm like, what the hell is happening?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about during TI10, that we're living the new era of new Dota players that have been stepping in, while the old guard, the veterans, have been kind of retiring one by one. And this matchup particularly, like when we start diving into the draft itself, which is live, there's potential for, like, if this guy plays this hero, like, oh, interesting. We don't get to see this too often. It's like, yep, that's a comfort. And I think in these matchups particularly, you look at, like, the carry matchup. Low skill Charlie. Somewhat similar types of heroes in their hero pool. Lorenov and Chuan in the mid lane. I think that's really the lane to watch, to be honest. Like, these guys, how can they pull off the best out of a difficult situation? Are we going to see a very skill-based matchup in the mid lane? Especially now that you already see an Ember Spirit and a potential Pango coming out. The Ember, of course, we see it as a bit of a counter towards the Pango. You got the Roots versus him. He can't use his Rolling Thunder, can't get away. But both capable of dishing out damage against each other's, and there's small playmaking like capability on both ends.
Yeah, like it's nice. You get the Enchantress and Pango, right? Like Ench already into the Disruptor for me is solid in the lane. You also can get rid of Ember's Flame with Enchant. Like you can disenchant it with the Pango. It's a solid overall. Like I don't know. I just like seeing Enchantress. That's what I'm trying to fit her in with reasoning, but it's coming from from in hindsight. Like honestly, I just like Kench, and that's it. Like the hero is strong. It's being picked up everywhere. Like it's not nearly as popular as it should be. Like in Chinese region, it got picked up throughout the season, and Europe kind of picked up on her in the later portions of the season. But
are you a little friend?
I don't like little friends. No, not because of that. Like little friends are definitely not my favorites. But everything else around the hero is like position 4.
I say the same thing every time I'm casting with Fear.
Position 4 or position 5, sure, amazing. Anything else, maybe not as much. And little friends, definitely not.
Already rapidly heading into the second phase. Bans as well. They've really taken, like, not a lot of time to think about what the, special indicators. Like, okay, they're going into a different type of draft. They're pulling away from the usual patterns. This has just been a rapid-fire draft so far. A lot of cores being banned out. We see all the basic meta ones. Of course, we've got the Enigma for Lays being targeted. Lorenov already picking up the Ember Spirit, most likely, unless low skill. He could also pull off the safe lane Ember. We just saw Crystallis play it too. Could also be West European meta, that you just pull off the Ember into the safe lane and have the potential of flexing it.
The Ember is definitely flexible, so the hero itself can... Like, there were patches in which she was played on 4 as well, so all of that is definitely doable. I do think Ember should be played into the Pango here. Like, you just play him into the Pango, you have a decent time. But Alliance, they pick up a Silencer. Like, this Silencer used to be... I'm not saying it's gonna be. Like, 99% it won't be. But it used to be one of the best counters to the Ember in the lane. Like, you play against him mid lane, Ember is sad boy throughout the game. Like, he cannot do a lot. But the hero itself just isn't as strong anymore in a core position, so I don't think we'll see it.
Yeah, this has easily got to be the fastest draft we've had all year. This is going so fast. Already the double pick from PuckChamp with the DP Monkey King. Monkey as an answer to the Pango. You've got the Death Prophet already expecting Alliance to go for the potential carry pick here in the second phase, hence the Slark and the Drow band. So they're like, well, we're going to put the DP against you, most likely. And we see a Terrorblade come out. It's a pretty decent TB game, if you ask me.
Well, yes and no. Like I feel like it's good. There are some good things against you already.
Yep.
Like
Hence the decent.
yeah, like the Ember AoE damage that he's bringing to the table later on is pretty solid.
Seconds remaining.
DP can itemize not super well against you, but she can sort of be a problem. I think the lane itself should be decent for the TB, and that's one of the good things, right? The nice things. And
Yeah.
keep in mind that PuckChamp, like they have this option. I think you mentioned it, like Monkey 4 with DP on the offlane, and then you last pick your carry with the Disruptor. And this carry could be your Sniper, could be your SF. You know, these are sort of heroes, like a Morphling even. Like you could pick heroes that are really good into the Terrorblade as your last pick, and leave the Monkey on 4.
5 seconds.
Well, that would make maybe this Terrorblade pickup a little bit vulnerable right now.
Yeah.
They banned the Morphling.
I feel like one of the weaknesses for the Terrorblade, I feel like, is actually in the lane if going up against the Death Prophet, because the flat damage now on the Siphon actually hurts this Terrorblade a lot. The things that go your way is Reflection and keeping the distance of this Death Prophet, just having a full duration link. You've got a decent amount of movement speed on Terrorblade. You can keep the distance away, but that Siphon really hurts, and the Crypt Swarm. Like, this hero really doesn't have a lot of HP, and it makes up for it with armor.
Yeah, it does. It does. Like the lane itself can be a problem, but keep in mind it's a TB. Like it's still the same hero. You lose the lane, you're level 4. You go into the jungle, you still farm up the same. You know, it doesn't really. It hurts you, but it's not like the lane. Terrorblade just farms the jungle very well and very easily from the get-go. So the lane is you get what you can. If you can dominate the lane and win it, like perfect, even better. If you cannot, there's still jungle. You go there, you have a decent time. It doesn't really matter.
You always have an option, yeah. I think that's where the silencer really comes into the picture. If they can get good combinations, spell combinations out, you've got a lot of slow. You get the Arcane Curse and the Reflection on top of it. Like the opponents that are harassing you or trying to dive you, they are at like less than 200 movement speed easily. So Metamorph can be a very powerful tool in the lane. But outside of that, PuckChamp, they're banning out offlaners Alliance. Most likely Chewin will be putting this Pango into the mid lane versus the Ember Spirit, and we just need an off lane for S4, who really does like his last pick. Like most of the time, we were covering West Europe last tour, Division 2. It just really wanted to get S4's hero pick into the final phase, if possible. Wants to make sure he has a good lane matchup for himself.
Yeah,
Charlie usually picks his carry in the second phase.
He's drafting, so he wants to have the last pick. And he looks at everyone else and he's like, yo, how many of you guys have TI? How many of you guys have Aegises? No? 0? I'm last pick. Get the hell out of here.
He has the last say.
I
He has
get
the last word.
pick. I get the Aegis. I get the last pick.
Yeah, it is Hunskin and S4 who do the majority of the talking. I had a chat with Arthur, the coach of the team. Had a bit of an interview with him. I know Arthur from his casting days. We also cast together. But kind of talking more about like the Alliance teams, like S4 and Hanskin. Like they do most of the planning, and then Arthur just helps alongside that things go according to plan.
Look, I've never played in a team with S4. Maybe a couple of times he standed in. Or I stood in for some of his stacks, post-Alliance stage that is. But the guy controls everything on the map. Like, even in pubs, if he's having a decent game, at least a couple of years back, like, he would control every single thing that's happening if he needs to. Like, he's gonna tell you who's gonna gank mid at what time, where you have to be at what point. Like, he's very talkative and very informative to play with. Like, one of those...
Micromanaging the team,
Just micromanaging the team, which isn't always great for everyone. Like, it can hurt some players. Some players, they just need a little bit of, just let me play, please, you know? Like, I want to play my game, you focus on yourself. There are those kind of players, but when it comes to, like, big strategy in the game, there aren't many better minds that we have in Dota, like, than him. PuckChamp with the Bloodseeker. Okay, they just get a way to deal with the Pango as well. A hero that's, like, PuckChamp has obviously Eastern European influence in them, and Bloodseeker has always been that hero from the region. I don't know. You get that Maelstrom early on, you can get on top of the Terrorblade with a ton of magic burst, but It does put you on some sort of a like timer. I would say like you want to play the game much earlier. You don't really want to go extremely late.
Yeah. Low skill also kind of like when he plays this Bloodseeker, he has almost always the same type of item build. He goes for the face boots, Basher, Maelstrom, or Maelstrom into Basher. You have the BKBs probably built in between. But he also has had these, like the last time he played, he went for Manta style, but that's probably because of the matchup that he was up against. I could look it up, but I don't think it matters too much at this point. It is going to be the S4 Underlord that's going to be going up against them in the offlane. So Bloodseeker versus Underlord. I feel like Bloodseeker has a bit of an advantage in a sense of how much do you push the wave with this Underlord. How much do you actually get to trade off against this Bloodseeker? Because that's like your win condition, right? You need to constantly keep him low. You don't want to let him regenerate back to full. If you throw a couple hits in, he regenerates by healing a creep. You've lost all of it, basically. So you got to keep that pressure up.
And you're usually able to keep the pressure up as Underlord, so that should be fine for him. Maybe they can switch things up a little bit, put the Monkey with the Bloodseeker into the Underlord, and then his game is a bit harder. Do you have to do it? I think Disruptor is also pretty damn strong. Not sure. We'll see what they opt to go for. I think the lanes are decent for Bloodseeker team PuckChamp, right? Yeah, for PuckChamp, I feel like the lanes are pretty good. Like they have the answer to the Pango. I just want to see how much Enchantress is going to be able to do, because this hero can completely change the scenery in the first 10 minutes. If he has a good lane, if he has a good early game, like it can be really difficult for PuckChamp.
Yeah, and Enchantress, Ponlo, you know, that's a dynamic duo. Like, that's his go-to hero if possible. He will have a lot of early moves. Will try to stack the jungle. He will mostly also take the bullet for the team multiple times where he's trying to get information, harass and poke. Maybe he loses his life, but then he just kind of like retaliates as a team, you know? They will revenge for their Bombi that was just slain in the woods, you know? Like, they will always show up for the help. And Alliance, a lot of the time, they corral around S4. Like, when do we get the offlane to kind of kick into these games? Like, most of the time when we see, like, Tidehunter or something like that, it's, can we bait them into a good Ravage? So Ponlo might just be the one who baits it in, maybe loses his life, but then the team gets to retaliate. However, this is going to be game number 1 with Alliance versus PuckChamp in the West European 2nd Division. We see PuckChamp currently 0-1. They were able to take a map off of Ancient Tribe, and Alliance, we already mentioned, they got beaten by Secret in their first game, so that was you know, somewhat expected, you could say, but it was a 65-minute game, that game number 1 versus Team Secret, and they had a small opening that they could potentially still scale in. A Baton carry, having the Doom in the off lane at 65 minutes, that's like you have 2 pretty scary-looking cores in the team, but weren't quite able to close it out in that one. Lost the series 2-0. PuckChamp's going to be a bit of a different level opponent compared to Secret.
Yeah, and bruising and brawling on top lane. S4 already took a ton of damage. Meanwhile, Charlie as well on the other side.
And Sweden Strong just chasing around the Terrorblade a bit, getting a couple trades in. Triple bounties for Alliance. S4 was able to snatch one of those bounty runes in front of Low Skill and Kadaro, running in with the Firestorm. Always a bit scary, even if this level 1 Underlord. I feel like this hero is sometimes like you need to secure level 3 on this hero. It's kind of like Sand King. Like, you need to get those first 2 levels in, and then you can start to relax a little bit. But the early minutes, super crucial. Yeah, I feel like Sand King was... There's a Sand King?
That hero exists?
It's like,
so you need level...
Kind of an equivalent.
What do you get with Sand King on level 3? You still suck in the lane. It changes nothing.
I guess you could put it that way, yeah. Like, Sand King currently is just in a much of a worse place.
Yeah. Back in the day, I can definitely see it. Maybe you get level 2 Caustic Finale or level 2 Sandstorm, and you can play the lane
I guess I'm also stuck with my old habits.
Yeah. Haven't played Sand King in a year, I swear. Like, I need to look up my last game with Sand King.
I don't even know when I played the hero the last time either. Not really in my my hero collection.
Pombo gets a really nice creep on top lane. Like, he gets this ghost. This is very annoying. Like, Hidaro might even die.
Oh, can he get Kidaro? Ooh, he has to pop the fairy fire.
If he
the
dove
ghost
him-
will get killed by the tower.
If he dove him, maybe he would have killed him. But instead, Charlie gets the first blood on bottom lane.
Yeah,
Easy.
and Alliance are just playing with a lot of aggression early on, like both bottom lane getting the kill, top lane almost getting a secondary. Very important for this terribly. But at the same time, you are playing against the Bloodseeker. Despite you being level 1, level 2, having low health heroes, doesn't really mean that this Bloodseeker is going to be a massive threat. Once those levels start ramping up and people are going to be low, this Bloodseeker can see easy openings. You know, like it's like a new door opens, kind of like you're like, oh, I have another option, and that is I could play super aggressive, like overextend even to find these like quick
bottom
kills
lane,
for myself.
Hanskin gets really damn low. Like, you're right. Overall, Bloodseeker, he's waiting for his level. He got the 3 now, and maybe he'll be able to pressure them a bit. We'll see. He's playing into Underlord and Enchantress. This is not an easy lane to play against. And the first blood was dropped on bottom lane. Like, Charlie got it basically because of Metamorphosis, right? And now that the meta is gone, like, the lane becomes much easier for PuckChamp. So Sweden Strong will be able to mess around the woods, maybe even go get some bounty runes, pressure mid, control the runes.
Yeah, that's a total of, you know, plus 2 minutes, so 4 creep waves time to kind of relax a bit, and then you have to start getting ready again. Ready for the brawl. Sweden Strong really brawling Hanskin here.
Really strong, yeah.
We are out of regen for the time being. Another set of tangos just arriving for Charlie and his boots. Nothing too special going down in the mid lane either. A lot of denies, actually. You got 6 on Lorenov, you got 8 on Chuan. Both have been very active with
They're
this
going for
skill-based matchup.
Lysa again. Look at that. He's dropping real low.
Lay's really in big trouble. Hanskin does get killed off by Sweden Strong, though, with a Boundless Strike.
They tunnel vision.
away.
They're like, get this monkey off my back. I want to kill that prophet. They literally tunnel visioned hard into him, but it didn't net them the kill in the end.
Yeah. Lay is smartly using the Spirit Siphon as well to regenerate himself back up, knowing that Hanskin's going to be returning back into the lane.
Arcane Curse.
Something that you don't always want to do, but kind of have to.
Yeah, you usually want to save it for these brawls, right? But at the same time, you know how much damage you'll take from Arcane Curse level 2 plus Reflection. So, better safe than sorry. Keep yourself healthy enough, you know, to not get punished.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing to say to almost anyone. Just you know, keep yourself healthy.
Yeah, hydrate.
Low skill Kadaro attempting onto S4. Okay, they're not really attempting here. They're just poking him a bit there. Well, Metamorph used in bottom lays, taking some heavy punches from Charlie. One more should do. There we go. Oh, the salve saves it. Their stick even actually keeps him alive there.
Hanskin.
26 HP.
Hanskin was dropping real low on the other side. I think one lane that we didn't really talk about at all is mid. Like, Lorenov is not super dominating, but he is winning versus the Pango quite a bit. There's a reason.
He's building a gap.
Yeah, there's a reason why Ember is picked into the Pango often. Like, the lane itself is rough. They get Hanskin. Sorry, Hanskin gets the monkey with Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie still moves in with the final seconds of Metamorph. Gets himself the monkey kill. Plenty of brawling going on. Yeah, that was like the mid matchup. Like the denies were kind of racking up, but Lorenov seems to be pulling ahead. And bottle refill for Sweden Strong. As he TPs in to help out, and now he's going to roll straight back to the bottom lane, knowing there's no threat of the Metamorph. Easy time to use that for a bit of rotations. 6-minute rune spawning. We've got Ponlo on one side, we've got Sweden Strong on the other. Ember going to be leading up to the Enchantress, and Enchant on the Ember keeps him away. Haste rune spawns, Ponlo hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah, just
straight
takes
to the top lane.
takes off his Flame Guard as well. Once that is off, like, you have no business trying to even hurt the Enchantress, so he just goes back to the lane.
I wonder what Ponlo is going to be doing with all this distancing here. Could just pick up a Centaur Conqueror, as he does. See if they can get anything done with it.
I wanted him to go into the lane with it, but instead he's sending it mid. Like
Surprise gank on Ember, who's already level 6.
I mean, it's really difficult. You can stack your stuns up all you want,
Has been killed.
but I still don't think you're killing anyone on that mid lane. What's up with all the courier hate? Like Hidaro going for the courier, Enchantress diving the tier 2 for the couriers. Like, leave the poor couriers alone, man. Now he's rotating mid, like... I don't think...
That's already 3 courier kills so far in the first 7 minutes, so that's gonna be 4. No skill takes down 1 more.
This just really isn't a play, you know, as Enchantress player, like looking at the map and what you can do, like seeing this Ember that already has 6, it's just not a move. Like, you cannot kill him, there is no way. Even if you get a perfect stun from the Centaur, like, you will not kill him. However, on the top lane, like, the possibilities are endless. Like, killing the Bloodseeker, even killing the Disruptor. If I was Ench, I'd be literally just focused on top lane this game.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
We can move towards the mid lane, at least get some extra vision down. Hanskin.
Kidaro might
They
kill Ench.
see the monkey, actually. I don't think they did. Lorenov is going to be joining in. They will take down Ponlo. And fighting in the river, 2 versus 2. Rolling Thunder will be used. Ember Spirit in trouble. Lorenov about to fall.
Okay.
-2. Hanskin picks up a buff.
Nice Hanskin rotation. Like, he can definitely help Chuan. Like, if you're Silencer, you can rotate mid, and that's a kill. Like, if he's low enough, if they've been trading, like, you can kill him because of the silence. Enchantress, by the way, very unfortunate for Ponlo. He dies in the jungle.
Yeah.
To a solo Disruptor. Like, man, that feels so amazing if you're the Disruptor. It's like one of the best feelings that when you get the solo kill, you get closer to your 6.
Oh yeah, I also had to mention, last tour, we were getting angry messages from time to time about Alliance's mid players' names pronunciation, so I just want to give a heads up with the Chuan. You know, we know the Alliance of old days, but you're gonna have to get used to these new boys. Another courier dies.
Chuan?
Chuan, yes.
I mean, I've been pronouncing it the same way for like 5 years now, ever since this guy came into the scene. I got no hate mail so far.
Oh man, we got plenty.
Oh, poor
man. They just don't want to mess with Lizard. It's the one after this. Battle opportunity in bottom. They got the slow one too as they finish off Hanskin. Was Sweden strong going for the TP away, and he will be able to get out. And the Ember Spirit's not going to be as lucky. As for, we'll teleport straight back to the top lane. Glimpsed back, but he can just take the portal again. Like, you're not really going to send him away, are you? Enchantress coming in for the back. He's got the stun available. Chuan, he does end up getting ruptured, but the Firestorm will connect and do a bit of tick damage. And he landing on top of low skill, and he will be taken down by the Pango with the swashbuckle.
Chuan gets the kill on the Bloodseeker, and like yeah, that looked actually pretty cool because they glimpsed S4 and then they ruptured the Pango. I thought, man, this might end up being really bad for Alliance, but he had enough time to come back in, so it ended up being real bad for PuckChamp instead. As they ruptured, they tried to commit, they got punished for it.
Oh, they see Sweden strong in the tree. He's gonna have to move away. The fun thing was Disruptor throwing Glimpse on an Underlord adds his Fiend's Gate is literally there. He's like, oh, you're gonna send him away, he's gonna come back anyway.
Yeah, Silencer, Hanskin.
Well, there's an opportunity for the Silencer kill here, and Lorenov, who's already been shut down in a way, will at least be able to bounce back forward with a kill after dying twice. Top tower is gonna fall nevertheless.
Yeah, I think a trade will happen, probably Exorcism. Yeah, Exorcism straight up on the bottom lane. Now, do you want to contest this? That's the question. You probably don't if you're Alliance. Like, you already killed top, but you don't have Fiend's Gate, you're not in position really. So most likely what would be nice from Alliance is to pressure mid instead. Can they do it before tier 1 bottom falls? Unlikely.
Yeah, they haven't really been able to make a move towards it until now. With that top tower down, there's definitely a small opening. Well, Lorenov, however, is holding on to a haste rune on the Ember Spirit, so let's see if they want to defend this They have a glyph available, holding on to it for now. Orb of Corrosion doing a bit of work, helping with this push.
This is a greedy push. They have level 6 on Disruptor as well.
They might be able to take it. They've got the root on 2. PuckChamp sleeping past their luck. Global Silence. They've got a couple seconds. They need to finish off the tower, and they will be able to get some damage dealt there. Ponlo keeping Kidaro at bay. And Alliance, they walk away. They use some ults, but they finish off the mid T1.
If you're PuckChamp right now, you need to smoke. When the Global was just used, like... with Global used and all your spells up, I think you should...
Now's your time.
Yeah, now is your time.
Sadly, it doesn't look like they have a smoke available, at least right now. Sweden Strong has one in his inventory. Still got 1.5 minutes until Global's gonna be available again. There's plenty of stacks being made on the side of Alliance, so PuckChamp, they're gonna contest and take some of them away. All into the arms of Lays. Once again, scouted out. They will go for the D ward, but Kidaro, but Charlie walking in, glimpsed and stunned. Kidaro dying to the illusion almost.
Almost.
Close call.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But Alliance are getting a good amount of pressure. Despite their side of the map being contested, they're forcing PuckChamp away at basically every opening that they can, and they're ganking low skill top.
Sweden Strong.
3 heroes setting up. Oh, Sweden Strong as well, about to fall. Okay, DP's out, and now they're going to jump onto the Bloodseeker. Okay, they're not. They're just going in for a cheeky swashbuckle, and another Centaur just taking a bit of a stroll behind the tower.
I feel like it was possible to go on him, but it would have been a bit greedier, obviously. Instead, they just waste a little bit of time on the Pango till he wasn't really farming. So he has to go back mid. By the way, he's queuing up a BKB.
Wait, why is he building BKB
I have
here?
no idea, like, why Chuan is going for that.
Isn't Shard just so much better? Because you can break the glimpse with roll-up?
I just don't see the point of BKB overall on Pango in this... like, in general, like, it's not really a very...
on the hero, yeah.
I'm trying to figure it out, but... there are some silences, obviously, that you're working against, for sure. But it won't help you versus the Rupture.
Hanskan and Shuan get the move onto the Bloodseeker, and S4 coming in with a Fiend's Gate as well. The Bloodseeker succumbs to his fate. There's too many heroes to deal with.
Really
easy pick off here.
Yeah, I really feel like Underlord was also underutilized, or underused, I should just say. Like, because hero wasn't picked way too many times in Division 1. When it was picked, it looked pretty damn solid.
Yeah. I do feel like every time I see an Underlord, like, there's just a lot of map control you have. You have a very scary offlaner who also deals physical damage. And you've got the percentage-based Firestorm. That's some good stuff. I feel like maybe the laning stage is just harder to execute on the hero. I don't know. However, trying to fight back here, keep the Enchantress at bay. Burning out some of the mana from Lorenov. Chuan and his Diffusal Blade. S4 shows up. Roots available. That's going to catch, actually. Both supports getting rooted, and Round of Strike hits on 2, but not the front line. Charlie gets a kill.
Okay, PuckChamp. I don't know what their game plan is at the moment. Like, they need a BKB on Bloodseeker before they're capable of doing much, I guess. Like, that's it, right? Like, that's the big deal. The big item. Meanwhile, Alliance, they're already kind of happy to just roll across the map, make every play.
Stroll or troll?
Troll, roll, whatever. They also have a TB. Hanskin.
Yep, he's the one taking the bait right now. He's going to dodge a couple of abilities. Glimpse comes out, and Shuan gets the turnaround. S4, huge amounts of damage onto both Lorenov and to Kidaro. They got the Static Storm placed down as well. Lorenov will fall. They got the Wukong's command coming out as well from Sweden Strong. He's just chilling in the trees as the Underlord will end up falling. On low, Charlie can't do much right now. Illusion doing a couple hits onto Lays.
What happened with their damage? Like, they had global and everything, and they still couldn't take down Kidaro and Ember for such a long time. 2.7k dealt by DP. Like, Lays. Okay, Lays started siphoning from the beginning of that fight and didn't stop until the end. Like, he was definitely a problem.
Never stopped sucking.
Yeah, it was just, I don't know, like, Alliance. I had the feeling they had that fight. Because there's Invis on Pango, there's Global. Like, everything is setting up for them to have a good fight, and then Kidaru survives and uses Static Storm. I have a feeling they could have killed him much, much earlier.
Yeah, Charlie was also close to the fight, but he didn't deal much damage.
He joined in the end, like, he wasn't really there
Yeah.
until the bitter end of it.
Just the fight started a bit too early for Alliance's liking, but all right. Kidaru. Well, S4 is going to gank the back as Ponlo takes the initiative. Disruptor to fall. One more hit. The enchant, well, the impetus spear will finish him off. DP trying to TP away. Very, very optimistic. Not going to happen today. Chuan cancels his teleport and secures the kill on both Kidaru and Laze.
Trian actually is still queuing up the BKB, so I believe Ogre Axe is flying out to him. It is. Look, ever since... Well, not necessarily from the first time I've seen this guy, but I know that he's a very solid Pango player. So he must know something when it comes to this BKB.
I guess that is just one of those Division 2 things where it's like, yeah, it's a player, it's his build.
Yeah.
Like some players, they are like, oh, why is he building this above the other? And then the answer is, yeah, he just likes this item a lot on this hero. And that's just the answer. So it could be just that.
I mean, you could have a Basher at this point, right? Like, it would be pretty damn solid. You could have a Shard as well. Like, Shard and...
I guess it really is the Static Storm, that he's playing for the team with his ult. That could also make a lot of sense. Like, if the Static Storm or the DP Silence catches him, he's still able to get his ult off. So it's kind of like a stronger Manta in that way, because you can't dispel it, right?
You can't.
Well, DP Silence you can, but Static you can't.
Top lane.
Oh, Global will be used as they're fighting in the top lane. Static Storm on top of Charlie. Charlie, however, just walks away. Ulti for ulti.
As for...
Ponlo still chilling around. Oh, actually lands on top of Lorenov, and a kill opportunity. He's out of mana. He's out of mana, ain't going anywhere. This Ember's just dead.
It's the defusal from Chuan.
Oh man, yeah, exactly. Like he was kind of just chilling around, and Ponlo was just about to arrive on top of the remnant of this Ember Spirit, and somehow it just happens that Chuan is also there with his defusal. So the moment he jumps in, he is not expecting to be jumped like that.
Yep, straight into the pit. They get a really nice pick off on the mid laner. You can't really contest it anymore. There's a Skadi being built by TB. One item that might change things that actually S4 might build. I'm not sure. He doesn't have anything in a quick buy, but Gleipnir or an Atos would be very solid on him. Like, he has Greaves already. There's a ton of... There's already enough of utility. Like, if he gets some catch versus the Ember, some extra catch, so you don't have to use Pango every time. The Pango doesn't have Blink, right? Like, he didn't build for that. He's going BKB, so you won't have instant initiation from your side.
Yeah.
Like, your catch is really limited.
S4 is lining up the Wraith Pact. That's going to be reducing the damage output from Seeker, from the Ember, from the Monkey King support.
That's also fine, I guess. Not really most common
Top
item.
lane going to be a big fight. Silencer going to get caught by the Static Storm. This time, Lorenov able to get the jump away, and S4 is just going to portal away. Looks like they're thinking about maybe joining Ponlo here in bottom. Sending out the Skeleton Warriors to work. Might even get the opportunity for it. Okay, Lowskull, he recognizes the situation. He's going to walk away instead of continue pushing out bottom. It's already in front of the tier 2 tower anyway.
They have no catch. Like, that's a big issue for Alliance at the moment. I mean, they're happy with the state of the game, don't get me wrong. Everyone is kind of chilling. But you aren't able to make many plays. Like, they might smoke up here, the three of them, in the Radiant jungle. But even if they do, like, how do you initiate? So basically, you won't be able to make good plays, or you shouldn't be able to make good plays until BKBs are up. And low skill, he needs, what, 200 gold more? 300? He's got it.
Meanwhile, PogChamp looks like they're going to have to defend this tier 2 tower in mid. There's a big push coming in. There's no glyph available. You can glyph on the side of Alliance, though. Keep them alive a little bit longer. At least DP's there to clear out the wave. That tier 2 is history. Alliance still holding on to a 4K lead. And with that tier 2 down... Oh, they just looked like a smoke to me. Oh yeah, the Monkey King was right on top of him. Yeah, they smoke again. 2 smokes used on the side of Alliance, hoping to catch someone off of PuckChamp. Well, now they definitely know about the smoke. They thought someone was on the high ground, but nobody there.
They just don't want to
Being
fight.
set up right now. Another tower to fall. Sweden Strong is right next to them.
Just keep quiet. Don't jump. Keep quiet. Don't show yourself. He could have broken that TP, but yeah, he doesn't wanna.
It's always tempting, right?
Yeah. Maybe it's even better for them not to break it, because if they can get a glimpse off, like maybe like on the silencer, no vision.
Ooh, well, yeah, that was close, but can't see deep enough. And now they're just setting their sights towards the top lane and another tier 2 tower. Alliance is on a real roll right now.
Excellent.
There's a blink.
Crimson Guard is built. This talk to me about Crimson Guard, Lizard. Like when we had an interview with Funnick, I'm not sure if I talked to you about this, but he said like he loves these items that haven't been buffed a lot, like the Solar Crest, like single target above aura, and then the Crimson Guard. Crimson Guard had like 30% win rate in NA. I think, actually no, it had 30% win rate in DPC as a whole. It was built 10 times or 11 times, something like that. What do you think about the item?
I mean, it's not that great. Not in the best not in the best place right now. But you know, all these. You see, you mentioned Phonic. Now it's S4. Who do we need? We need like Kuro. We need Burning to talk about Crimson, and we might get it buffed.
Burning.
Yeah, like overall, the item isn't in a great spot, but when you're playing an Underlord, it just comes naturally to build it. You have Vanguard in the lane anyway. It's solid. Like you get Guardian Greaves, Crimson Guard, you feel invincible. Bigger items are on PuckChamp, like the BKB on Bloodseeker. Ember.
Global being used. Utilizing this Aegis on Chuan. They will catch Ember's Spirit for the first, but he's out of mana and has to disengage. Static Storm is on top of the Underlord. He will pop the Crimson Guard. Chuan, he's very tanky on the Pango. He might just pop for the first time, but man, is he living long. That Crimson Guard really making the big difference there. Charlie getting to hit some it hits onto the DP, and DP gets the DP away. Monkey King also caught in the root.
Like perfect.
Nobody dies.
Perfect disengage from PuckChamp. I don't even know how they manage, but they do get out in the end. Those are the difficulties that the Pango's build is giving you. Like, if you look at him, everything that he has is very defensive, like post diffusal. Like he has the BKB, he's got that Lincolns as well. They even gave him the Aegis, which is understandable. But if you have a Basher there, maybe you can get a kill, right? But
well, he's got his BKB now, so I guess he can just fight very deep in with this Pango. Stun is connecting onto S4. He's regenerating, ruptured up, but he's not moving anywhere. Lorenov in the front line right now. Gets a couple Maelstrom procs, boxes his BKB, he wants to fight. Chuan will pop his Rolling Thunder as well. Bloodseeker in trouble, low skill, has to pop his BKB to fight back against S4, but he's not doing any damage, he has to run away. That's a 9-second BKB to disengage. Blaze is being kited as well. Mana burned and dealt so much damage that this DP, even if you siphon all the way through, it's not gonna be enough, and he is dead.
yeah, I guess one of the best things about these Greaves and Crimson Guard build is like these low damage dealing fast attack speed heroes do nothing to you, and Bloodseeker is the epitome of one. Like all he has is attack speed, right? So he can't really do much. He pops the BKB, he goes in, he baits out. He pretty much baited out everything, because he had like 15 stick charges and a BKB, so he knew he won't die. But even with all of that, it doesn't matter. He can't really dish out any damage.
Yeah, any damage, indeed. I picked up a pretty interesting thing. So okay. This is going to be a lot of data, but hopefully you can keep up with me. So we're 25 minutes with 20 kills. I was looking at the kill feed on the graph. The last time we killed a hero was at almost 20 minutes, 19 minutes. So we've had 6 minutes of fighting with 3 team fights, and only 1 person has died.
I'm doing my NA math right now in the head, you know. You know, the girl with like the angles and the And algorithms around her
Yeah.
meme, that's me right now. It's
A lot of mathematical
A
equations
lot of
going on right now.
equations
You know,
going,
like
but-
big brain, mind blown.
my result
but
is
that's-
the game is kind of boring. Like when it comes to
I mean,
when it comes to
that's one way to
yeah,
put
when
it.
it
For
comes to
sure.
kills at least.
Yeah, it's not the most entertaining kill game, but at least a lot of disengaging has been happening. And now Ponlo is being chased. He does get a bit of extra healing from his Underlord
like, look at
buddy
these
and
heroes,
the
man.
little friends.
Like,
no, it's not the little friends.
It's nature's attendants. The little friends
It's
are
just
the
the
shard. Yeah,
attendants.
like look at this game. You have this edge. You don't want to go on her. Like she has a fluffy hat and a pipe. Like you're not gonna kill. She just heals up through everything. Then you see this beast of a S4. He's got like Greaves, Crimson Guard. You're not killing that as well. And you didn't really itemize that offensively. Everyone is going for BKBs and stuff, so you don't really have things to kill with. Same goes for Alliance. TB, he built for damage, like he's there to hurt. Everyone else, full sustain, like even the Pangoliers is full sustain with the BKB into Lincolns.
Can we, in a game that was 1 kill per minute pace, go another 2 minutes, another 3 minutes without nobody dying?
So it's I think it's definitely possible.
Feels like it's very possible at this stage.
But if you're Puck Champ, you probably want to fight now. You have Mjolnir on Bloodseeker. The thing is, you're playing into TB, you don't feel super comfortable going extremely late. It's not that bad. Like Bloodseeker, once he gets like a Basher Mjolnir, and he gets on top of TB, even later on in a game, that can be scary. He's just controlling you, you can't even use Sunder.
Right now, both teams kind of setting up for a potential fight, but at the same time, it's careful scouting, not overstepping, playing it carefully. Next Roshan up in 50 seconds. PogChamp just happily farming right now. We've got a Mjolnir up on the Bloodseeker, going towards the Basher. S4 almost done with the Wraith Pact. And here we go. Onto Lays they go. Can we finally get that kill to happen? Feels like this DP's just going to walk away. And indeed will do so. Now they're going to turn around upon Ponlo, deal a bit of extra damage. While Randolph coming in with the Instrum Maelstrom proc. But still no kills, man. And another disengage with no kills. This is ridiculous.
0 kills gaming, let's go.
Oh, 10 minutes of peace. Sweden strong, gonna get Diffusal Blade, and he's just gonna jump into the trees and teleport away. Okay.
Look, for Alliance, I have a culprit. Like, I will say it's definitely on a Chuan. Like, this is his fault. Like, you have a mid laner who literally itemized only to survive and not die to Rupture. Meanwhile, on the other side, I don't know. I can't really blame them. The way they're itemizing isn't really that defensive. It's just that they can't do anything. Like, they're playing versus some tanky boys.
Tanky boys, indeed. Everybody is kind of building up a lot. You got the Holy Locket up as well of the Enchantress. Enchantress also the holder of the pipe. So Underlord didn't need to build it. Always nice to see your supports having auras. And Randolph scouting ahead with the Sleight of Fist, but just out of range for Ponlo and S4. He's going to get caught by the root. Sweden strong. He spoils the party. Static Stormer 2. Can we finally get a kill? Yes, we can. It's Ponlo to fall. But Charlie's going to return the punches. Lay's taking a lot of damage here from this Terrorblade. Sweden strong's just chilling. He's just chilling. But this DP is going to go down nevertheless. And they finally found the Monkey King. He's also down. Alliance find 2.
Okay, 2 for 1, but they do get the big DP. They were forced to use the meta, and keep in mind, he had double damage that whole time. So Terrorblade had a DD to work with. Without a DD, I don't think you get any kills here, you know?
Yeah, it took, game had to intervene. You're like, all right, boys, I'll give you this. Do something with that.
As for the Uber coming to pick up Charlie, come, let's go. And Kidaru is like, yeah, I'm coming as well, boys.
Yep,
Maybe not.
rating.
Maybe not.
This Roshan is going to go for Alliance. PogChamp, they're not going to make it in time. Ponlo's also just going to be a distraction here for the Bloodseeker. Charlie picks up the Aegis, and
Pango gets the shard.
Pango shard, yep. He's got the roll up now against Glimpse. Also, he can dodge the DP silence projectile if he can see it coming during a team fight. So very handy. And of course he's got the BKB, but now you got 2 tools.
And the BKB, the Lincolns, the Shard, like Pango, he shouldn't die this game. Like
Pango shouldn't
100%,
die. Yeah, that's the thesis we're gonna go with. Like Pango does not die.
Like he got countered by the last pick, Bloodseeker, but it really doesn't matter anymore. Like, he's strong enough, itemized fully defensively. Just good, right? Like if you can roll through the fights, the game changes a bit. Like you actually start getting the control that you need.
So it is that we're we're only seeing Sweet and Strong doing split pushing, low skill trying to farm the jungle. He's forced to teleport back home, found by Ponlo.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Casual Enchantress driving away a Bloodseeker. That's the state of the game right now.
And he didn't even go into any damage early on, Ponlo, that is. Now he's going for Dragonlance. But before that it was just Holy Locket and Pipe, so...
Yep.
Fully.
Alliance picks up another DD as well.
On Pango this time, though.
That is true. Not for
They
Charlie.
CS4, but there's no way. Like, I don't think they can even tickle him. They need to def high ground top.
And that's a casual Daedalus picked up on the Terrorblade. He's already
Casual
got all the items that he
Daedalus.
needs, so you know,
Just
they gotta fix the errors of killing people.
Wait, Panda. There's casual Augur Axe. There's casual Ultimate Orb. Casual Stick, sure. There's no such thing as a casual Daedalus. Like, that ain't casual. This blows you up. This a big item, man.
Okay, yeah, it is big. It's gonna break the storyline of the game. You know, I was just thinking you pick up Daedalus, but we're probably still not gonna kill anybody. Buildings are gonna fall. The game's gonna be over. Nobody dies. But yeah, I'll take your word for it. Maybe it changes the narrative. At least they get the push and force out the glyph.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And here comes the glimpse onto Charlie. Tries to man the dodge it. Doesn't quite work out though. Sweet is strong with a stun. TB is down to half HP. Has Sunder. Has Aegis. A lot of regeneration out as well. This guy has got a lot of regeneration when you think about it. It's 26 per second.
Yeah, they're just waiting. They're just waiting for the Wukong's command, and then they can go in, finish off the side.
Yeah. Reynolds trying to do his best. Fend off the attackers. Metamorph will be used. Creep wave, it's on its way. Backdoor will fall right now. Now's your time, PugChamp. What can you do? Stun on the TV once again. Silence onto 2. Lorena, oh, he just jumped into the root, and they're going to break loose. BKB going to be popped right away. Lorena 40 down to half HP as he tries to get closer. Rupture, it is on Charlie. They know if they can get this kill, even with the Aegis up, that's going to be no Metamorph. Onwell taking a lot of damage from the Exorcism. Sweet and Strong gets to jump in and slow. Gonna get disarmed. The root onto 2. Lorena tries to make his way out. DP gonna take some heavy punches. And we will get our first kill. It was a very long fight with only one person dying. And the lane of Rax cleared.
What was that? Like a 3-minute fight? At least. They don't have meta right now, but I don't think that you care too much. If you're Charlie, like, you still hit really damn hard. You only have 1 more minute remaining on the Aegis, so the only thing you have to be careful of is like dying after the Aegis has been reclaimed.
Yeah, this is not gonna end until the lane of Rax is secured, and they could just go for a Mega Creeps push potentially. They tried everything there to catch Sweet and Strong, even the Hurricane. Oh, the Wildwing Ripper, but doesn't quite catch him as Sweet and Strong goes in. He is all by himself. He's gonna need some backup. Trying to fight against Hanskin. Chewin coming up with the Rolling Thunder. Got the silence onto several heroes right now. Even the Terrorblade in the front line just dealing with this Ember Spirit, but Hanskin and Sweet and Strong both go down. Sweet and Strong coming in with the Biovic Rupture still onto S4, and the Sunder onto Laze. Laze is down to half HP. TB still chasing with the Scotty slowed. You're at 100 movement speed. You're not going anywhere. That's going to be another kill. Sweet and Strong, the support turns out to be the real carry as he tries to battle it out. Laze coming in with the buyback as well. Another one from PugChamp. Darrow trying to harass him from the back. This Disruptor blinks away. Sweet and Strong able to dodge the swashbuckle. Will be another attempt onto the front low skill. Can we get this Bloodseeker into action?
S4
Doesn't feel
buyback.
like we're not. And S4 bought back. He's just going to TP straight in with that Fiend's Gate. Another nuke coming in from Chewin. The Bloodseeker going to need some help, but nowhere to go. Nowhere to run. There's just nothing they can do on PugChamp.
This is... Oh man, if I was
This is
PugChamp,
over.
I'd be so mad right now. This is pretty much over. Well played by Alliance, like slow and steady wins the race. Methodical, not too many mistakes. It just went full into defensive abilities, defensive items. Let's see, one last fight.
That is one way to deal with it. Up the Ember Spirit still in the front. Ancient is exposed right now. All they need to do is just keep on hitting the buildings, and that's going to be it. They can't even get out of their fountain. They can't even get out to handle them inside their own base, and the Ancient will fall.
GG.
That will be game number 1. Alliance takes it. Easy day at the office. Full-on defensive lineup. That's all you needed.
Yeah, not the most interesting game of Dota that you've ever seen, right? Just because of the amount of kills that was happening. At the same time, interesting item builds, different approach to the game, like with this Underlord, the Crimson, the Greaves, the Raid Pact in the end, right? Everything just to stay alive while TB is farming, and that's it. They just needed to stay alive. Meanwhile, PugChamp, they struggled to make any big plays until the BKB on Bloodseeker, and maybe that's the biggest issue. Like, they have this draft that, in my opinion, can do a lot early on, but they were just chilling. They weren't really making any moves. It was just Alliance. It was just Alliance on the enemy side of the map. I don't recall when I saw PugChamp on the Radiant side even.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like this was it was a bit sluggish, and for PugChamp, they weren't really able to establish any actual control around the map. They were trying to invade Alliance multiple times. They were taking away some of their stacks, but when they would finally opt to go for a push, Alliance is already pushing 2 objectives at the same time. They take top tier 1, mid tier 1, while you're still working on the bottom tier 1 from your opponent. So it's like they were always playing from behind, never actually having the initiative above Alliance. And the whole team just ends up on basically, you could say, negative K. Well, not negative KDA, but at least negative KDs all around the board. Meanwhile, a clear victor. Alliance. Charlie goes out with the 805 Terrorblade, you know, unkilled, uncontested. Chewin, he would not die after he finished up his item build. The BKBs, the Lincolns. It's still, I mean, we were debating about the BKB and Pango, but honestly, like, it could have been anything else. And, you know, it was a security. It was like an extra security that you have on this hero.
Yeah, I feel like with that BKB, you tend to not make any bad moves or something like that, right? Like, you're just not going in unnecessarily. You're just pacing yourself. If you had, like, let's say a Blink, a Shard, like, you're making moves constantly, maybe you get punished for it. But for Alliance, all they had to do is just stay back, chill out, you know, take it easy. Take it slow until TB comes online. Once he got online, they couldn't really do anything. Like, I think the MVP for me is not... It's the draft, right, with the Underlord pick. Like, the Underlord completely negated anything that they could do to the Radiant side. Like, there was no damage coming from the Bloodseeker or from the DP. Like, the Spirits are just not hitting anything. Like, they're doing nothing in team fights. So, eventually, TB, he just popped off. Yeah, the easy... casual Daedalus that you called.
Yeah. It is kind of hard to say like an individual MVP for Alliance because it was a team effort, but we'll give it to S4 mainly because of the item build, the positioning, the kind of like... He is doing the shot calling with Hanskin and the team, talking through the draft, talking through the game. So I think it's some of that invisible work that we don't always see, but everything combined, I guess you could say that S4 is definitely the MVP in this game number 1. And Alliance, they take the lead over PugChamp. Will we see a hungrier PugChamp in game number 2? Because this one felt like a fairly one-sided affair, despite the lack of kills. We'll find out after the break. You're watching the PGL West European Division 2.
Solo. Bloodseeker is solo. I'm hitting Bloodseeker. I fight. We are so strong. I was slow someone soon. You link TP. They use all their juice. Yeah, nothing left, nothing left. Let's
We return once again to the West European broadcast, and time for the second game of Alliance versus PuckChamp, where Alliance, they take the lead after a fairly convincing win in game number 1. We didn't get to see much of PuckChamp here, Lizard. Feel like they were having to play on their side of the map, not having initiative, not able to kill heroes. I think Alliance was also struggling on that end against PuckChamp. But in the end, you know, Alliance, it didn't take them too long to just waltz over PuckChamp in the final minutes of the game.
They had the win condition in the Terrorblade. They were just chilling with everyone else. That was the ultimate 4 Protect 1 that I have seen in the last, I don't know, 5 years. I haven't seen a better played 4 Protect 1 in a really long time. Literally everyone just chilling, building up, defending each other, going all defensive items that are necessary. Meanwhile, one TB somewhere in the distance is building a Daedalus. You know, like Skadi, Daedalus, Manta. Feels good, man. Feels good to be that TB.
Oh, for sure. And like just in general, like Alliance, they understood what to do, how to execute, what calls they wanted to do during the game, and it was them just having the initiative the whole time. Why wasn't PuckChamp able to replicate anything similar to what the Alliance was doing that game, where they just, we don't have our items yet, we don't have the heroes to actually play the map, we don't really get the openings that we want to, as Alliance always slipping away, they're doing mirror moves. Why was this so hard for PuckChamp?
I'm not sure, like they had active cores, like you could play around the Ember and the Bloodseeker, it wasn't that bad. Like usually in this situation I would say that it's on the DP, because it's a hero that's a bit difficult to play around. If you miss 1 or 2 of your ultis, then suddenly like you're just bound to wait another 2 minutes until she has that exorcism back up, right? But this last game, it wasn't like that. It was like, okay, the DP can miss her ulti, but still you have Ember and Bloodseeker to play with. Maybe they were just too eager to take it a bit slower, and by the time they got their items, it was too late. Like this unmovable object of S4 Underlord was a big-ass problem for them. Big-ass in every sense.
Yeah. Big in all aspects that you can come up with. Game number 2 draft is also live, so let's see if PuckChamp is going to make some changes to game number 1. I just want to say that I love the Alliance in-game banner. You've got the good old TI3 Alliance. Is that balanced? It's really a kind of like a 10-year anniversary banner, you could put it that way.
10-year anniversary with Loda on it. Everyone needs to remember who the real boss still is in this team, right?
Always reminding you in-game, like Loda's watching.
Loda's watching, exactly. Don't pick anything broken or he's gonna say, is that balanced?
Don't miss out on your bans and accidentally pick a banned hero. You will get yourself a evil eye watching above your shoulder. But they are going to ban out the Enchantress themselves on the side of Alliance. And Ponlo, you know, you're looking at his camera right now. He's just sitting there like, yep, you banned my favorite hero. Like, why'd you do that? I have no say in this. It's S4 and Hanskanans. S4 again reminding of the Aegises that he has, or the Aegis that he has under his belt. Like, yeah, what you gonna do about it?
Yeah, they have first pick, so they could have picked it. But yeah, okay, they decide to ban it out this time around. Ponlo, he had a good time. It wasn't like the best Ench ever. It wasn't also the best Ench game ever. But he played all right. Like, he built sustain. He had that pipe very early on. We'll see what they decide to go for instead. Like, that Prophet is still in the pool.
Brood is in the pool. Does S4 play Brood?
I'm not sure. Back in the day, he didn't, as much as I can recall. But it's in the pool. Like, you could go for that. You could go for Tusk. Something a bit simpler to open up with. Like, Rubik is still in the pool, like you can go for that. Like, these heroes are maybe, yeah, there you go, a bit easier to open up a draft with. You know, you're not putting yourself in any bad position.
Yeah, and I think the thing that Alliance's draft was lacking was actually the catch. It kind of had to be S4 who opens up with the Pit of Malice for everybody else to catch up and go in. It was most of the time just TB trying to hit targets with the Eye of Skadi debuff, so your team is moving faster than the target is that you're trying to kill. So Rubik already kind of solves one problem in that perspective, but it is going to make your draft look a little bit different. And PuckChamp, well, I do know for a fact that they have 2 players who play the Pango, that is Lays and Lorenov. lays more, so I might even be looking at an off-lane Pango here, but we'll see.
Yeah, like a peculiar one, right? Like the Pango picked up so early on.
I think if you look at low skills camera, you can see the heroes that he plays are like right behind him, right?
Okay. Every
plays
like,
Mars carry, Primal carry.
reminding you of what to ban just in case you forgot.
Yeah, just take a look behind you. It's like, yep, that's the one.
They go with
an Io. Interesting.
It's a somewhat of an interesting opener because you're hitting them with two problems, right? Like there's this Pango that you have to deal with, figure out a way to ban it out, and then there's also the Io that you have to think about. Like you can ban out, you can pick some Bloodseeker, but you have to worry about Io Lash, Io Storm. Like there are heroes that Io is really strong with at the moment. Let's see what they go for. Let's just go with the Ember. Sure, why not? Like Ember into Pango in that last game, it wasn't bad. Like he had a decent time in the lane. Let's see if Alliance can recreate it in the opposite direction.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, let's see what kind of combination PogChamp in the end is going to look for this Io. With this Pango in the pool, I would still probably ban Lesh. I honestly feel like if you're playing up against the Ember Spirit, I think Lesh could still have a pretty good time. They're going to ban the Silencer first.
Yeah, they don't want to play Ember into Silencer. Even though, like, let's say Silencer is picked for PogChamp, they would have a support duo of Io and Silencer. Like, these two aren't going to do anything on the map. But at the same time, you have Rubik and Ember. These two absolutely are disgusted by the notion of Silencers, so
yes,
banning it out does make sense. Now, I'm thinking, I'm not sure what Alliance will ban out, but for PogChamp, Lash and Storm after the Bloodseeker are probably the most obvious bans, because if you don't ban both of those, one of them is going to get picked up.
Taking a lot of time here, considering what to ban next. The Bloodseeker did go out by PogChamp. Direct answer, you talked about the Seeker as well, against the Pango and the Io. Silences and Ruptures. Still a world of opportunities. A Marcy ban. Okay, I don't like take too much time talking about like specific bans, but talk to me about why is the Marcy getting banned here? What's the idea behind it?
I'm not sure. Like, the hero is strong with Io, I guess, as well. It's a strong 5. There are teams in Division 1 that are picking Marcy on that carry role or position 5, so maybe Alliance just knows what PogChamp likes to do. Maybe there's a Marcy player on their side. Like, Marcy and Io, is it the strongest combo? It's alright. It's nothing insane. But maybe you do want some of those glass cannon carries. Like, if Alliance wants a glass cannon carry, banning out Marcy makes a ton of sense, because Marcy is probably one of the best against them.
Yeah, that is true. Usually pair it up with some Agi cores as well if you want to just downgrade it to a support and get some extra damage for one of your cores. So yeah, even if it was a carry, it does hurt. Hurt a plenty. We do have a Beastmaster ban in the first phase and now the Night Stalker, so...
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure as well.
Builder.
There's Lycan still in the pool, but...
There's Lycan, that's the one I was thinking about, yeah.
Thing is, if you are Lycan, I don't think you care that much about the Night Stalker. I mean, you do care a bit, but you don't even have to itemize into... Like, even if you get Helm of Overlord, just the auras, you know, around it, they're good. Beastmaster maybe suffers a bit more. I'm not sure. Like, both of them. Don't like Night Stalker way too much, but I guess Night Stalker versus Rubik and Ember. AoE silence is also pretty damn good. Then again, I feel like there are bigger threats on the offlane than the Night Stalker right now. But sure. Okay, they ban it out instead.
Yeah, also that they already have the Ember Spirit. It's not like you're going to be picking a Storm. Which is also another hero that doesn't really enjoy the company of a Night Stalker in the game.
But the bans, they didn't ban the Lash, they didn't ban the Storm.
And that is another hero that is literally behind low skill on the camera. That is the Dark Willow. And that looks like a support to me. So Willow, I think... Wait, hang on. I actually need to take a quick glimpse again. You got the IO that you can play as a 4 or 5 that you're going to pair up with somebody eventually, but it is PogChamp. So Kidaro, Willow, I think? Let me look at his profile.
It's 5 or 4 Willow for sure. Like you play that on support role. You can combo it with something like a Mars in the next pick. Maybe
Okay,
have
it is very likely to be a 5.
Yeah, it's fine. Like it's okay. It's not the worst 5.
Yeah. Kidaro has a 84% win rate on this hero.
That's
out
a lot of
40
wins. Yeah.
13 games, though, but still 13 competitive games. You could say, oh, that's not a lot, but in competitive, it is. And these date all the way back to 2018. He is currently on a, well, if we take away that one loss against Old G in the closed qualifiers for this particular tour 20 days ago, the last time he's lost in a competitive game of this hero was in 2018 in July. So you could technically say that, 5-year win streak continues going. But it's not really a streak because he did end up losing that one game. However, the draft is still rolling onwards. We've got Morana and we have the Doom. The Morana makes sense versus the Pango and the IO. You already got the chains and the arrow, yada yada. Classic idea to look at it. 15 talent on the Ember. You can definitely get chains into arrow. And then you have the Doom. So you're kind of already answering a potential hard carries are out of the picture.
Well, not really. There's Ursa, there's Monkey. They're still left in the pool, and there's Solitaire. Like into the Doom, you could pick
They're
them
still
up.
good, yep.
Yeah, there are heroes that are decent into the Doom that can really do well against him in the lane. With the Dark Willow even. So I wouldn't mind seeing that. One thing that I'm surprised that PogChamp didn't pick up any of these, like... I still think that Storm is really good here. Like Doom, you might feel that that's a big problem, but sort of, not necessarily. And later on in the game, sure. Earlier on, he shouldn't be dooming you. Lash is also really good for PogChamp. The only question is, will this Pango be mid or not? They go with the Lash. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Pango is definitely a 3. Which was the idea. I also thought that if they put the Ember versus Pango matchup, I feel like PogChamp, now that they have the other one compared to game number 1, they might opt to do something differently, because I know Lays likes his Pango, and I was thinking about that IO-Lesh combination earlier on, which Alliance probably were thinking, do they ban it, but they left it open. So PogChamp, I think they have a bit of everything right now except raw physical damage. So I think you need a physical damage tower hitter, or not even necessarily a tower hitter. I mean, you got the Leshrac.
It's all about the way you want to play this game. Right now, PogChamp, they should be the ones that are in the front seat. Like they should be the ones that are controlling the game, like where they push, what towers they take, all this stuff, right? Like the map movements, because you have IO Lash. This is the tempo from these two that you get is insane. Like Lash alone is tempo, but IO and Lash, it's just a different level. By the time you get even the items that will allow you to fight your levels, they're already taking like your triangle, killing your towers. Oh, it makes the game different, but you need to understand that. And my question is, does PogChamp understand that? Like, you need to know really the power spikes of Ion Lash, and you need to execute with it. Let's say Pango has a bad time. If Pango has a bad time, then suddenly you're missing one hero. Your timings are all messed up. We'll see. It comes down to the last 2 picks, right? For PogChamp, right now, none of these heroes really care if they're doomed that much. Like Pango, if he's rolling, he doesn't. Leshrac, he doesn't as well, if he's popping his spells. Plus you have IO to save you. They could finalize with another one, or they could just make Doom's lane harder. Ursa left in the pool, Monkey left in the pool. Can they play those 2 on carries? That's the only question.
Well, considering it is low skill, he more like I know he plays like a lot of Faces Void. I see his Terrorblade from time to time. even the Medusa. Well, the Medusa isn't really good here at all because of the Doom. So that was the idea behind like hard carries was I wouldn't play Naga, I wouldn't play Luna, I wouldn't play Void.
With the Spectre bans, this still looks like some sort of a sniper or a morphling here, like some ranged core. SF is still left in the pool, I guess, but all these ranged boys, that's what I'm looking at. Most likely, at least.
Well, what does Charlie want to play? He could just bring up the Terrorblade again.
But TB is fine too. Like Clash can run into you, but it's not the biggest of issues later on. He still dies.
All right, Sniper, yeah. You were completely on point with that.
I feel like PugChamp knew it because of the Spectre ban, so I'm surprised that they went with an AM ban. AM, I guess, would be better off overall. Like, it looks like a good AM game. And now if you're PugChamp, you need to figure out, do we... Because you banned the Slark, the Spectre is out. Now it's not only about beating Doom, it's about like the whole game. I think Ursa would be really solid for them anyway.
Yeah, Ursa is always a good idea, especially when you're up against the Doom. The laning stage looks pretty solid. You have a way of jumping onto the Sniper as well, even though it is going to be played in the mid lane by Chuan. And Charlie is actually playing the carry Ember Spirit,
that's
so
what
a small shift. Yeah,
that's what I actually thought. Like, that's the way they should play because of Lash. Like, the Lash matchup for Sniper is 10 times easier, so... like that's the point of the Sniper pick, really. Like you actually lane into the Lash and you slow him down a little bit. Meanwhile, Ember is also really strong into the Pango, so you're getting the best of everything on the map. But there is a big ass but here. Like PugChamp's tempo is insane. Yeah, PugChamp's tempo is insane. Like if they can even get even out on the lanes, they will roll you over in the mid game. It's going to be really difficult for Alliance to stand their ground once Ursa goes for that first rush. You have Io with the Lash. It's not an easy game for Alliance, but they definitely do have good heroes to take it late.
Yeah, definitely late game. Like Doom Sniper, something that I do really enjoy if they do manage to stretch the game very far. But PugChamp, they have a deadly timing. When do they get this Leshrac to roam around the map? Ursa, is he opting for Battle Fury? Does he want to go straight all in for like early mid-game timings? I think it's just really down to PugChamp how this game is going to go. And Alliance, can they dodge them for long enough? And if they do end up dodging them, can they find singular pickoffs to slow down the tempo of PugChamp, avoid that tie from happening, and call it a day with a 2-0? We'll find out as the game is live and dive into the action. Alliance, game one, you said it yourself, they played one of the cleanest protecting one. This is the classic 4-on-1 strat. A lot of itemization going around keeping the TB as your ultimate and all be all carry.
It's a different game now, though. Like
it is a very different game.
Yeah. The last time it was TB, and all of them were super tanky, sustainable. This time around, like, it's just not the case. You have heroes that really want to fight. As for, we'll see what he builds for. Like, will it be some old school build, or will it be the Meteor Hammer that's really popular right now on Doom? I think the Meteor Hammer would be solid because it would give them some tempo. They don't have any. Like, the objective taking capability on Alliance is 0. Like, they can't take towers, so getting that Meteor Hammer would definitely change it a bit.
So looking at, there's a lot of regeneration going on the side of the Ursa and the Pango, both having the Ring of Health lined up. Ursa, if he does go Ring of Health, that is also a very, very clear Battle Fury indicator. It is a great regen item, sure. But you would love to use that gold as a carry for something else, and Battle Fury obviously is the go-to. So he will be farming if this game somehow manages to stretch late. I feel like that also tells a bit about the experience Alliance has with this team. PugChamp probably playing as a bit of a newer roster put together, that they're still learning stuff. Maybe they have a bit of a surprise element in like individual effort, where the rest of the teammates kind of get like momentum, like, oh, awesome play, nice. Some of the stuff that you don't necessarily read or expect. But I think Alliance at this point, they've already been an entire tour together. I feel like some things are going to start working as clockwork.
Just checking the lanes, looking everywhere, what's happening. So far, Ursa probably having the best time so far, but he's also pushing in, so S4 should get some last hits here.
Almost finding himself a early kill as well onto Ponlo's Rubik. Definitely would have been a great way to start the game with Ursa getting a early kill. Just gonna wait and see what happens in the next minute or so. Level 2 timings feel like they're also pretty strong on the side of Alliance if you're able to get those level 2s early. Top lane especially. Now it's somewhat dropping low already. So what are the things that you want to see happen basically in this laning stage? Who gets
You
a
want to
better...
see kills. You want to see kills.
We want to see
you want
kills,
to kill
for sure.
people. Yeah, T-Panda. You want to kill heroes. That's usually what you want to see in the lanes.
Yeah, entertainment.
Screw the CS. Just give us kills. Give us bloodshed.
Straight up
I want to see
brawling.
this bear cleave through S4. Maul through him. Like, what's the name of the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio?
The one where you get mauled by the bear?
Yeah. What's the name? The Revenant, yeah. Leo is Doom.
Leo is Doom.
Yeah, he needs to get mauled here by low skill. Low skill is that bear.
So we're just going to refer to S4 as Leonardo DiCaprio at this point.
Yeah, he's Leo. Has the looks as well, so...
You could have said that the sniper is the because he's holding onto a rifle. I mean, he did shoot the bear. Angered the bear. Smartest way to avoid getting mauled by a bear is, play dead. Luckily, I haven't encountered one.
Yeah, don't you encounter like moose up there in the north?
Oh yeah, I almost had a car crash with one.
Aren't they like gigantic?
Yep. They are.
I'd love to see one once. Like,
usually,
are they aggressive?
I mean, they're not aggressive. If you do have a car crash with them, because they're kind of dumb. Like, if they see a light, they usually run towards it. Hence why we have a lot of car crashes involving moose. The car is more likely to take bigger damage than the moose is.
So they're basically like giant moths. That's what you're saying.
They're not anything like moths, Lizard. What kind of moths have you seen?
They go into the lights as well. It's the same.
A lot of people go into the lights.
Don't go into the lights. It's a scam. It's just T-Panda driving his old Toyota. Don't go into the light.
Oh, that's why we have Volvos here in the Nordic countries. They've got big fronts, so they if you end up in a moose crash, at least you get to live.
What happens if you get into a moose crash? Do you get to take the meat home? Slice it top lane, getting low?
I mean, if you're driving a Toyota, most likely the moose is going to drag you home because there's nothing left of you. But
okay, I see. I really hope PGL didn't plan a sponsorship with Toyota.
Probably not. This is not a paid sponsorship for sure. Yeah, I mean, you wanted a lot of kills. We got none right now. How do you feel? Disappointed?
Yeah, I'm always disappointed when I see no kills, but they are getting close. They're taking each other very low. What I'm not disappointed is in Lorenov. Like on the mid lane, this man has played a really good game so far. 24-7 versus Sniper. This is not an easy lane, and he's basically evened it out. It's a lane in which Sniper usually does a bit better.
Yeah, you would.
But I guess it does get harder now that he has like Gloves of Haste and probably Power Treads completed. Yeah,
the Power Treads at least. Like definitely the Sniper can now at least fight back, stand his ground a little bit. 3 points in headshot. Just proc take aim at a safe location. Dish out the damage. The downside of playing Sniper versus Lesh is when you do use take aim, you can't dodge split earth anymore. Like you're gonna get stunned.
Yeah,
100%.
but you're never gonna be close enough. Like this lane is from this point onwards completely favored for Sniper. They got the kill.
We found blood. It is the Fuzzy Wuzzy takes down Ponlo. Thanks to Kadara with the Bramble Maze, the hero that brambles her, gardens her brambles, like Blizzard said.
Mm-hmm. Did I say gardens or brambles?
Yes. Yes, you did.
Is that what I said?
I remember.
Okay. I'm just as bad as you at those voice lines.
Oh, I am the best in that game. I had the most creativity. Don't you give me bull.
No, you do, man. Like I honestly think that you should do one voice line for every single hero. That should be your content.
Oh man,
you'd be famous at this point. Like that would go viral.
I was
sure.
so disappointed when we were. I think was it the second or the third day when I started off with the Lich voice line and Fear didn't get it. I was so disappointed because I've actually practiced Lich from time to time. It was my go-to support hero when it was still early Dota 2 days.
Oh damn! I thought you practiced the voice line. Like
I mean, you kind of learned it on the run, you know.
Oh, I see. I see.
Meanwhile, Dark Willow does find
Very
a way
low.
out from Ponlo and S4.
Still dead though.
Gonna die to the Fate Bolt. Ponlo gets some vengeance.
Yeah, they're doing quite alright on bottom lane alliance. Like, considering they have a Doom into Ursa, like Ursa didn't really manage to do a lot. Also, just full Ring of Health build, right? Not like nothing aggressive, like an Orb of Corrosion or Venom early on. So can't really even contest S4.
Oh, but the IO in the top lane, though, going to be bursted down. Potentially one more hit, and that's going to be enough. Hansken picks it up. We talked about Orb of Corrosion. That hurts the IO a lot. 4 armor, getting dropped down to just 1. And the arrow connection from a couple meters. Since we're not talking yards anymore here at West Europe.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
Kidaro. He might get doomed here.
Quick
like,
to adapt. Yeah. Doom is up. 30 points in Scorched Earth. That thing is gonna hurt.
I'm surprised he didn't die from the back, and he could have went on the Ursa as well, but decided not to. They couldn't they just lift him into Doom here?
I mean,
like,
they are pushing the wave right now. It's like they're definitely gonna go for a dive.
Yeah, but look at that dive. Like he had. Oh, it's just weird. I had a feeling they could lift into Doom. Instead, they pop Scorched Earth and run first, and Ursa is just like, okay, I'm out of here. He runs back.
Yeah, it's like maybe there was an opportunity, but just playing it safe. I guess they were expecting a rotation coming out. Like the Leshrac was missing on the map. I think that was the big reason. Like they were farming. Actually, they were farming stacks, yes, but they were under a ward. So now your point makes even more sense. That they probably should have just gone for it. They had all the information.
No, they did see him. But
And now
it's fine.
Lorenov
Now
is coming in, and S4 is going to take some early damage here, trying to go for the chase. They've got this lift from Ponlo, preventing the Split Earth from going through, and that just might be the difference between life and death for S4. Ponlo also very low, but Shuan getting a lot of damage onto the Leshrac. Ponlo is going to end up getting stunned up, and the Shadow Realm, not enough damage.
No one dying.
No one dying. Once again, yeah.
What's happening, man? These two teams really like each other. They just don't wanna, you know, they're like, I don't wanna really kill you, you're my bestie, I know I'm playing against you, but, you know, it would be a shame. Can we deal with this peacefully, please? Did you watch Bullet Train, by the way, with, what's his name? Brad Pitt?
Bullet Train, wait.
It's a new movie. It's pretty cool. It's on HBO, I think, or Netflix, something like that.
Yeah. I have not watched it.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it, but he's a pacifist. That's it. Like same like in this game. Both teams are very, very kind and gentle towards each other.
All right.
Meteor Hammer completed. Doesn't connect on the tower. S4. Come on, bro.
Efficiency. I don't know what to think about the pacifism, considering my military background. But me and my military background. More like I come from a military family. Let's put it that way.
No, don't be shy. Tell the people, tell the auditorium that you're a sergeant.
Well, thank you for telling them.
Oh, Doom on Ursa.
Can they close in the kill? I mean, Scorched Earth used, but can't get close. And here comes the TP rotation. It is Lays onto Ponlo. Ponlo, no level 6, but does have telekinesis, able to cancel out the Rolling Thunder. hey, what is happening? And that just happened. That is a perfect timing for that chat to happen.
Top lane. Lesh and I
I heard that
rotating
sigh.
in. I mean, you could hear it. I don't know, like this bottom lane is really pissing me off. Like, I have a feeling, I don't have a feeling, it's obvious. They had a kill on Ursa like 15 times up to this point. And then they used the Doom off of the Meteor Hammer when Rubik isn't even close. Like, Ponlo already moved back, so he couldn't follow up with the lift or anything. It really bothered me, but it's fine. Like, it happens. They're still pressuring the tower. They're gonna take it eventually with the Meme Hammer. That's the most important
Soon
thing.
TM.
Soon TM, yeah.
Oh, he's gonna get it now. Looks like the tower, if he gets a couple more right clicks in, it's in deny range already. 58 HP, Kadaro. Well, they're gonna drive off the defender first. S4 is just gonna go for the deep dive.
S4 might die
But
here.
he might actually die himself. He finally pushed the envelope. And now he ends up being a bait of it.
He almost gets the kill with the zap. Like, he almost does it with Chain Lightning, but Dark Willow managed to get into Fog.
Well, that is Leonardo DiCaprio getting, well, not mauled, but, I don't know, disco ponied. Even
Yeah.
worse of a fate.
Oh, wait, but like Leshrac is sort of a moose, right? Like, if we stretch it hard enough.
Oh my god, I clicked on the portrait of Lesh and I'm like, actually, he does look a bit like a moose. You're not completely wrong here.
Low skill mid.
Yeah, Ponlo's also getting jumped in bottom. Two separate fights happening at the same time. Lays, the arrow will fly in, but it's not going to connect. However, they will take down the sniper. Potentially even S4 as well. Lays, maybe they're going to clear it out. Ponlo dies in bottom. PogChamp finding success in both mid and bottom. Kills going for their cores and trading off of support.
Yeah, really nicely done. The relocate was stopped on the bottom lane, but yeah, like you said, they get the Rubik bottom instead. And they get the sniper on the mid lane. Like,
I think that's the big prize.
Yeah, well, of course. Sniper has to be way more careful. Handskin is just poking the bear a little bit. Like, this game for me seems much harder for Alliance. I feel like they in that game one they looked much better in this lineup that was just basically defensive and static and, you know, playing this late game with the TB. This time around when they're supposed to play the tempo and make some moves, they're being punished already like twice.
Yeah, that's kind of the classic, like when you're playing with Charlie's hero pool. Like, obviously now he's got Ember, much more active, but the years I've been casting his games in like the tier 2, tier 3 scene, even when he was still kind of breaking through, he loves these late game carries, right? Like, I've seen his Terrorblade so many times I can't even count. And it always is like, yeah, he will be the ultimate carry in the late game. But will they win the game? I mean, that's always up for debate. It's probably not down to him. Probably more down to the team.
I played versus him quite a lot of times, and
yeah,
I know what you mean, but I think he's improved overall through the years as a carry. Like, he can actually go the distance and also carry. But I don't think it's on him this time around. Like, he could have been more active perhaps on the Ember, but he's having a free time on top lane, so he doesn't necessarily have to move or go anywhere.
Yep.
He's gonna finish.
Enjoyer.
Yeah, he's gonna finish his Maelstrom and then start making moves, which is also understandable.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So another thing that sparks a smile on my face, which is a support building Boots of Bearing. See the drums coming up from Arana. Does PogChamp have something similar going their way? I mean, you've got Io, probably not, just going Holy Locket. Yeah, and Willow. Willow's yet to reveal anything, just going for the shard. Ponlo's also got Force Staff and Glimmer Cape lined up, so the classic hits. Sweet and Strong and ready to save Lorenov, loads up the relocate. That's all he's gonna do. Relocate, save him back home.
Not really home.
Not even all the way to the fountain. Okay, they're just gonna stick around.
They're really
Big
close.
Big heal. DD has been popped. Alliance, yep. Smart move to walk away. They're gonna doom the Willow. It's like Willow just casually strolls in. And S4, oh, Leonardo DiCaprio He got some healing out of the mechanism and will live, but Chuan's doing a lot of damage. The sniper having the freest time of his life. And Lays as the Rolling Thunder runs out. Oh, they're so low. Hanskin is like 1 HP, so is S4. And S4, Leonardo DiCaprio, he's down. And Lays will finally be punished as well.
He stuck around to use the Meteor Hammer, so he got punished for it. They find the ward. Yeah, overall nicely done from Alliance. I honestly thought that that S4 is gonna get really punished. Bear?
Bear? Moose?
We have the bear, we have the moose. We have the light.
We have the light.
The lesson was.
You are
I mean, Moose walking into the light, Io Leshrac makes perfect sense.
Mm-hmm. Kidaro.
Yeah, that's
very close Meteor Hammer. Almost.
That is easy. Yep. Almost a triple net worth lead on the cores of Alliance. It is just the Leshrac that is diving in between. Ursa keeping up, Pango falling behind a bit.
Yeah, I feel like the moment Ember joined, the game kind of changed, right? Like you can see Alliance actually making moves.
Yep. And maybe they can get even more here. Chuan moving in.
They're pushing it. There's no mana on Ponlo. Like both him and Mirana are on low HP or slightly low. They need to like heal up, get the mana going.
At least they have arcane boots so they can extend. But he's gonna have to get on the move. Sweden strong. Scouting on the low ground. Meanwhile, Kadaro has found Mirana. He's still the Chuan sniper chilling in the area. Yeah, again, it feels like PuckChamp. Like, they had a couple good or reasonably good engagements, but outside of that, it feels like they're, again, just playing under Alliance's response. You're not really getting to push with a Lesh Io, which is a bit worrying.
Yeah, they're not playing the combination that aggressively at all, and now Pango. Yeah. Ska, nice dodge. Nice dodge of the stun as well. I'm surprised, like, what do you think? What was the issue? Why aren't they able to take these fights? Is it the late Bloodstone on Lorenov, or is it something else?
I mean, I guess that's one reason, but I feel like they're just not being as active as I hoped them to be with this lineup. Like, most of the time when you see Lesh Isle, they're all around the place. Now they do get the fight onto S4, but Alliance is already stacked up at this point. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt a lot, and they're gonna lose their carry. I think it's a bit too late to start acting on or making moves on the side of PuckChamp. I mean, it feels brutal to say it, but that's what it feels like. This Shrek Bloodstone is just getting shredded through. They just clear them out. However, they do get the jump on the back line onto the sniper. Willow is down. Lays looking to finish off the sniper, but he's going to have to disengage simultaneously. And Charlie running rampant in the front line. Pango to drop as well. That's going to be a team wipe. Alliance take them all.
Damn, and they're all so low. Like, look at Rubik, look at Ember. Even the sniper at one point was yeah, the wave before TPing out. Okay, with a cool old S4. that was insane. Like, they really played circles around them. The TP back with the Io and Lash, they just got obliterated immediately. They're really not as tanky as they are thinking.
Yeah.
Like you said, I'm not sure. Maybe it's a bit too late for PuckChamp to play too aggressively. If they could sneak in a rush or something, you know, snatch that and then play off of it.
You need something big, yeah.
Yeah, you need like a big scare with smoke, or like a big rush. That could be cool. Because right now the sniper is way too strong.
Sniper is too big. Doom is too tanky. Ember is hard to catch. Pretty much all the engagements that you are taking right now is going to involve at least 3+ heroes from Alliance. So you can't find these easy openings, easy starts. You're not starting fights.
They do have Rilo right now, so maybe they can move on someone like S4 on top lane. But
I've yet to see an aggressive relocate.
Yeah, that's a big thing that you said. It's not easy for them to start fights even with the relocate. Like, it's really hard.
And it's just a Willow. Getting information on S4 and Huntskin in the top lane. Doom is off cooldown, low skill. He's got Blink. I'd love to still continue farming. Huntskin, he's in the area. Low skill will move away.
That's almost a Scuddy on Charlie. Like almost a full Scuddy completed. Like into the Wisp, it's always good to get it. Into Ursa obviously as well, but it's mostly about the Wisp. Like the amount of healing is reduced.
And look, Charlie's almost got Scotty. Like, this is gonna make Io's life so hard. Like, you're dropping so much of that big heal away. And Leshrac with the Bloodstone. That's also gonna get diminished.
Really?
I'm pretty sure you just said that. Yeah. And I'm just repeating what you said because I fully agree what you just said. You want me to say it a second time?
It's good that we're in agreement, you know.
We are in total agreement.
Yeah. Great minds, they think alike. They're going in top lane.
Yeah, and you. And this just gonna TP out. Oh boy. Alright, well, let's see if they can catch anyone. Alliance, they are spreading in multiple directions, and it is, of course, Mr. Leonardo.
Maybe they can take Rush off of this because BKB has been used by Sniper. It's still kind of scary, and there's a buyback on there's a buyback on Doom possible. Let's see.
Maybe we should stack Scotties, so
multiple Scotties.
And have
oh my god, damage.
Uptime.
Yeah.
Now they get to turn the favor. Just taking the
Lorenov.
Lorenov. Yeah, he's down.
Yeah. PogChamp, they're just so disconnected with the plays that they're moving. Some of them want to go rush, some of them don't. Some of them go in, some of them go back. And this Chuyan Sniper is just hitting way too damn hard right now. Together with Charlie, by the way.
Willow's about to get caught. Charlie just needs to wait a little bit longer. There you go.
Arrow.
Into the arrow. That's your level 15 talent right there. And they catch more upon low, looking for the lift. Io's not too far away. Lays blinks away. Oh, they're all in hiding. Everybody just finds a tree to hide behind, you know, like what's the what was the kid's game called again? Like when he sees somebody, when you finally catch them, and this is like, oh yeah, hide and seek. Yeah, that's the one. They all literally just got behind trees before the hunter showed up.
The hunter. I don't know what kind of a hide and seek you guys play in Finland. But it usually doesn't involve any weapons in other countries.
I don't know, man. It's a rough childhood for sure. 11k lead for Alliance. We're still yet to see a change in the so-called script, at least PogChamp. Game 1, we were trying to really look for a win condition. Game 2, it just feels like it is a bit similar. It does sound a bit demoralizing to say that way, but they just haven't been able to play this IO-Lesh lineup like you would like to see. Like the teams that at least have been drafting it and have been victorious with it, they have been able to score a lot of different types of moves on the map. This just feels like they're just on the responsive end the whole time. Alliance is the one applying the pressure. And Charlie is just single-handedly keeping Io and Lesh at bay.
He might single-handedly die here.
Is actually taking a lot of damage. The Force Staff save to avoid the stun to connect. And Chuan keeps on hammering away. This Sniper just dishing out damage with the chains. Io to potentially drop. No vision. Doesn't actually catch sight of that in time. And the Dark Willow punished.
Yeah, not as lucky, Dark Willow.
Oh, rough game. Really rough game for PogChamp.
It didn't look that way, really. Like, from the get-go, I thought they'd have better chances. Like, Lash had a decent time mid. Bottom lane as well versus the Doom. It wasn't that...
praising the draft, too.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. Like, I thought that they would be able to play the tempo, but something just didn't click for them, and I don't think they've won a single team fight.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of inability added into the mix. PogChamp, if execution, as Kidaro gets executed, if execution is the big issue, they gotta find a remedy to that really fast. You don't want to let this entire division just kind of slip away from your hands.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alliance getting to push down mid. Tier 3 tower taking a bit of a beating here with this Mask of Madness sniper standing in the front. Nope, that is just a Hurricane Pike and a BKB.
Radiant's middle tower.
At level 17. A lot of attack speed, a lot of damage. An attempt here, Laze will go for the Rolling Thunder. He will find the targets that they need to catch. It is the sniper. Roll up will be used as well for the instant stun, but they're stuck. They're stuck right now in the front. The stolen brambles keeping them at bay, and Charlie will tank the bay, the front of the battle basically from PogChamp because he's got the Aegis. He will come back. Forced out the cliff. Meteor Hammer used as well. Melee racks to fall. 27 minutes. Alliance will score. One lane of super creeps.
Yeah, they do not have Rolling Thunder right now, so that's pretty much the best thing that they have when it comes to control.
Yeah.
And that's probably the biggest issue that they've had throughout the game. Like, it's very difficult for them to start things off. Even when Laze has a good Rolling Thunder and he catches targets off, it always feels like a little bit too late, or not as what's the right word here? It's just it's efficient. It's just you can't count on it, you know, like every single time. It's sometimes he misses. Thank you. That's a word that I use all the goddamn time, but when I need it, it's not there.
When you really need it.
Yeah, it's unreliable, so you can't really plan off of it.
Don't worry. I'm also losing track of my hide and seek hunter games. They're not really that brutal, don't worry. But that bottom lane push, you know, you've got some hammers to throw into the mix. Sniper just continues sieging. And last time Laze, he got to the right target. Sadly, Ponlo just spoiled the party completely by stealing the Bramble Maze. Now they're gonna go. Juan, he's kind of left in the front alone, but he gets the BKB and his Force Staff off. Low skill, he's gonna use his BKB just to get a couple hits on the Rubik, that's all. That's all he got. That's all she said. S4.
Oh, the Glimmer.
Close. Double sentries placed down on the ground, and there is a Pango. Not quite cutting the creep wave. S4's TPing to the tower. He's going to run into him. Uh-oh. Does he blink in the right direction? Okay, he's a bit too far. He's a bit too far. Regroup and push bottom again. Easy push for Alliance. Gonna go for another set of racks for themselves. They won't be getting megas. There's a tier 2 in the top lane. But surely they should be able to clear out this this lane. Loreno, with the help of Sweet and Strong, they both smoke up. Got Laze, but Laze has been caught. He's been doomed. Kidaro also dies. Yeah, there was two guys already in the fight, while Io and Lesh were only just about to smoke it.
I guess what they were doing was correct. They were trying to wrap around, you know, and then open up the fight for everyone else. Because you can't. Yeah, you just cannot go straight in. If you go straight in, you just die to the sniper. He hits way too hard. I think it's time, boys.
Time for the fountain.
Time to call it, maybe. Yeah.
Quick visit to the fountain, that's all. 30 minutes, 21k lead Alliance. 6 minutes until we pass game 1's game duration. You think we can see Alliance potentially end the game? Maybe PogChamp gets some kind of miracle?
Radiant are scanning.
Honestly, I feel like that's what they need right now. Something has to completely shatter Alliance.
I don't see it happening. I'm sorry, T-Panda. I really appreciate your enthusiasm, like, what could they do? They could somehow get on top of the sniper together with the Pango and the relocate, and then you can kill him off. Like, but that's the best. Like, and even if you kill him off, you're 23k behind. Like, more chances are, the Ember will just deal with you afterwards. The basher on Ursa would be huge. Like, that's something. It would allow you to perhaps get some lucky bashes off, keep on top of a target. But realistically, this game is alliances to just close out at this point. Two sides up. It is what it is, right? Smoke up. This is it, right? The last
The Hail
effort.
Mary smoke.
Pretty much.
And it's onto a Rubik illusion. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, at least they can reset and try again. I think that's the smartest course of action. Reset, go again. Wait for the Rolling Thunder to come back off cooldown, but what can
Now
you
it's
do?
Alliance.
What can you do?
Yeah, now it's Alliance to punish them. They know that Rolling Thunder has been used, right? So they're smoking up.
There's a
Kidaru is
Willow
in a
in the
good
front,
position.
and Lees will be popping all of those smokes. Gets a bit of a surprise element into the act. Pango already dropped down to half HP. Kidaru is down. S4 was already hunting for the next target. Do we get the buyback off of Kidaru?
There's a blink on Charlie, so if he wanted to, he could perhaps dive the Io and Ursa. I'm not sure he knows where they are, though. He probably doesn't, yeah. If he knew, he'd already be there. Does Ursa have a basher already? He does, right? And they're tipping in.
Does.
Yeah, so this is the plan. They actually wanna... Okay, never mind. They just fall back. I was thinking maybe they'll try to go on Sniper from the left.
Well, Charlie is the one to go in instead. Just not fortunate enough of actually having his teammates in. Probably was just trying to zone them out. Make sure they get the tier 2. Roshan is also up in 5 seconds. Chuan does get jumped on. He is silenced for the time being, but he has to be... Oh, Laze is getting stuck. Oh, that's the worst thing that could have happened. Pango getting stuck completely, and even the roll-up ain't gonna save him. All the Glimmer Capes, all the saves, the extra heals, nothing. And there goes your Io.
They have buybacks, but even the map is working against them, like the Rolling Thunder. Dark Willow doesn't. He just bought back earlier. This game was a little bit of a stomp for Alliance, really.
Yeah. I mean, this one is even clearer than game 1. PogChamp, they just don't have initiative. No initiative whatsoever.
I feel like that was the problem for Alliance game 1. No initiation, not initiative. They had initiative to just wait and get to late game. In the second match, like the sole hero you're relying on is the Pangolier. Arrow.
Let's get the BKB and at least fight a little bit, but S4 just gonna drop the Doom in a matter of seconds. Well, he is gonna heal up with that Fountain. Sniper just dealing a lot of damage. Bonalo going in with a shield crash. Needs to get a bit of extras in, and Charlie diving the Fountain will secure the kills for them. And we talk about yeah, there's the GG call. Chuan, we talked about his good game number 1, but this one he's gonna end with 9-1-13 stats.
Yeah, this one is even better. Sniper completely on point. For me, the MVP of the game, like, he got everything he needed. Was playing the match exceptionally well. Like, it was enjoyable to watch. I'm not sure what happened to the side of PogChamp. Like, they weren't really making any proper moves after the laning stage. They weren't. They were just kind of stuck, trying to defend against the onslaught that Doom was bringing, that Sniper was bringing. Meanwhile, they had a team that should be active, more active earlier on. Maybe a plate mail on Lesh would have helped them a little bit, but in all honesty, it's not the itemization, it's just the gameplay. Laze was really trying his best. I have a feeling like he was the outstanding player early on. Like, he was at least making moves, like controlling the fights. It's just that it was kind of disconnected from the whole team. They weren't moving as one unit. It was more or less always one guy goes in, then another. Like this fight here, Laze, I think he gets a kill in the end. Like, he controls the Doom, but Doom doesn't die, right? Like, they don't finish him off. They kind of move away. So he pops the mech, he goes back in. And then they finish off Lorenov, they finish off the Pango, but Pango at least gets S4 until the end.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, they're so low, so many low heroes in every direction, and it's just like, is this really the difference maker that they're like, we didn't do plus 100 damage? There was another fight where that almost the same thing happened again, right? Like Alliance very low on HP. I think it was even this one where they're all again just about to drop, and Laze is the one doing so much heavy lifting at the back line. Yeah, the Ember is so low, the Sniper's almost dead. The Rubik is tanking the tower. Ponlo almost actually dies to it and stays at 20 HP or something, just trying to bait that one little extra move so his core can finish off the kill. It's just pain. It's literally just Spain without the S.
Yeah. Like maybe during that bottom fight, Ursa could have went for Rosh instead. Even Alliance was scanning it, like they were worried that they were losing Rosh while fighting. That's another thing that they didn't really do on the side of PacChamp. Maybe they could have forced the Roshan fight a little bit earlier. Instead of just constantly being on the responsive side, on their side of the map, maybe they could have upped the ante, right? Go for Rosh. Force Alliance into responding instead. And usually when you have this IO plus Slash, maybe it would be easier for them to have a different kind of a 4 or a 5, whatever you want to call this, Dark Willow. Yeah. Something that set things up. You know, some Bane, I don't know, to grip a target, or any sort of a stun initiator. Like, maybe that would have been better.
Yeah, I feel like if there's somebody that we bring up as a, outstanding performance this game, obviously, like you could say Chuan. I'm gonna say Charlie. Let's give Charlie an MVP every once in a while. You know, I feel like he was our MVP in the last game, or was he? I don't remember exactly. You know, I've slept 4 hours, but doesn't matter. He did almost the same amount of damage as every core on the side of PacChamp. And to talk about that, it's actually the Willow, the Pango, and the Leshrac. Ursa didn't even do half of what the others did, but 15k each, 42.3k damage by Charlie. All around the place, a lot of impact. Just one of those Ember carry games where you're like, yep, this guy seems to be everywhere, constantly in the fights, unkilled as well. Neat 23 KDA. I think this guy, in this game, gave a bit of everything. But again, Alliance team effort.
Yeah, he did quite a lot. Same thing can be said for the Sniper. I feel like both of these two cores were on point when it comes to just carrying the game, like holding hands and dishing out the damage. Meanwhile, S4 was very annoying on the Doom in the front lines. Like the Meteor Hammer, sure, I feel like the lane could have went a little bit better for them. But the game went quite all right. Like he got the Greaves, he got the mech early on, the sustain was there, so did his job.
It definitely did, and most important for them, getting a victory, which looked like, you could say, somewhat smooth sailing. Losing that first series against Secret, obviously, I think that was just a big motivator for them. Like they know that this tour is going to be a very difficult one. Like the narrative we had for Tour 1 in West Europe Div 2 is, now's the time to get the hell out of here, because Secret's coming, Into the Breach is going to be joining. It's going to be even more competitive in Div 2. So when they weren't able to get there, it probably was, something that motivated them a bit. But hey, we're going to hear from the players themselves on the side of Alliance, and I believe we should be having S4 on the line from Alliance. S4, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Hey, congrats with your, you could say, pretty smooth sailing victory versus PacChamp, taking the series 2-0. One thing I wanted to really ask, as we were watching this game progress from game 1 to game 2, you guys seem to have all the initiative compared to your opponents. Did you feel like the opponent felt a bit passive, or that you were really commanding the map, your comms were on point, everything you were doing was, structured?
Yeah, it pretty much felt like you said, we went in with a game plan and just kind of went with it. So that's why it felt like we were dictating a lot of the moves. So yeah, just went in with a plan.
You had your first series versus Team Secret, which ended up being a 2-0 loss, but you really you kind of stick around for like 65 minutes in game 1, which could have been a game that you win. But was there something you picked up from that series? Obviously it hurts to lose your opener series, and that you stayed in Division 2 from last tour. Was there something you picked up from that series? Like, guys, don't worry, let's just push on one series at a time. Did you have a discussion after that?
Yeah, we definitely had a long discussion after Secret, since, like you said, we last season we lost our opening games too, so it sucks a bit to lose the opening game again. But it's also fine at the same time. If we can learn from that first series, we put a lot of points down where we need to improve on, and when we play these officials, we learn way more than any of the scrims. So we kind of fix some of the stuff into next series.
All right. Lizard, go ahead.
Congrats, S4. I just want to know, maybe it's a bit of a Pepe hands question, but how does it feel going from, I don't know, TI3 and all the greatness, and how does it feel playing in Division 2 now with all the newer upcoming players, let's put it that way, besides Hansken, I guess? Where do you find the motivation?
Honestly, the Dota scene overall the skill level has been improving every year. So at first, it's like playing in Div 2 was kind of weird. It's a bit low level, but right now the level of Div 2 is not that low as one might think. It's pretty good teams in Div 2, and we also get to scrim really good teams. The other tournament that's going on right now, we're getting to scrim all these teams. So it feels like we're playing high-level Dota overall.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. One more question. You guys are playing high-level Dota. What about table tennis? Is it high-level as well? Who's winning usually?
They're currently playing, actually. It's Charlie versus Arthur, our coach. And I think Charlie's losing that one pretty hard. No, he's up. Yeah.
I guess he has to carry the game so he can be forgiven.
Yeah,
a little
exactly.
bit. Yeah, thank you.
Sometimes we just throw for him in table tennis, so he feels good before the games.
Smart, yeah. Definitely.
A bit about this Division 2. We had this. What's it? It's not a theory, but what we were saying in Tour 1, now is the time to get the hell out of here because, Secret's coming, Into the Breach is coming back to Division 2. Where would you rank Alliance? Do you still think you're in the top 2? And who potentially would be the other team, or maybe the other 2 teams that you consider the hardest opponents? You already played against Secret, but is there somebody else maybe?
There's a lot of good teams here. I would say Secret is one of the better ones right now. But at the same time, comparing to last season, there were a lot of good teams last season that are a bit unknown, like Orido Thunders. They're looking really good, actually, in Div 1 even. So it's all about the teams that keep improving. If you can look at the teams that just play a lot of games and keep improving, they're going to be the scary ones.
All right. I think I might have had one more question, but I think we've maybe held you along for a bit too long here.
Don't worry, you can ask.
I'll let you have the free word to all the Alliance fans. Maybe talk a bit about your ideas, something about this tour. Go ahead. The stage is yours, S4.
Okay. Hopefully we're gonna try to get out of Div 2. Get out of this hole that is called Div 2. But we're gonna try our best. Get into Div 1 this season, and you guys follow us at Alliance Twitter, and thank you guys.
Thank you so much for your time, S4. Hopefully you win more table tennis tournaments with the rest of the team, and also hopefully you get out of Division 2. Thank you for taking your time to talk with us.
Thank you, man.
Cheers.
And there we heard from S4, the off-laner, and also the the guy who calls in the shots, the guy who does a lot of captaining and drafting talks with the team, alongside Hansken and of course their coach Arthur. They Tour 1 was difficult for sure, but now it looks like there's still hope. There's still potential to squeak in, get into Division 1. Play Tour 3, get some points potentially. EU is very competitive, but, you still got your hopes of getting some points in and at least securing that direct invite to not only the West European regionals, but, if you make it to a major run, which is possible in Europe, even though the competition is hard, might just get a direct invite. And I think Alliance is still keeping their eyes open on that. However, you got to get out of Division 2 first.
Yeah, like Division 2 is the trench, the hole that he called, but like realistically, it's not easy to get out of it anymore. Like that's the problem, right? Like you have a TI winner on your team, it doesn't really matter anything because it doesn't really change the facts. You have Secret there as well, you have Nigma there as well. Like these are some other teams that also have TI winners, right? Like, and they're also stuck in the trench with you. And how many teams get out? Like 2, right?
Yeah.
So there's a slot for 2. And then it's not even only the 3 of you big ones, like you're the kind of favorited ones because on paper you have good names, but it doesn't mean anything because there's always some team spirit or, you know, quote unquote, like there are some teams that you don't really know about. There's these hungry 16-year-olds that are going to beat you and take the slot away. So gotta step up and stay on your A game.
Well, that is really well said, Lizard. All I can add is our esportsbet.io mention about the Watch to Earn platform. You guys, if you still haven't made your own account, you can go there now, esportsbet.io, log in, and use the Watch to Earn platform basically to start watching games and earning some tokens. You get 3,000 tokens per hour, about 3 USD or US dollars per hour. So that's a good rate to pick up some tokens, watch some Dota, have some fun, and might as well do that while we're on a break because we have one more West European series later on today. Should be kicking off in about 50-ish minutes, maybe less than that. So we're done here with me and Lizard. I think we have another caster pair taking over to entertain you for the last series. But with that being said, we are going to take a break, and we will see you people later on for the final series of the West European Division 2.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
And we are back with our final series of the night. We've got two teams who have been able to take their first series victory to start off the second tour. We'll see if they're going to be able to continue in some pretty hot form so far. We've got the boys on Ancient Tribe versus OG Denog. We saw in those series in particular, I mean, OG, a very dominant victory over Into the Breach. And then for Ancient Tribe, they had a lot of back and forth engagements versus the boys on PuckChamp. That was a much closer series, but I think gave us a lot of hope to what Ancient Tribe is able to kind of provide and how they can lead into the rest of the tour as well.
Of course, and then since then they've played another series. D2 Hustlers able to take it against Old G 2-1. They had to do the reverse sweep to be able to make that one happen. And then Ancient Tribe actually notched their second win on the board as well, with being able to 2-0 Ivy pretty comfortably as well. So, you know, I'm sure if you asked a lot of people at the start of the season who's going to be 2-0, who's going to maybe be 1-1, the script would probably be flipped. So this is a big game for both teams, because Old G, if they're striving for that Div 1 promotion, these are the ones that they have to win.
So before we do get a closer look at the teams as well, we will give a big lovely thank you to the esportsbet.io, our wonderful partners who've launched a exciting new feature. You can earn up to 3,000 free tokens, which is worth $3 USD per hour, just by simply watching your favorite Dota 2 matches over in the Watch to Learn tab. So again, head over to esportsbet.io to earn those tokens and some more exclusive rewards as well. But as we now look towards this series, like you said, Nanog, where for OG, you got to be winning pretty much the series you're maybe expected to win. You can't be letting any slip under your grasp, considering how really difficult this Division 2 region is. And in fact, there was actually an interview where Seb even mentioned that he feels like
it's better than
Division 2. Yeah, the Division 2 in Western Europe is better than NA Division 1.
It's fighting words. I mean, he's going to be coming up against Alex, who obviously was part of that previously on Wildcard. So he's probably the one that's going to be best able to respond to that sort of thing. Of course, Kittrack, he's had bits and pieces there in the NA scene as well. But yeah, it's really going to be a clash of ideals, I think. And yeah, like we were saying before, they basically have to win out every single series that they've got up until the end, with the exception of maybe Secret. I think you can afford to drop a series to Secret because they seem like they're a step above of everyone else right now.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see them play earlier today, which was nice to see Secret notch another win under their belt, and then Lions versus PuckChamp. So I don't know. We've had two series that were 2-0s. I'm hoping we get a game 3. That's what I want. I mean, taking a look at the odds, it is still very much favoring OG, even though maybe the leaderboard would say otherwise, considering Ancient Tribe is still undefeated. So very interesting.
I mean, you might say that, going into this Ancient Tribe playing up against Ivy and PuckChamp, based on the games so far, these might be two of the weaker teams, let's say. And then you've got Old G, of course. They've beaten Into the Breach 2-0, and they looked really comfortable doing it. And this is an Into the Breach that just got relegated out of Division 1, so they're not a weak team by any means. And, well, they've stayed vastly similar to what they had, really only switching out their position 5. And I really don't think, unless the previous one, Kadaro, had a big impact in their drafting, that's going to change all that much about your fortunes. So, I mean, I think I remember in a few Western Europe interviews as well, last tour in Div 1, a lot of teams were saying Into the Breach were actually one of the harder teams to play up against. Like, they were really surprising a lot with what they were able to bring forward. They had a lot of unique strategies. So, there certainly aren't any easy games. And, well, that's going to include this one as well.
So for me, I think a lot of my attention is going to be put on how Lil Pleb's able to perform in this series, because that was really the standout person for me when we got to cast the first series for Ancient Tribe vs PuckChamp. That guy had a monster series. So can he replicate that versus OG now, as we see IU gets let through? So they're going to pick it up straight away. If that's available, though, they're always going to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, Seb's been spamming in pubs, probably his most picked hero. I just wonder what they're going to go with next. Love Disruptor as a response to it, and DK feels really solid against a Storm Spirit, if that's the way that OG were wanting to go. But again, it's Topson, right? It's probably not going to be a Storm Spirit. I mean, honestly, it's probably not even a Leshrac, despite the fact that, again, I really think Lesh fits Topson's playstyle of just getting uber aggressive. So we'll see what OG like to do. Maybe they're going to, okay, Abaddon, just give a little bit of a movement speed boost to him. I was expecting them to go something down the lines of like a Nature's Prophet if they felt really solid with it, just because it fits their global style and it's something that no one just defaults to every single opportunity that he gets.
And importantly, they have that flex. We saw Rezo play a couple of pretty good Nature's Prophet games as well. So it is still there if OG want to go for it. We've even seen some teams be forced to first phase ban it. But it's so difficult on what you're looking to ban out versus OG. As for Ancient Tribe, we also got to see the Dragon Knight with that first series. Mixer played it on the off lane. I'm pretty sure Mobe had a game on the DK as well. So it's already showcasing that they really feel like this hero has a lot of value in the current state of Dota and for their own identity as well.
I mean, it's got it all, right? Like, strong in lane, good at pushing, very durable. You can leave it on its own. Scales really well into the late game now, and like an instant stun is always going to be super value against a lot of these heroes that tend to be kind of, I guess mobile is the best way to say it, but oftentimes these days when you get the jump, that's going to be really effective. And I think that's going to be really important for Ancient Tribe as well. I mean, they're playing on the Radiant side right now, and it really feels like you need to be playing on the front foot if that's the case, because OG playing on Dire means that you just need to defend the resources that you have. You've got a better jungle, you've got a great cliff ward spot, and it's just hard when you get booted out of that bottom lane as well to be able to find the farm. So you got to make sure that you're making an equivalent trade happen. And DK, probably one of the better heroes at being able to do that. So I really wouldn't be surprised if Ancient Tribe looked to go into another one of these sorts of heroes that just looks to put a little bit more emphasis on the top side of the map. They might even snare away the Nature's Prophet as well.
And just to further the kind of conversation towards a Dragon Knight, you were mentioning like this is a hero that's able to open up the map very easily. Do we have to see OG then consider a support that also has the capability to help defend towers early? Because there's also a lot you kind of need with that support when you're paired with an IO, like kind of pick off and team fight setup, because IO lacks in that department, damage as well. But do you now also need to be considering about a support that can kind of help these early fights to protect some of the objectives?
Yeah, I think that's certainly a consideration, but really, like, I'm just thinking, what sort of supports are there really left for OG to be able to go to in regards to that? Like, maybe Seb feels confident to play like a Shaker, and then it's going to be a Kitrak IO. Maybe you can think to do something like a Magnus and then really greed it up inside of your jungle, provide a bit of a cleave towards the Abaddon. A Shadow Demon. Really haven't seen that much lately, have we?
No, we haven't. Very interesting.
I mean, I was about to say it's good against the Radiance, but you can just turn it off, right? While you're in the disruption, you just press your hotkey, and then when you spawn out of it, the illusions aren't going to have the Radiance burn.
I guess a nice thing is you can use the Dragon Knight though throughout the game. Getting more DK illusions is going to be nice. Of course, we see Scepter Manta, a pretty core item build if he's looking to scale into the later stages. So maybe there's a little bit of value there.
This doesn't really pick up the pace, though, is what I'm concerned about, right? You're very passive with both of your supports, honestly, and OG, they're actually going to be the ones putting a lot more pressure on. Again, this is something that's going to synergize really well with the Abaddon, right? You're already going to have massive movement speed once the IO is tethered onto you in the later stages of the game, and now you've got the Inner Beast Aura as well to be able to play around with. Even just, Abaddon after his Manta likes going into that Blink Dagger as well, and well, with the Hawk, you're going to be able to find them every single time. These very vulnerable supports. Yep, this is tempo. OG like to end their games in 25, 30 minutes.
And another game where we get that Jakiro, though. So it's still always going to go back to you kind of started our second tour off by mentioning, like, there's a lot of people down here that really like the Jakiro. So get another game that Kitrak's going to look to pick it up. Ancient Tribe, their response will be the Slark, and it's a pretty good Slark game as well. Maybe your lane can Go a little bit back and forth. Beastmaster should have a pretty good time there, but as the game goes on, it seems like they're going to have a difficult way to be able to address this 18th bit Slark.
He'll go the axes for sure. I mean, you've got an IO buffing you up, so why not, right? And just back on the Jakiro point, I really feel like that's the sort of hero that really excels at defending a lot of these towers, right? You just, from level 6 onwards, you lay down the macro pyre, they have to back off. It forces them to wait another wave, and, you know, if you're getting rid of the siege creep wave as well, even better, especially, again, considering the fact that they've only got a DK to do their pushing right now. I'm just thinking as well, Mobai, just with his... what they're wanting to do, because this could still be a DK mid, right? But DK offlane is also a possibility. Does Ancient Tribe have the last overall pick? They do.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they've got that level of flexibility. I'm just wondering what Thompson's going to go. Like, is he considering a Primal Beast a little bit? Again, into the Disruptor, you're just going to get glimpsed back. You're going to get disrupted as well by the Shadow Demon. But it feels decent against the Slark, right? Just as a way to be able to stomp around on top of him, prevent the effects of that Shadow Dance.
Lash even might be something you're considering. Can help up the tempo. Great pairing with the Iro. Nice way to address the Slark. My only thing with like now Lash and Primal Beast is just the Shadow Demon ultimate. I think is great versus them.
Hold on. We've forgotten that this could be a Thompson Beastmaster.
Okay, like it is...
He rushed and drops the Slom in 14, 15 minutes. Yeah, they're going to Lash. This could still be an offlane Lash, though, right? And it could be a mid Beastmaster. So they've got to be very careful
good point,
with how they're looking to go about this.
Because Rezo has a mean Lash.
He does. And Thompson he doesn't really play it. Even though it's a great hero, especially paired with the IO, it just doesn't seem to be that Thompson fit. So what are they going to look to do? Something needs to respond to all of this early on aggression, because you know they're going to be coming at you. And right now they've got nothing. Slark doesn't clear anything quickly. Shadow Demon doesn't. Disruptor doesn't.
Can you conquer?
Yeah, I would conquer. You could even just like X mark the relocate when it's happening back, right? And then you find a quick pick off after the fact. Does a decent job of clearing. You're very survivable in the early stages. Don't need too many items to be able to play around with. I would quite like a conquer.
And you're going to have a good time versus Lesh and the Beastmaster with whatever's put mid. Your matchup versus Lesh is very, very good. Able to get on top of him with ease. BKB builder. But Ancient Tribe, they're going to go down the Viper route. So it looks like it's a pretty heavy commitment to trying to shut down no one on this Abaddon. You've got the breakout of the Viper, you've got the Shadow Demon with his ultimate as well to really prove to be an issue to purge and slow him down in the fights. You've got the Slark just to feast onto his high health pool. So Ancient Tribe do their best to try and slow down this Abaddon, but we'll see OG with this kind of less Shrek pick getting picked up. Of course, like you said, it's not really a Thompson staple, but it will be him playing it in this game one. Do we like the response from Ancient Tribe? Because you were highlighting you felt like there were some weaknesses that needed to be addressed. Did the Viper address them?
Not really. I mean, you just think about what Viper's weak to, and it's just getting run over. You're very immobile. Physical damage does a lot to you, and, well, they don't exactly have a ton of physical damage, but certainly the Beastmaster plus a Leshrac that's being buffed up by an IO is still going to be able to run you down. This, and I know it's going to sound, how dare I, when I've made a bit of a crusade against it, but Viper into Lycan and Beastmaster, I don't hate the Aghanim Scepter. It really does buff up the effectiveness of that item, just because you're going against all of these things that aren't going to be able to avoid the disarm, that aren't going to be avoiding the potential of diving in onto those backlines. So I really wouldn't hate to see the Ags this time around. Probably after the BKB, though. You really need the BKB just to enable you to stand your ground.
Do you think so, or can he go ag? Because doesn't it increase the resistance?
It does.
No, it doesn't. Okay.
No, it increases the damage, from the corrosive haze, so they can't stay on you for quite as long. Corrosive haze.
I wasn't sure if it increased the magic resistance as well, but it doesn't look like it does.
No.
So I thought maybe you just go Scepter then. If it increases resistance, then maybe you don't need that maybe you don't need the BKB, but Might have a fight to break out pretty shortly. Look at this. 5-man smoke, and they're kind of split on Old G. If Ancient Tribe can sneak on through, but they fought it. Like OG will be aware of what's going on for the moment. They've got a backline stab from the rest of the members to start to move on over. Keytrack gets a great dual breath onto all the 4 heroes currently nearby, and the double stun as well from Pops. And meanwhile, LeBron's just getting beat down by Resolution. Now Lil Pleb as well. It's going to be 3 members of Ancient Tribe that just run straight into the meat grinder as OG. That is how you want to start your game 1.
I mean, it's kind of odd that they went for that sort of play, right? They're not a bad level 1 fighting lineup on Old G, and well, they actually had a decent amount. They didn't have the vision to play around with, actually. It's going to be Alex that goes for the D-Ward now, assuming he's just going to pop it up onto the high ground. Never mind, he might even be able to snag away this bounty. Very, very cheeky. But yeah, great dual breath, like you mentioned. Seb's IO buffing up Rezo, meaning that he's able to constantly spam out those wild axes. That really was what did the majority of the damage there. Just everyone grouped up onto this small area, slowed down by the Chikiro, no boots, and yeah, you're just going to melt.
How are we expecting this mid matchup to go between Thompson and Mobe here on the Viper?
Honestly, not sure. I'm not sure what Bobe is going to look to go in terms of his skill build, right? Because you could just look to go down the route of the Nether Toxin to be able to spam out that lane, but you're not going to get value out of a stick in this lane, I don't think. Thompson's going to be a lot more conservative with his spell usage, and you might just need that Nether Toxin to be able to just push the wave away from you and make sure that Thompson isn't enabled to go for some of these early rotations like he loves to do.
Do we feel like a lot of those rotations going to be enabled thanks to the power runes? Is this something that both sides need to be keeping in the back of their mind?
I think so, but again, on OG's side, no one really wants to be the one to make that rotation. Honestly, neither does Ancient Tribe, but at least you've got the capability of a Shadow Demon to make a quick rotation while stacking. It's quite easy for Alex to be able to build those ones up, but I still feel like this is probably going to benefit Thompson a little bit more, especially if Mobe continues to go into a little bit more of this single target style, maxing out the corrosive skin in what I assume is going to be an Aghanim Scepter build. Because you know they're going to run at you, right? You're going to get insane value out of it.
And what needs to go right for Ancient Tribe to be able to stop the running? I know you just mentioned the Ag Scepter on the Viper. Is there some other components that we need to be looking at for Radiant?
I think it's just being in the right position to understand like when OG are going to feel strong with their timing. So when's a relocate going to come? Is Disruptor going to be there to be able to get a glimpse back in the meantime, so that you're actually fighting solo and, you know, outnumbered? And of course, like I've been mentioning as well, the top side of the map. How is Mixer going to be enabled to be able to take this tier 1 tower, open up the map a little bit so that you're not always just playing on the back foot? You can't do that against A, a dire lineup, and B, this specific one that's, you know, is going to have all of that aggression to be able to play with. So you got to open up the map so that you're actually getting something in response to the push that you know is coming at you. That's the strength of OG's lineup, right? Ball up and go.
Just a question of, can you get that ball rolling? And no, still those 3 early kills are definitely going to help out. Does seem like the lanes aren't favoring anyone too heavily in particular, which is honestly pretty important considering you did give up all those kills. So it's a very minor net worth lead for OG, but nothing too crazy.
I mean, we know that Rezo is going to be able to spam out these. Actually, he's got a second point in the Call of the Wild.
Top lane, no one? Might be in a little trouble here. No one gets the kill, but the trade, it'll be there for Ancient Tribe. And we already see early on what the Shadow Demon is able to do against the Abaddon. You just get that banishment out. All of a sudden, 2 Abaddon illusions pop out, so they can use the Curse of Avernus against himself. And that's a big kill for them to find against the carry.
Yeah, it only takes a couple of right clicks, right? And I feel like Mixer's setting that up quite well with the Dragon Tail just to ensure that the Abaddon is going to get caught in that. I was a little surprised that Rezo actually went the second point into the Call of the Wild Boar, considering, you know, you've got this IO that's buffing you up. You're just about to finish into the Arcane Boots as well. So, of course, you're going to basically have a full mana pool to be able to play around with. And I feel like you got to try and push Little Pleb out of this lane ASAP prior to him being level 6. That's really not where a Slark wants to be in the jungle. He's happy to rotate back once he hits that period, just so that he can continue to use the Shadow Dance passive. But until then, he really wants to just stay in this lane as long as possible.
Well, we do have a replay with a listen here, so let's go to that one and see what they had to say.
Are we focusing?
Slug has nothing. Slug does all the damage, guys. Just get Slug. Stun. Kill the Slug after kills. Does all the damage. Slug does all the damage, guys. Can I get one kill in this one? Can I get one? Sometimes they get good, sometimes they be bad. That's pretty good.
All right, nice. Yeah, you hear how important the communication is inside those fights, Senok. No one saying early on who are we focusing. You got Seb as the vocal person as well, saying get the Slark after we find that first kill.
See, it's moments like that where I really wish No-Tail was playing on this lineup, because you know it's not going to be that cool, calm and collected style. He would have been screaming at the top of his lungs the entire time. And you know what? I think players are too composed these days. You got to let a lot of that emotion out. The last time we heard that was when he was casting over at that Dubai tournament. Remember that? When he was casting OG?
Yes, yeah.
Where are you going to run? Nowhere! Here we go. They might be able to set up for another one of these stuns onto No One specifically as he gets the silence in onto him. Nice little body blocks going off here as well by Mixer, but of course he's got the phase boots to be able to get right on out of that one. And well, it's an Abaddon. You are going for this Radiance. It's again just how are these other lanes going to be able to enable that? Even popping the glyph here just to try and keep this this siege creep alive. Of course, Mobai might be in a little bit too deep, especially with Seb looking to heal him up.
Final thing is maybe they get the power in away from the left track, but yeah, big kill for them to be able to find to slow down Mobai's game. And meanwhile, Resolution's still okay to be able to play into Lil Pleb at the moment. I mean, the Slark really needing that level 6 just to help survive some of the spam that we see coming out from the Axes at the moment.
And then Seb comes straight back. He's like, oh, there's my little mana battery. And then in another 15 seconds, he might even have the level 5 to have an additional point in those wild axes. I think he's got the Helm of Iron Will coming out to him as well. Mix is doing a good job up on this top side, though. Abaddon still almost level 5, but ways away from level 6, and he wants to try and get the pressure in onto that top tower. But again, as just a sole DK, you're not going to be able to take this lane out, especially once Kitrak joins in.
So do we feel like Mobai needs to consider about moving top pretty shortly once the Dragon Knight has that ultimate to work with?
I guess, but I think it's really important for him to just keep the Lesh from rotating as well, right? And it's about pushing that mid lane in. He's only got the 1 point in the Nether Toxin so far, though, to be able to do that. So again, he's very single target focused right now.
Look at bottom lane. Rezo and Seb getting very aggressive against Lil Pleb. I do have Mobai nearby, so running up the high ground into the Viper is going to feel a little bit awkward, but the glimpse, that's really the awkward thing about it. Seb, unfortunately, doesn't have a TP. He's going to be relying on the tether to get some distance away, but the Poison has had plenty of time to be able to stack up. Pleb even give Seb a tip. So
I mean, he tipped him off the first blood, so it's understandable. But now it's just, again, about getting Pleb up to this level 6, right? He's going to have LeBron move away as quickly as possible, maybe build up some stacks for the Viper to be able to quickly farm. But yeah, you just got to make sure that Pleb gets up onto this ultimate as quickly as possible. Could have gone so much better for Ancient Tribe, though, right? You don't use the Glimpse, you walk up into the Viper, you get the kill, and then he can't just TP away because you've still got the Glimpse to be able to go for that. Is Rezo going to be able to get a kill here? Not quite.
Top lane, they might be able to get a kill into No One. Poison starting to stack up, but it's actually Kitrak that's doing a really good job to zone away Alex. I don't believe he's going to tick out to the Dual Breath. He needed one more tick without the tower being nearby, but still a lot of damage being dealt. Straight away, we're going to see Mixer look to activate the Elder Dragon form, but there will really be no follow-up for the moment. However, really, mid lane is where we need to be looking at. This tower, how's it going down? What's going on?
It's rotation from LeBron, helping to back him up, so anyone that TP'd in response was just going to get glimpsed back. It means that you're going to sacrifice the Slark on this bottom side, and Well, I think you can afford to do this, but you got to be taking top at the same time. Slark at least hits on to the level 6 now, so he's going to have full HP to be able to contest this if they're really wanting to, and it seems like that's exactly what they want to do.
We've got the extra +1 for the wraparound as well. LeBron's going to be here just to cancel any TPs. Rezo's going to be able to hold one down into place, but with a kinetic field, is going to struggle with ducking into the tree line. A great rotation for them to find, and they will continue to slow down that push. And now, there's more objectives getting damaged. Thompson got to look for the kill. They'll be able to run into Alex into the tree line, so this will give enough time, though, for Mixer to be able to step on out of danger.
I was about to give props over to Alex just for his positioning to enable that. He's also got a Meteor Hammer on Mixer as well. So again, just really relishing this pushing role. They got to make sure that they defend this though. I mean, Thompson is going to pick up. They got a Observer Ward as well. There's Kitrak going to look to place it. I'm sure as soon as they see a bit of a stack built up here, it's going to give them the information to be able to come and potentially contest this. This is relocate on Seb as well.
We will at least stand by to be able to soak some of the experience here for Kitrak. But there we go. Thompson and Seb trying to connect. Mixer is a little bit closer to the tower, though, so this is going to give an opportunity now for Ancient Tribe to protect it.
They've got their own ward. Look at all the TPs. Yeah. They're just going to take the hard camp for now, though. Where's Disrupt?
Kitrak does run away from the team, so LeBron's going to be able to find the angle for the glimpse. OG considering about still trying to protect the Jakiro, but with the kinetic field blocking off that avenue to the high ground, Kitrak will be left to feed the wolves.
Just one for now, though, and Rezo's actually a little bit deep. They've got the relocate if they want to make a rotation. It looks like they do.
Is it going to be fast enough, though? Maybe they can get some return kills off the back of this, though. Pleb's in some trouble. Trying to pounce at the tree line. Even no one's TPing down as well. And they know Mobe, he's got no way to escape as the Viper moved down over with the teleport scroll. So a big kill for them to find. And now they're going to be able to chase Pleb down. Try and duck in and get that bonus movement speed. He's got the Quelling Blade to maybe get some juking going on Pleb. They haven't found him just yet. Oh, and the Ice Path just off the mark as well. No way, Pleb.
He's going to run right back out. I mean, you don't have a place for your boys to TP to anymore, but they are lacking in a little bit of that lockdown with the Ice Path already used. So, well, again, it's all about what you're able to get in exchange, and the fact that they've been able to take both mid and top. I feel like Ancient Tribe are relatively satisfied about this one. That is an area that OG are lacking a little bit, is that consistent catch. It relies a lot on Kitrak being able to land these Ice Paths.
And he does only have one level on the Ice Path at the moment for Kitrak. When do you usually max out the Ice Path compared to the Dual Breath? Actually, maybe we'll hold that because we have a fight about to break out for the Power Rune. LeBron, it's a pretty decent Static Storm. They're going to be lacking the damage onto the left track. So they'll be able to turn it around, stopping the TP. So Thompson held inside the river, but Tribe can make it the glimpse back though, just needing the vision and the range from LeBron. A bit too far away, and Seb's going to do a great job to keep Thompson alive.
Oh, they actually get a solo kill onto the Abba. Okay, he was in a little bit too deep without the mana.
When you tip him, right? I mean, we've been seeing some tips so far from Pleb, but definitely a good time to use one.
They're a valuable commodity, dude. Oh, not the greatest glimpse coming through from LeBron there. Really just wanting to catch out Rezo, but this is where a slight lack of vision is harming Ancient Tribe a little bit. They've set it up a lot defensively so far, and it's kind of understandable, right? You just want to make sure, again, that you're not losing too much of your side of the map, especially while you've got a lot of these big stacks to be able to farm.
Jeez. And they are some huge stacks for Ancient Tribe. So quad maybe the Ancients. Mix still got a double at the hard. And he's farming pretty well. This Meteor Hammer heavily enabling the Dragon Knight to be able to cleave through the jungle. So he's very close to this Blink Dagger.
I wonder if they're even going to go for like a push out in this mid lane into a smoke with the Beastmaster, although he is so close to at least that Vlad's, which I feel like he might want to look to farm that one up for the next little bit. Just to go for like some sort of relocate play. Is Alex actually going to be the one that takes this giant stack? Pretty sure he made the majority of it, so you're not going to get the additional gold bounty from it, but it's going to give him a huge injection of gold, though.
I don't particularly hate it because
he's softening it up for Mobai.
And with that going on though, OG, they of course have the vision over to the triangle, so they're well aware they can take this tower for free. Thompson's got the Bloodstone, you've got an Arcane Rune as well, so we're starting to hit some really big timings though for OG. You're looking at maybe 4 minutes when you've got Radiance, Helm of the Overlord, and then maybe another item here for Thompson, and that's going to be very difficult for Ancient Tribe to address.
Seb will have a Holy Locket as well, so plenty of healing through for Thompson. Going into the Aghanim Shard, of course, great item for the Leshrac afterwards. Yeah, they are closing in on that timing though, aren't they?
And do we feel like Ancient Tribe's going to be able to deal with that timing? Because
if they've got the Ags, maybe, on Mobile, that's going to be the big thing.
Lane Mixer. Lane TPR, very nicely done. Oh my lord, that was close. Do we feel like Ancient Tribe can actually contest his timing coming up pretty shortly here from OGs? We might see a fight still break up bottom. Are they going to bring the member down? No, it's just Seb. He does have Resolution nearby, though, to be able to get that tether away. And there is a ward. LeBron, though, not going to be able to get in range. But again, I want to go back to, I'm very concerned about how much value we're going to get out of the Slark at the early stage with all the AoE that OG have. So can Ancient Tribe really address this big spike we're about to see out of Dial?
I think his main role is just to try and stay away from the Leshrac as much as possible. And I know it's easier said than done, but you're going to have a Viper to stand in front of you, right, and get rid of all of the physical that you're having to worry about, from the Abaddon, from the Beastmaster with that Helm of the Overlord. So you're going to feel not quite so scared, right? It's 4 seconds of disarm with that Aghanim, so it's really impactful. And you don't even need to, like, land it perfectly. The cast range is tiny, but the impact range is huge. So I'm really expecting to see them look to rally around Mobile quite a lot once this one's picked up. And it's getting close as well. It really does feel like a race between, like, can we get our Radiance and Helm of the Overlord first, or can we get the Ags first? And honestly, it seems like they're going to come at basically the same time. Maybe OG might have it like 30 seconds earlier, so it's going to be on them to instantly look to make the most out of that small advantage.
OG, they are starting to bring some of their forces down to bottom, wanting to slow down Lil Pleb and his farming. Simultaneously, Ancient Tribe, they're going to try and sweep across the map. So as a result, Lil Pleb being very much sacrificed, but let's see if they can get no one as well into the T2 tower. Such an identical move from either side at this stage of the game. No one, though, has got the ultimate to work with an instant use of the relocate. They're going to try and shut down with the Abaddon, but they've got the glimpse away, so Thompson, he won't be here for the team fight. He's going to be forced to TP back in, but that'll take too long. No one goes down, but meanwhile, bottom lane, Pleb, he's also in some trouble. So a 1-for-1, both the carries are going to be killed off, but Resolution, he'll also be sent to the grave as Ancient Tribe. They're going to be so happy with coming out on top of that engagement.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, you give up one hero for it, and well, unfortunately for the Slark, he's not able to finish up that defusal. Probably would have got away if that was the case, but you almost get the tower taking a lot of damage. You're able to take out some of those big tempo heroes. I mean, you just saw there the advantage of having that break plus the silence, right? You're going to be able to kill this Abaddon inside of it. No way for him to be able to manually activate the borrowed time.
Wait, where are they getting the break from?
Viper.
Oh, ooh.
Easy clap. It's gonna feel nice.
True,
true. So now it's just about making sure you're not losing too much of your map, right? I feel like Ancient Tribe can afford to play perhaps a little reactive unless OG seriously step out of position. Again, he's got the Boots of Travel to be able to play around with so that you might be able to find someone out. Illusion Runefield's kind of nice if you're able to bottle it up, especially against this silence coming through from the Abaddon. Even just getting rid of the dual breath can feel quite good, but I'm not sure if it was if it was clipped by that observer ward, the smoke that they're making here.
We are going to see counter smoke though from OG. And Seb, going to the hip together. You've got this Radiance to work with. Alex might be the first point of contact. You don't want the Shadow Demon to go down. He's a valuable target to address the Abaddon. We get some distance away with that banishment. Well, off to the right side, though, Thompson, he might be the one that's in trouble. Seb's going to look for the relocate, but it'll be too late. The damage from Ancient Tribe just overwhelms them, and now they can turn to No One as well. But the road time's going to be activated. A lot of help to come back here for No One, but can be stand strong afterwards. But the disarm from the nosedive will get that relocate back up, but Resolution will not have the same fate as Ancient Tribe. They're already looking for the +1. Mixer provides the vision to get the glimpse back. Seb's going to go down, feeding more essence over to Lil Pleb. And he's got the wraparound.
Of him, yeah. They have the glimpse, though. No, Disruptor still just a little bit too far away, although...
They're going to dive this.
Why
What's
not?
stopping them? There's nothing they're going to be concerned about. They know that the borrow time is still on cooldown. Pleb rewarded with the triple kill in Ancient Tribe. Another back-to-back incredible fight for the lads on Radiant.
Even just a casual voodoo mask coming through from Mobai is going to give them so much effectiveness out of this because, again, this is an OG lineup that really doesn't want to buy BKB. You don't tend to see a Leshrac going for that sort of thing this early on into the game. It's much more about finishing up those big damage items first so that you're getting full value out of the Bloodstone, but, well, see you later, Seb.
Oh, LeBron, very cheeky.
Any chance you can get to be cheeky, you got to take it.
Yeah, yes.
To get a haste as well on the Viper.
That team fight also gives a lot of experience over the supports on Ancient Tribe. LeBron level 10, you've also got Alex level 8, still lowest out of all the supports, but in particular, these two heroes scale very well into the late game. If Alex can somehow find that break coming through from the Demonic Purge, if you need it, you're then going to have the potential Aghanim Scepter from the Disruptor as well. So their late game scaling potential on these supports is going to be very scary as they're going to try and go for the attempt. Pumps in mid lane. No one standing behind him at the moment. Static Storm's going to be laid down. Seb, they should be able to get the relocate out this time under the silence. Does stop him on the edge. A bit of an awkward start to the engagement, though, from Ancient Tribe, and Alex very far on the front line. He's going to be okay for the moment.
He hasn't been toggling that Radiance either on No One. I think he's the one that actually ate the tome, realizing that, you know, the past few fights haven't gone too well. I really need to make sure I get into this level 15 talent. I think maybe they might have gone a tiny bit too early as well on Ancient Tribe. He was one creep away from being able to get that level 15 talent on the Viper, the 15% corrosive skin magic resistance, which would have been huge. But instead, they're just going to look to go into Roche. Alex has scouted it out, though.
But he has, but can you take this fight? And it looks like Ancient Tribe, they're kind of in two minds at the moment. Alex is nearby spamming abilities.
Kill, baby, on Roche. He's got 5 stacks on him already.
Yeah, not bad, 6, let's see. Have to try and play this one safe now. They do have vision of him. They get the kill before the poison.
He got it.
They got it.
Easy.
All right, well done for Alex. That's really, really cute stuff. You saw Dyer was kind of starting to address him, but his defensive posturing from Alex, I mean, that's no joke of the amount of gold you got. Plus 135 for everyone.
And it's not just that as well, right? Like, it doesn't show that he didn't get any experience from that, but again, denying experience away from No One, prolonging the time until he gets onto that level 15 is really important. And just have a look at how much importance they're putting onto this this BKBs as well. I've talked about Leshrac getting one probably a little bit sooner than he would want to, but this is an Abaddon that isn't going Manta style or Blink Dagger. He needs a BKB just so that he can have any part in these team fights. He's going to get caught out though. Has to be careful.
But it's close to the tower though. So they're going to be able to start to TP in the extra numbers. They've been trying to drop down the Static Storm. They're set up for the TP out, but that's where Kid Track's able to come into play to cancel that one. They're already looking for more as well as Thompson wanting to try and chase down Mobe, but they won't catch up to him. Meanwhile, mid lane though, Resolution actually, he's in trouble. It's a defensive brawl, but that will not help him to cover some distance to get away from Ancient Tribe. So Radiant, they're going to be pretty happy once again with that exchange.
Next Silver One getting the kill. He's just 100 gold away from being able to finish up his own BKB. So again, this is into a Leshrac. You're into a Jakiro. These heroes aren't going to do anything, and we've already gone on about how much issue you can have around an IO draft if you don't make up for it in damage elsewhere. And BKB plus the the disarm from the Viper, plus the damage reduction from the Dragon Knight. He's even got the level 10 Talon as well. So even when these units aren't disarmed, particularly the Helm of the Overlord, they're still not going to do too much of anything, right? It's 60% damage reduction.
And we just saw as well, a gem was given over to Lil Pleb, which is at such a great timing because you've got nighttime in a minute. So Radiant, I don't think they are really worried about the ages. They can definitely continue fighting into it.
For sure.
You've got the Mage Slayer now, which is a great way to address a lot of the damage coming out from Topson, and that was really what we got to see firsthand at TI. So this is, even though you've got the second life to work with on OG, I don't think they're the stronger team at this stage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe if they can instantly make a move down to this bottom tower and look to take it, it'd be a plus for them, but you've got the Elder Dragon form coming up in 5 seconds, and I love this from Mixer as well. He's pushing up on the top side. He's saying, you know what, I'm not going to let you just run at me without giving something up in return. He pops the Elder Dragon form as well, so...
Setting up bottom.
Yep.
Oh,
nice
LeBron,
static.
it's a hell of a static storm onto 3. Mobe's going to be able to jump in the middle as well, and with the break, there's nothing they can do to protect no one. An early advantage going the way of Ancient Tribe. Now, Lil Pleb, he's got the backstab as well. But it's like looking to wrap around. He wants to take Seb out of the equation. But a great use of the tether is going to be able to protect the Eye. But it means that Topson doesn't have the ball of life to enable him. So the left strike's going to go down, and they're on full-out retreat. Seb's going to try for the relocate play, but LeBron is on point. Stops it short. Now they can turn for the left strike afterwards. Kills galore, going the way of Ancient Tribe.
They're playing this game so well, man. Like, they just understood completely what OG were going to be throwing at them. And even just as much as how effectively they were able to defend these towers by, shoving out lanes, instant response to it around the big OG timings. This is a team that knows how to play. And they're very clearly taking some advice from a coach as well, just to be able to back them up.
Really cute start to the fight where we see a big reason why no one is forced to go for this BKB. If they get that Static Storm and Nether Toxin down, there's going to be no response from OG.
Mm-hmm.
And then for Pleb, he's just... main thing for him is he's going to avoid Topson if he doesn't have BKB. Was wanting to try and shut down Seb at the start of the fight, didn't get the kill, then he's like, alright, I'll pop BKB, run down the left track, get that easy kill, and then from there, we've got the numbers advantage. There's no looking back.
Alright, so do you want some copium?
Alright, let's hear it.
They got the tier 2 tower, so now you're probably going to feel a little bit more comfortable in just throwing someone down on towards this bottom side, especially if you can take the outpost, just because it's going to take that little bit longer for Ancient Tribe to be able to make that connection, right? So it means that you can get no one into, well, he's got his level 15, you can get him into the BKB, you can look to have him continue to scale without quite as much threat of him dying, I suppose.
Okay.
And with that BKB as well, I mean, I wonder what Rezo's going to look to do with his level 15 Talon as well, if he chooses to go into the Inner Beast attack speed, just to, again, look to enable the Abaddon a little bit further, because it is reaching this time where he's actually going to be quite scary. They're actually looking to make the jump onto him.
Not again.
He popped the borrowed time.
The borrowed time, though.
Yep.
Very nicely done.
It's gonna be
Is it actually enough to keep on? It's not enough? Okay. Pleb, even getting vision as well for the kill onto Kidrak. He'll pop a BKB for this. Seb gets a relocate out, so that's a big victory for Dire. Yes, you lose no one, but BKB expended for Lil Pleb, and they don't really get a kill, so maybe Resolution can look to step in.
He's looking to do it all himself.
Try and target down Alex. He can do it with ease, and now turn to LeBron as well, but that kill is going to be a little bit more difficult for them to claim.
You've already lost your mid-tower. I mean, they were able to get the kill so quickly onto no one because they, again, used the disruption onto the SD illusions. So I think he actually turned off the Radiance Burn that time, but he still got plenty of hits in with the illusions, and that provides an extra 100 attack speed. And, for someone like the Viper that just wants to build up those poison attack stacks incredibly quickly, you saw how quickly he melted.
Mm-hmm.
He's even got the Grove Bow to help out with it too. Honestly feels like this Viper's going to get to the state when he gets the Bloodstone where he might almost be unkillable.
Kind of the first time I'm really feeling the impact out of this Viper build. Really liking the Manta style that Mobe's gone for. Have some
Against
issues
Zoo.
with being able to...
It's good against Zoo. That's the... particularly, like, summon unit Zoo, you know?
Thinking about some of the Zoo, Rezo. I'm straight into Mobe. Pretty good timing out of the Warriors, but it's not going to matter with the poison stacking up, and I believe they got the Helm of the Overlord as well, so more gold injected into Viper's Bank. He's continuing to further his lead.
We're looking to get a glimpse off as well, but they backed off as a trio on Old G, so not going to be able to get that glimpse back. Bottom tower, though, might be under a little bit of threat. Thompson has to be a little bit careful about his positioning. Hopefully that quickening charm isn't going to be his undoing, and looks like he's going to be able to back off quickly enough. I like the fact that he's going for the Scythe of Vice. Again, you just need to try and 100-0 someone, but I feel like they're lacking this immediate lockdown. So I think the way that Old G are going to take a successful team fight is Rezo needs to get this this Blink Dagger up on his Beastmaster, and you have to find the Shadow Demon. You blink, you roar him first, you jump in with the extra movement speed, you pop BKBs, you burst him down, and then maybe you're able to like actually take out some of these other heroes using the Scythe of Ice.
He's being such a nuisance. Someone to pop the BKB early on from Pleb. He's still going to try and stand his ground though, because he does have some boys starting to move over. Radiant didn't glyph the Kree wave, but the Viper's still close enough that he can run. We're going to have Mobai look to show up pretty shortly here. Oh, gee, though, is this really the fight you're hoping for? Pleb finds the angle. No one's going to be protected with the BKB, but it doesn't matter. He's just so on to farm that Pleb can beat down away from the Abaddon as no one completely taken out of the equation. Hobson, though, looking to jump on forward. He's kind of out of mana here for the Leshrac. Has the Bloodstone soon to activate. It's Radiant. They're looking to go back into the middle. It's going to be up to Thompson to turn this team fight. Does the Leshrac have the damage to go up against the Ancient Tribe members? It doesn't look like it's enough, as in the end, no one goes down for Ancient Tribe. It's a 5-man wipe, and now they can look to get some objectives as well off the back of that fight.
Yeah, no one goes down from Ancient Tribe, and no one goes down on Old G as well, but very, very different style, as they can just look to run it down mid. I mean, they don't have the freedom of no glyph to have to worry about, but look at what Ancient Tribe do. They're just going to force Old G to continue playing back on their side of the map, shoving out every single lane. Even if they're able to mount some kind of successful defense, they're not going to be able to do anything for the next minute or so after that, and well, they're going to have the Roshan to be able to play around with. Wouldn't have even hated to see them pop an aggressive glyph there with the siege creep, and again, multiple lanes pushing in, but they're looking to try and establish themselves around this Roshan. Of course, Little Pleb still holding on to that gem as well, so he will almost certainly get affected by this cliff ward. They'll get that D-ward off, and then what an easy way to be able to set yourselves up. They're going for an all-out smoke. This kind of feels do or die, and I'm still seeing a lack of an ability to be able to get onto that most important hero in Alex. His positioning has been super solid. Thompson, his smoke pops. He knows someone's hanging out outside. And they reload. Oh. I mean, are they just going to wait around this Roche pit and hope that they walk into them? They even blink back underneath this other Observer ward, so they've just got complete vision of where Old G are looking to play. Once again, take away the vision and advance on forward. See if you can... I wouldn't even hate a pounce forward on the Slark. See if you can get a glimpse back to confirm Roche. And I kind of feel with the Elder Dragon form being popped, that's the sort of thing that you need to be doing straight away, and looks like they will. With the DD.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like... How do you contest it with that ward going down? You continue to highlight the importance of killing Alex to start, but without the cliff ward, like, how are you going to see the Shadow Demon? It's up to Rezo maybe with a Hawk, or someone has to just go crazy and run into the middle. So it's going to be a difficult way to take the fight. They're actually not even trying to force the issue though on Ancient Tribe.
I think maybe they were trying to bait someone to be able to go in first. Again, look at this huge wraparound. They are desperate to catch this Shadow Demon, but he just always seems to be playing on the backside of the rest of the team, never completely isolated away. He might even look to use his illusion as a little bit of bait, a little bit of information. LeBron's a decent catch too, but here we go.
They see the balls, they're aware. Thompson though, Instant jump into the middle. What can a Leshrac do? They'll get the first kill onto the Disruptor. He's going to try and turn. They spy out Alex. Thompson's trying to get towards him, but the Purge slows him down. Alex is just toying with them. They can never get onto the Shadow Demon, and as a result, all the members of Ancient Tribe are freely spellcasting in the middle. This will be all that she wrote for this team fight. Seb trying to get the relocate out, but the poison is stacked up. It might be time to call it quits as Ancient Tribe. I'll get the last laugh with that tip from Alex. It was looking like a grim start to this game with 3 members going down before the horn. But Ancient Tribe, they'll be the ones to tip OG back, and in the end, they'll find game 1.
That was just a plan executed to perfection, right? What a great last pick Viper, showing us that this Aghanim isn't terrible in every single game. You know, it certainly addressed the full-on ball up that OG were trying to have run at them. And I mean, I really want to emphasize the importance of how Alex and LeBron were able to position themselves. Sure, LeBron dies at the very end there. Alex, it really didn't feel like he was dying more than once after the laning stage. He was constantly in a really good spot with his positioning, and like you mentioned, during that last team fight, just on point. He sees Thompson turn onto him, pops the BKB. No, no, no. Demonic Purge, and you're not going to do anything. Yeah, look at this. Look at the filthy break and the silence. What can you do?
I don't know, Danok. This Ancient Tribe team is
they're solid.
There's something brewing here. Like, this is some incredible drafting from them. That Slark 18th. We saw really the one game I've seen Lil Pleb actually kind of struggle in the lane and in the early game, but I think that was calculated where they wanted to try and sacrifice the Slark. They knew that the rest of the other members, if they could get the Viper online and the DK, he could make space for Slark. And then Pleb was just dancing in and out in a lot of the fights, which was huge for them. Viper last pick again. I mean, we brought up a lot throughout the draft what he was able to provide. So this team is just gelling together incredibly well. The new additions coming in, they look like they've been playing as a 5-man unit for quite some time.
Yeah, and I mean, this is Alex just joined this team, so he is clearly working well with this team. I was a little worried that they would be perhaps a tiny bit passive with the support duo, but they certainly didn't play that way. I love the amount of pressure that Mixer was able to put onto the map as well. The fact that they were able to rotate a few heroes towards that mid lane to get the tier 1 tower. I think it was even before the 10-minute mark was huge. You know, just to open up that map, to be able to make these plays a little bit more effectively, and again, deny this early tempo that OG were really going for.
So, I must say, I'm quite impressed to finally see the Viper work out. I know I don't know if we just had some bad games where we saw people rush the Scepter when maybe it wasn't as figured out on when it was good in particular games, but our opinion on it was very low. But I was hearing some other people say, like, no, this Viper Scepter's actually not bad. I'm like, yeah, okay, like, prove me wrong. And then, you know, finally Mobe, you know, is able to do it, and against a very top class mid laner as well in Thompson. So that's got to give them a lot of confidence, and the confidence can do a crazy thing as well from the individual and a team. So, you know, it's always a little bit gauche to give a poison hero a filthy man like the Viper MVP, but Mobe, he definitely deserves it. Yeah, without a doubt, deserves it with what he was able to do. And now let's see, because this has to give them as well, just speaking about confidence, but now it frees up the draft, doesn't it? You just beat Seb on his IO. You just beat OG with their IO strategy, something that teams will not let through, something that teams will fear because of how strong they are with that. So maybe this is going to give them that even more confidence heading to Game 2 draft, knowing that we can beat the IO.
Yes, but we've also seen Thompson play probably the best hero with the draft that they had and the draft they had to play against. But it's a normal hero, you know, Leshrac in this sort of situation. When he plays the Lesh, when he plays the Pango, that's not the Thompson that we know. They're not the one that's able to make these surprisingly big plays. It's, you know, the mid-5 Wraithband Sniper. It's the mid-Oracle. It's the mid-Ricky. Even the Primal Beast, to a lesser extent. That's what we really want to see coming through from them. So I wonder if it was just OG maybe straying a little bit too far from their identity, even if, again, that was the perfect Leshrac game at the period that it was picked up. So we'll see if they're able to switch it up.
Yeah, we'll see. Because so far today, we've had all 2-0s. Will that trend continue? We'll find out after the break.
Talk about targets.
Glimpse in 4, glimpse in 4. I can win Saba. Good. Abba. I'm glimpsing. Kill Abba, guys. Finish Abba. I'm on the ducks. So fucking I cannot fight. I'm so slow. Let's go! Nice. Go. We can hit. Is Russian up? Can we do it?
A very impressive showing from Ancient Tribe in our first game here of the last series of the night. It gives them a advantage heading into game 2. But then look, I want to flip the trend that we have going so far today. I want a game 3. It's just going to come down to OG. Can they set themselves up with a strong 5-man draft to get themselves over that finish line? Because for Ancient Tribe, their draft and their execution was very solid in game 1.
It was real solid. And I like that they made use out of the second pick, right? A lot of times we see teams have second pick and they don't win their lanes, or they don't respond effectively to what draft the enemy team has. You know, we have this. Obviously, the Viper was fantastic to be able to finish things off. The Slark felt really solid as well. Probably didn't do as well in the lane as it would have been hoping, but, you know, it is what it is. But then they just understood, again, you never want to be too predictable, right? And I think we've seen a lot of OG just go again this 20-25 minute, we're going to ball up and run at you style, and hope that our mechanical skill is going to be able to beat you out. So I want to see if they've got something else to be able to throw at Ancient Tribe, because, you know, it's a couple of times now that this sort of strategy has been beaten out, first by Div 2 Hustlers and now by Ancient Tribe.
We'll see a bit of a different look as well heading into game 2. Ancient Tribe with that first pick. They're going to go down the Furion route. OG in response have the Rubik as well. Let's see if they want to consider Resolutions here. They do like picking his up early on. Now with the Primal Beast, there's going to be some flex. So you've already gotten rid of the Disruptor. Would you hate a Clockwork pick at the 8th? Or is that you don't really want to go for a support here? Maybe like an Ember? Is there something else we could see at the 8th?
Okay, no, I'm fine with it. Like, if it's going to enable your win condition, go off, right? Because Ancient Tribe have the potential to put this Nature's Prophet in both the carry and mid. It's actually something that Mobile likes to play mid as well. So, yes, you need to be a little worried that the Primal Beast is just going to run mid as well, but I feel like just having that Clockwork for the lane to be able to protect the Nature's Prophet feels incredibly solid. And yeah, there we go. So now, even if they look to go this Rezo Primal Beast in the off lane, LeBron, he is a fantastic Clockwork player. I think either in the last series that we cast or the one that we didn't, he played like a game-winning Clockwork, just because it was one of the most ideal games for it. And, you know, even if it gets later on and Rezo has that BKB Pulverize, you land that hook shot, suddenly it's interrupted. So I think it's a really solid game for it.
Already, is this now... Do you feel like OG is speaking about giving the Primal Beast over to Topson now to try and avoid the kind of lane issues that Clock can sometimes give him?
Yeah, it's possible. I'm really just thinking, like, what are they going to actually look to do to respond to it as well, right? Because you don't want to run the Nature's Prophet in mid lane, if this is the case. I feel like they're very, very satisfied with Clock NP. So now it's really just, all right, we feel like the NP can carry the game. We just got to make sure that we ban out some of the bigger counters to it, which are these other heroes that have that jump that aren't going to be stopped by the battery assault. So Ursa's gone. I think Spectre might be a little bit too greedy, I think, but Morphling for sure, I think can certainly look to go to the side. No one plays a bit of PA as well. Alchemist, I don't hate Alchemist in this game.
Ooh.
But we'll see. We'll see what they look to go for. You don't what?
I was going to say, I think I don't hate that Alchemist call. I think it would more fit the style, right, of OG, where maybe your timing is just a couple minutes later, but then all of a sudden you get such an overwhelming amount of items on the Elk where you can just run over teams that are still at that early stage.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't hate to see something like a Death Prophet for the mid lane for Ancient Tribe. I mean, again, they have the second pick, so they're going to be able to... Wait, no, never mind, they don't have the second pick, but I think it's a relatively flexible hero that you could just throw into multiple lanes for themselves. They don't really ban it all that much, and I feel like if you're going to run it into, like, a Primal Beast into it, Spirit Siphon goes a long way towards ensuring your survivability, and also you've got this lane-pushing spell in the Crypt Swarm that you're just going to be able to punish him if, again, if it is mid on the Primal, if Topson looks to go for these super early rotations. It is what we've been asking for, right? Like, not exactly super unorthodox, but certainly fits a lot more of the fast-paced tempo that Topson really thrives on. I was really hoping that Beastmaster was going to be mid, though, in the last game.
it's still, even when we saw the last track, you mentioned like Rezo could play it. There was still the potential of it being flex, which is always the scary thing about this 5-ban unit. That it is, and again, it's going to be another game where we get that second phase of bans given over to the Oracle. So just making sure it doesn't slip through, and I think that's something that we brought up when we did see the Thompson Oracle versus Into the Breach, where it's like teams just don't know how to play versus hero. It doesn't seem like it's a normal game at Dota. Just ban it out. Like, sure, you might feel a little bit silly banning up the potential position to Oracle, but with you not having enough reps under your sleeve on how to address it, just take it out of the pool. Don't play a game that you're not familiar with.
I mean, again, it's like when you're playing up against a Broodmother or, you know, the Lena or whatever it might be, it just lets you play normal Dota. And I feel like Ancient Tribe feel confident enough that if they just pick, like, equivalent to OG, like if they force OG to play normal Dota, Ancient Tribe kind of feel like they've got their number based on, you know, how the game number 1 turned out. So I'm keen to see what they're going to do in response to this Mirana. Again, it's another hero that's going to look to respond quite effectively to, well, not respond effectively, but you're not an easy kill, right? You can get out of the Sprout, you can get out of the Cogs, you can combine together relatively well with the Primal Beast as well. So I don't hate this pick.
But it also really helps your ganking potential, right? You know the Nature's Prophet's going to be playing on some of the side lanes, so Mirana plus the core is always going to have kill potential to deal with the Furion at that early stage. As we see Ancient Tribe, they're going to continue to dive down into the flexibility for them. I mean, we've seen Mixer play the Snapfire, we've seen him play the DK. You know, we still don't know where these heroes are going, but I love that they go the Snap overall. It gives you a lot of AoE damage, which they were currently lacking, and they have great ways to set up for it as well. So, can never say no to a Snapfire. I do think this hero is very strong. With that being said, though, it also looks like an incredibly free Timber game. I don't know if OG can fit it in right now.
It's possible. I don't know if you would put it mid, though, but I feel like it's just as fine in the off lane, right? Clockwork runs at you. It's going to get Whirling Deathed. You can get on top of the Nature's Prophet very easily, which is, you know, again, a lot of the stuff that they've banned out is stuff that can do that quite effectively in their first 4 bans on Ancient Tribe. I would love a Timber. I was honestly thinking more left field, like a Necro or something like that. You know, against all of the NP Treants, you can just spam out that Death Pulse into a Clockwork that's going to be running at you. Yeah, it means double ranged if it's paired together with the Mirana, but I don't think you care all that much, to be honest. And I kind of just want to see Necro. Damn.
Well, it's still nonetheless a pretty good hero for the game that we have. Ancient Tribe have a lot of difficulty with dealing with the Pangli inside the ball. And of course, the Nature's Prophet isn't as big of an issue against the Pangli. You're going to be able to help push out some of the side lanes. There's that also hero that can potentially combine with the Mirana to get kills as a duo across the map. So a really big fan of the Pangli pick, and they can now protect it as well. I mean, more than likely, you probably already see your mid matchup, but you got some time to ban out some of the difficult counters, and there's really the big one in particular in the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, for sure. You got to make sure you're getting rid of that one. What else could they potentially look to go for here for Ancient Tribe with their last overall? I mean, we're assuming that it's, what, a mid laner that they still need to pick up for themselves? I wonder if they're going to go something that has some layer of flex between mid and off lane. But what even is left? I mean,
Ember looks
DP?
really good. I'm happy with DP as well. Happy with DP.
It gives them more push. You can't just run around or roll around completely free on the Primal and the Pango. You're able to, again, push towers if OG try and get aggressive elsewhere. It combines well together with the DK and the NP, and it doesn't reveal the lanes. You could put the DP with a Snapfire if you really want to. You could put the DK with a Snapfire. I think it'd be totally fine. And the Bloodseeker ban kind of helps you out as well.
Yep. And for the reason that I suggest, well, there's the Ember ban, so we don't have to worry about that. Let's see, that Death Prophet is still available for Ancient Tribe if they want to go down that route. And regardless, they could be still looking for a different role, but I would really prefer it to be a mid laner. They don't have a whole lot of time, though, to be able to work out what they want.
5 seconds.
They can't Timber.
Storm there?
It is.
Okay. Tiny. Okay, cool. Another jump initiating hero to get onto the backline supports who are pretty squishy. Gonna be nice to be able to blow up the Pango. Should have a pretty good time. Defusal might be a concern. Does look like a good defusal game for the Pango, and oh gee, they're gonna go down the Lifestealer route as well. It's looking like a pretty good Lifestealer game. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I'm on board with it. Again, it's going to be into 4 strength heroes actually on Ancient Tribes, so lots of value, of course, out of the feast coming through. Also, not really pushed out of the lane amazingly easily. I guess you could say that Topson and Rezo are going to be able to deal with a Treant threat, so you don't even need to address that particularly. I think we might just see him go like some sort of race car build. You know, the old Sanjin Yasha is a possibility in my books. You just got to make sure you're not being kited around too much. You know that you've got the cogs to be able to do it, and the cookie and the toss to, you know, kind of throw heroes around here, there, and everywhere. So, yeah, you just got to make sure that no one has a way to be able to stick onto these targets. And I feel like he can afford to go an item build that allows him to do that.
I think I prefer OG's draft. I'm maybe a little bit concerned about the tempo that we could see come out from Ancient Tribe, considering Lifestealer can have some issues with showing up to fights at the early stage compared to the Nature's Prophet. So maybe just that +1 factor is going to be a big thing for Ancient Tribe, considering you've got great heroes to be able to connect with as well, with a DK shoving out the lane or the Clockwork already initiating. So that's my one concern. But they also, again, have great ways to address the Nature's Prophet then as well once we get to the early to mid game. So I think I'm going to slightly favor OG, but I do think we've got another pretty competitive game on our hands.
You just want a game 3, don't lie.
I do want a game 3. You're not wrong, but I do still kind of like the OG draft a bit more. What about you though? Do you want a game 3? Do you think we're even going to get there though?
Of course I want a game 3. I'm just really thinking like I always go back to the lanes. Like, how is the lanes going to set up that sort of story? And I really feel like this Nature's Prophet Clockwork lane should be totally fine. No concerns at all there. Even just Mobai into the Pangolier should be just fine. Like, maybe if he goes into, like, the an earlier show of Corrosion with the Swashbuckle, level 5, you could really start to bully out Mobai there, who puts a ward down underneath an existing one that Topson had already placed, so that's going to give him a nice little bonus. And then in the off lane for Ancient Tribe, I mean, it's a DK Snapfire into a Lifestealer, so I feel like that's going to go just fine for Old G. So I would say, you know, one lane for both sides, and mid lane's really the one that could go either way. So I'm keen to see how some of these early timings are going to... And even just Mobai's item build as well, right? Like, is he going to go an early Blink Dagger? Is he going to look to farm up a little bit more? What's his option going to be? Because, again, this DK, we know how well it can scale.
The battle begins.
Yeah, now we've seen it on multiple occasions as well, where it has scaled for Mixer in particular. He's looked very comfortable as a member that recently joined for Ancient Tribe and who really didn't have a lot of prior history on some competitive teams. So they have showcased that, you know, he's happy with playing the DK in multiple games. We'll see how he's going to be able to fare this time, though. How did he lose? Where the hell did Seb lose his choreograph? I'm so confused.
Not sure.
What?
Oh, well. It happens. It's not like he bought every single component after the bounty gold, so he'll be just fine.
I think it was just a mango. Yeah, really nothing crazy on what he lost. I was just like, hang on. How's the Corey already dying? Well, we saw last game that it was OG that were able to find all the kills to start, and as a result, they were able to tip Ancient Tribe, but then Ancient Tribe, well, they got the last laugh. Now, this game, though, Ancient Tribe, they're the first ones to tip. So does that mean OG are going to be able to get the last laugh now? Am I stretching?
You got to be
Am I
more
reaching?
conservative. No, you're not reaching. I think
Okay.
it has the potential of being a long game. Like this one feels a lot more even to me than the previous. Like they had one strategy that if you responded to it, then it was just over, right? And Ancient Tribe, of course, did that against Old G in game number 1. This time around, you know, Lifestealer is set up even if the game goes to like 40, 50 minutes to still have a solid one. You don't necessarily need to run them over. So I think the team that's more conservative with their tips is going to come out on top.
Okay.
Gonna have that late game mental damage, not early game.
So far, very impressed with how Mobe's been able to play this lane versus Topson on the Pango. Maybe we should be expecting this and giving him credit considering he's level 30 on the Tiny, but you're still... You're going up against one of the better mid laners and can be a little bit overwhelming sometimes. Bottom, Kid Track. I'd be giving over our first blood, but a nice usage of the telekinesis. Going to be able to help get him out of danger.
Gotta be a little careful on Mobe. I mean, that Water Rune is still available, of course. So he will be able to snare that one up. I'm just interested to see how Topson performs on this Pango, because he had probably one that he would like to forget last time we saw him playing it. This time around, like, is he just going to go full on space creation? Is he going to feel like a little bit of a win condition? I don't think so to the latter. Like, this is all just about setting up the game for no one. And it's not like he's going to feel useless up until he hits that big timing like he sort of did with the Abaddon with the Radiance and all that. So I'm expecting no one to perhaps get a little bit more aggressive, but Topson's just going to do Topson things and run around the map and create a lot of havoc.
And for Topson, right, we're nothing crazy, just probably looking at that pretty early diffuser blade, considering you mentioned there's a lot of strength heroes on Ancient Tribe.
Especially onto the Tiny in particular. Like, one of the big strengths of that hero is that you can, you know, obviously have that first initiation into a team fight, but then you just go back for a quick second, and then you have a second volley of them to be able to rejoin. But if you get a full diffusal blade swashbuckle into him, then probably doesn't have the mana pool to be able to do so.
That's going to be important because, honestly, for OG, you kind of like some... Well, for the Lifestealer in particular, like some long drawn-out fights. Primal Beast and Pango, though. You can kind of blow heroes up throughout your combo, but we'll see. Bottom lane, no one is getting...
a little bullied.
Under a lot of pressure. Yeah, Mixer's doing quite a good job at the moment. Make this lane a little bit difficult here for no one on his Lifestealer.
Even with those 2 points in the Ghoul Frenzy and the Feast, Mixer, of course, has that last hit advantage just off the back of being a Dragon Knight. They're actually going to go for an aggressive attempt here. Yeah, they don't think he's got the Rage, and they're correct.
Very close, though, to bringing him down. Kitrak just able to keep no one alive, but importantly, though, he's just... How is he going to be able to run up to the creep wave? You've still got a decent amount of mana pool. Alex can give a main go over to Mixer. In fact, he's got his own main go, so...
He's about to hit 4, though. Can they get it? I mean, that's 3 denies in a row, but it still gets him the level 4. Looks like he's going to be holding on to the point for now, just to see how the lane situation repositions itself, and, well, it's just going to be more farm for Mixer. Actually, Alex might be the one that goes down first if he's not on point with the cookie, but he is. He jumps out next to the tier 1 tower on the bot side of the map. We haven't really talked about top that much, but I mean, it's kind of to be expected, right? Lil Pleb really shouldn't be in too much danger up against Resolution, but now that you've got the level 4, Onslaught has been skilled up, might be looking to go for some sort of kill onto LeBron here, but just not really in the position to do so. He wants to avoid the lane as much as possible. Even Seb actually making a pull happen as well. So that's a win for Rezo. He wants to be the one making that rotation towards mid, probably see if you can bait out an avalanche and then just find the time to be able to get that big dive in with the Onslaught, trample him down.
Well, this might be what we're looking for to try and open up that first blood. We've got the power runes coming up shortly. Topson's got the level 6 as well, and it won't even be required. Fadebolt Nuke along with a Swashbuckle secures the kill, but they don't have these abilities now to zone away Mobe. Regardless, though, the power rune's going to be up top. Seb and LeBron battling it out, but both mid laners won't be able to get the refill. Looks like Mobe, though, will have the snap TP back in, so Gonna get some bottle sips to work with.
Who got that kill? I mean, it was Kitrak that got the kill. At least Thompson's able to get the bounty rune. I was thinking, like, is there a world where Ancient Tribe is happy with that just because you're able to get the bottle refill and continue to dominate this mid lane? He isn't really dominating it, though. Like, he's still top of the net worth, but it's only a 200 net worth lead over the Pangolier, so I feel like Thompson's just fine with how this one's panned out. Actually going to get his own refill now. Wasn't the greatest. I think the bottle had only been sipped once, so not really much point in that, and well, Seb doesn't have any points in the arrow just yet, so he's not going to be able to provide any sort of kill threat towards the Tiny. And, well, you know, just through getting levels, massive strength gain on that Tiny means that he's really becomes a lot less susceptible to a lot of these ganks.
It's nice to see the jousting back and forth between these two teams, though. Kind of mirroring the movements. You see Kitrak and Alex bottom lane with the snap and the Rubik is actually Thompson. Considering they actually even want to bring the Nature's Prophet in as well. Thompson, he can activate the Rolling Thunder, but also just run himself out to safety. They've dealt the damage, though, so it looks like the Pango is going to be forced all the way back to base, and this first real big rotation out of Pleb is not going to get any value out of it, so back into the jungle he goes. Probably going to see him look to make another play pretty shortly once he has that level 6, so maybe that's what they're waiting for, in particular for Ancient Tribe. You know, you've got the level 6 now on Mixer as well, so the potentially Furor to TP into bottom, get a kill, and then open up the tower.
I think so. I mean, again, you're going to have no one, though. He's level 6, still holding on to the point. Both Rage and Infest, pretty value ones for you to be able to pick up. He actually looks to want to get a little bit more aggressive, going for an armlet this game. Again, it's all about brawling for this Lifestealer right now, and very understandable against all these strength heroes.
I'd love to see them start to move bottom. Mixer now activating the Elder Dragon form. So maybe Mobe is going to try and shove out mid, and he's dragging the creep wave away from the tower to even try and help that lane get pushed in. So bit of a time for Ancient Tribe to look to try and utilize his Elder Dragon form. You also know no one now has no protection with the Infest used, so could be a little bit vulnerable. But your Pleb doesn't want to slow down his game just yet. Still continuing to try and work towards that big item. Meanwhile, top lane actually, it might be LeBron that's in some danger. Resolution toying with the clockwork. They will have the Pulverize shortly to be able to set up for the arrow. LeBron's pretty survivable under the tower with the raindrops as well, but with no one showing up, there's going to be no turnaround potential. So in the NLG, finally going to be able to add a second kill to the board.
No one's in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're going to laugh. Like, what's going on?
You're going to do that all game, and I'm going to call it every single time. Well, there at least, you know, you might die on the position 5 clockwork, but you're losing a tower, and this is what you cannot let happen quite so easily, because now you've just got so much more map to play with. We know that Nature's Prophet loves playing inside of this ancient camp area, and it just means that he can patrol himself back and forth between this plus the bottom areas of the map, whether it be the creep waves or the extra 2 camps there to be able to play around. So I'm expecting them to set up some sort of vision as top here.
All the boys are coming to protect LeBron, but they need to bring even more, because now with the Rolling Thunder committed for Thompson, he's going to try and close the distance onto Pleb. But it looks like Pleb's able to stand his ground. Even Mixer wants to get involved inside the team fight. Thompson will get some distance away. Mobe maybe was considering about tossing the Dragon Knight. Wasn't able to find that angle in, but I mean, that's a pretty nice rotation. Mobe, he's still going to be able to run into Seb, but doesn't have the damage thanks to the raindrop. Seb's going to be able to stand strong.
Just had a quick look at how many raindrops we had across the board. I think I count 5 in everyone's inventory. 3 on OLG's side, 2 on Ancient Tribe. And very understandable, right? Like, you've got this Tiny looking to make rotations, especially now that you see that he's got the Tumbler's Toy. Just 700 gold away from the Blink Dagger as well. And, of course, you're having to be very conscious of the Primal Beast in particular, right? He is always going to be in position to make a lot of nukes happen. Seb's leveled up the Starstorm, so Raindrops, my favorite item, is going to give a lot of value. Really, it's just about stalling for now for OLG. They want to make sure that you can allow this this Lifestealer to get completely out of control. He's almost got the armlet, so maybe that's the period where they feel like they can look to make a bit of action happen.
And with his blink coming up surely here for Mobe, who is he looking to combine with to act as that kind of ganking duo across the map.
I mean, I'm not sure if you can even kill the Lifestealer yet, you know? I feel like you probably need a little bit more damage coming through from Little Pleb just to be able to catch him out after the fact. So I think you just got to go in onto the Pango. Like, if you can take out Pango, that's a lot of your lane push removed. And it means that you're going to be able to open up the map even further. Again, you've got a very aggressive lineup. You've got Meteor Hammer almost finished up for the DK. You've got Elder Dragon Form. You've got Nature's Prophet with a Blightstone. Towers can fall, and they can fall easily. So you've just got to take away the hero that prevents that from happening.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And they're doing a very good job just to pop a support down up top, so LeBron was able to soak up his level 6. Alex is also soaking a little bit across the map. He's got his own Mortimer Kisses now as well, so they'll look to try and kind of activate some of their members. Top, so might be some trouble. Stolen Dragon Tail means that Pleb won't really be able to get the damage out, and Mobe's just too late to cancel the Rolling Thunder. Nonetheless, they will get a kill onto Kidtrack, but definitely not that juicy target they were hoping for.
Yeah, Pango dies, and I feel like this mid tower takes a good amount of damage. Probably at least half HP is going to go down, and, well, Rezo liking the Crimson Guard build from him as well. You know, it's very clearly in response to this style. They feel like, again, it's an aggressive draft. We want to make sure that we're grouping up, and this is the situation where I don't hate them going on to no one. You need the Dragon Knight to be there. Yep. I think.
And they've got the ward, so they know the exact angle they need to be in to find the connection. Mixer gets the Dragon Tail afterwards. That's just a perfect use of their vision. LeBron, Cogs push back so DK will be able to close the distance for the chain control. That is picture perfect of the gank here from Ancient Tribe.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have a tier 1 tower to be able to play around with either, so maybe just going a little bit too deep, but wouldn't have happened without that ward, so big props to that. And you have to wonder if it was almost bait off the back of Mobe, who...
Oh, he tumbled into the arrow.
But avoided the avalanche.
And now
doing
look at OG, they're all nearby. Mobe, there's nothing they're going to be able to do to protect him. 4 heroes surrounding the Tiny. That's a big one to be able to find. Trying to slow down his game, especially once that blink is delivered, is going to be very important.
I was just about to give props to him as well, because I feel like he was putting himself in that mid lane, completely under vision, farming previously when they were going for that gank attempt, just to say, hey, the big ganker isn't here. It's safe for you to farm. But, you know, obviously no one, that was his understanding and ended up dying as a result. But, you know, then he just had to go ahead and give up his own life. The positive side of things, though, is that they were able to take top in the meantime, so no one now moves up towards top, and he's going to look to build into that Desolator. Like it.
Rezo getting pretty aggressive here. They've got tops to provide the follow-up. Once again, Mobe, the prime target, and they're going to be able to shut him down. Continuing to stall out this next item progression now, but the rest of the supports, they're going to start to get chased down as well. As inside the river, Alex will feed over another kill to OG, and no one's even connected as well to try and help out a little bit with the tower damage. Yeah, they're not done though. Mixer maybe. They've got the onslaught up in a couple seconds. Mixer, how's he going to be able to evade this attempt? Resolution tries to guess his pathing. Mixer will still be able to cut through, but Kidtrack, beautifully done with the Soul and Avalanche. We'll make sure there is no escape for the offline Dragon Knight. So, oh gee, that's a couple of kills going their way in that past sequence of events.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So during all of that, Little Pleb was still farming, and he's holding on to a lot of money right now. I almost wonder, yes, you're playing a position 1 Nature's Prophet, but do you look to go into the Aghanim Scepter and still just continue to play away from your team? And if Primal looks to make that sort of jump, just ult him. Ult him straight away so that he's not able to chase you down. He's still going to be a little bit away from that level 15, so won't have the Dispel, and doesn't look like he's close at all to getting towards a BKB. I really wouldn't hate to see him go down that route, but looks like Pleb wants to get a bit more active himself in joining into a few of these fights with the BKB.
And we've seen now he's probably very concerned about this early timing that's starting to come through with Rezo and Thompson, because OG, they're aware how strong they are. It's a pretty beautiful cookie onto 2. This could be the turning potential as Mobe gets some much needed kills over onto the Tiny. Can they get Thompson though? That's a bit more of a trickier one. The Swashbuckle's going to help him reposition, but Mobe, he's got the combo up in a couple of seconds. And as a result of that, Thompson will not be able to slither on out. Pleb, make sure he hears about it as well with a tip.
it's all about those supports. I'd be tipping each other. You know, Alex and LeBron combined together amazingly. I think he was only on about 50 HP on that clockwork, but double cookie stun into the cogs, into the pushback, into the Mortimer's kisses. Hook shot is expended as well, and well worth it. Good connection coming through from Mobe to be able to enable that.
And his game was really starting to slow down. That Blink Dagger was completed. He wasn't able to find any kills across the map, but that little skirmish gave him, I think, over 400 gold for the Tiny. So now he's pole vaulted himself ahead of the Primal Beast and into 4th position and getting closer towards the Echo Saber. So Mobe's back in a position where we can see some impact out of Dire.
Yeah, the one here I'm a little bit concerned about is Mixer, though. Like, he's 1,000 gold away from this Blink Dagger, and he's gone for the Meteor Hammer build, and we haven't really seen them get too much value out of it, right? Other than being able to farm a few of these camps. And when you think about it, Meteor Hammer doesn't exactly provide a lot to the DK. He's already got the tower pushing potential. He's already got a stun to be able to play around with. He can push out creep waves relatively well. So I think they would have loved to get perhaps a little bit more value out of this. If they could have taken out the tier 1 tower, great. But I think it's still going to give them a lot of value once he finishes up that Blink Dagger. Just for the last 10 or so minutes, it's giving him a little bit more grief.
I'm going to try and hit back after that previous fight, not going their way. They've still got a great ward to work with inside Ancient Tribe's jungle. Hobson's not going to run into anyone, and Resolution...
I love Pleb's positioning. He knows they've been missing for quite some time. He wants to play around his Observer ward. Gonna somehow avoid every single person with all of this, and he's actually going to go for a hook himself.
Look to get the start, but the chain control's not on point. Still, Resolution's in a little bit of danger at the moment.
They found Pleb.
Pleb! He didn't activate the BKB, and no Mobe. He jumped in to try and protect him, but as a result, he's gonna go down. Did the arrow just clip him? It looks like it did. I mean, they're starting to tip Seb, so 2 kills going their way, and OG just instantly going inside Roche. They've got the Dessa on no one, so with the minus armor, it'll be a slow Roche, but they should eventually get it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that was the tip from, that was the arrow from Seb that enabled that. They've got the vision on the high ground as well to be able to play around with. I think with that rocket coming through to scout out Roshan, it went over the cliff ward, so they know it's there. But, yeah, I mean, that was all... It came down to a matter of a split second, right? If the stun from the DK is just able to hit in
Alex
the air
isn't
before
gonna go for
he
this,
stunts
is
to
he?
the low ground. No, I don't think so.
Hang on, Alex is, and Pleb might as well. They got the Aegis! Oh no, what do they do now on Ready? The Sprout traps them both in! And LeBron finds an angle with a hook shot, just piercing through, connecting onto no one with the tips. They'll go back as well. Beautifully done. We said it was going to be a slow Roche from OG. That was the case, and with the vision that they gave, that LeBron was able to provide them, set up for that steal.
Now that's the value tip coming through after all of that, you know. Really mentally breaking. It feels like you needed this to be able to stay out on the map, to be able to be fair, they haven't really got down any super deep vision just yet, right? A lot of the vision is quite defensive on Ancient Tribe's side because they know that this Nature's Prophet has the potential to start to get a little bit out of control. He's already going into the Nullifier, actually. I'm not quite sure what he's really looking to dispel there. I mean, Crimson Guard, but I mean... It's just a Crimson, you know, it's not really going to give that much value.
What else could we be looking at then? No really items that Pango really...
Force Staffs.
Yeah.
No Glimmers.
Very interesting.
Dunno.
Well, maybe you're expecting them to go Force though, because you're versed the Clockwork. I mean, we do see some are queued up. Kitrak's working into his, and Seb's got one queued up as well, bottom lane. Kitrak in a position to be able to pop the smoke, but they're still giving up time for Thompson to react, so Pango's going to be out of danger. I was going to say, is he going to bump onto the wall and go back into them once he's TPing? But no, he's going to be fine. So, yep, kill onto the Rubik, and honestly, you're pretty happy with that for Radiant, even though you have to use Rolling Thunder to escape. Rezo shoves out mid, no one shoving out top, so they'll still be able to find some farm.
Might be able to get a kill as well onto Alex.
They're coming though. Pleb's gonna TP in with the Wrath of Nature to help them blow up Seb across the map. Mobe's got the blink up
There's
and
no
an
rolling.
arcane rune as well. So with the lower cooldowns, Tiny, he's even got some resolution onto Pleb, but he can stand strong. Under the
No
cover of
one's
the
here.
BKB, but no one, he doesn't give a damn about the magic immunity. Needs an infest tag with the Avalanche. Will prove to be an issue, but you'll finally get that protection off and look to try and scurry on out.
New Cardi's gonna just get it back to the safety of his triangle. He's going into the Silver Edge. Again, it's all about just enabling him to have that increased movement speed to be able to get on top of these targets and stay there. And I feel like that's what the Silver Edge is going to provide in spades. It also makes you have a lot more threat around the map as well. Of course, relative to the Shadow Blade, it's got about, I think, another 8 seconds reduction on the cooldown. So it's a lot more effective uptime that you're able to have around it. Of course, the crit never goes astray either.
Not at all. There's that nullifier picked up now.
Might
We'll
be able to
see
go
how
into
much
Alex
it's really.
here.
What has he got to play with? 4 staff, cookies on cooldown, and that one gets a freebie. So nice little injection of gold for the life steal. They're starting to smoke to top as well for OG. They don't have the greatest lane that's shoved out, so if they get the kill, it'll take them a bit to try and transition into an objective.
This kind of feels like bait. They want to set up to get them as they're looking to try and find a catch on no one.
Swashbuckle. It's gonna prove to be an issue here. Mixer, the
the arrow
damage
as
is
well.
lacking for the moment. Thompson, they're going deep for this.
They missed everything.
Yeah.
Well, that's a lot wasted, and now you're going to feel free. I mean, Little Plebby goes back to the bottom side, because why not? It's where Nature's Prophet thrives, but are they going to be able to get like a smoke happening here? You've still got about half duration on the Elder Dragon form. Maybe you could look to push into mid without that Rolling Thunder to be too concerned about.
This is a lot of information. They saw Thompson TP down bottom, so they know that Resolution's vulnerable. They'll just go straight towards the Primal Beast. An easy kill for them to find, but they're going to be cautious about no one. But the Cogs will prove to be an issue. The Sprout's going to hold no one into place as well. They'll still be able to find an Infest carrier. Nice positioning out of Sebt to act as that vehicle just in case it was required to get him out of danger.
I just love when and where Ancient Tribe are looking to take these fights. Even Mixer feels like he's not safe to be able to walk in and farm next to this Ancient camp. You, of course, had no one with inside of Seb at that time, using him as the vehicle to both get out to safety as well as move up and be able to pick up some of this farm. Really just want to try and take away the safe havens for them to be able to play around with. And this lifesteal is starting to become a little bit more worrisome. They're going to maybe make a jump in onto him, though.
What's Seb really going to be able to do to protect him? As the combo from Ancient Tribe just obliterates the health pool, and now Seb's going to go down as well. Alex just gets the cookie in time, so Ancient Tribe... Couple of big kills. Importantly, really, the one onto the lifesteal, though, to slow down his game. We do see OG still looking to try and play together. But Kid Track, not going to be long for this world. Mobe was having a really rough early game, but this Tiny's starting to get out of control. And now LeBron, he's on point. A nice attempt with illusion dodge, but Thompson was just not on point with the timing. Very close to protecting him, but as a result, Ancient Tribe will find another kill for free and can now finally open up the T1 tower.
So I'm just wondering what they're actually going to look to go into now to be able to protect no one a lot of the time. Because again, we know that there's a nullifier on the board. So even the pipe that Seb's about to finish up, not going to be all that effective. Force Staff, not effective. Glimmer Cape, not effective. All these sorts of things. Is it something like... You can't even get into a win or anything like that.
No one's in a lot of trouble, man. He just popped Rage. And they know this. They know how vulnerable the Lifestealer is. So they'll just put all their attention over to the carry. Kid Track's going to go down as well. Ancient Tribe are playing with some goddamn pace. They know when they truly have the smallest window, 10 seconds, 15, 20 even. We see how fast they are across the map, and OG, they're unable to combat this at the moment.
I mean, is it going to come down to something like, do you get a Titan Sliver, for example, as the tier 3 items for the Lifestealer to be able to play around with? I'm still on board with the Sunjin Kaya sort of avenue of being able to take this fight. Really wouldn't even hate him going just pure halberd so that you retain that status resistance, have a little bit of evasion for the Lifestealer, because with the Nullifier picked up, there really isn't anything else that people can itemize towards to be able to protect you from these chain stuns.
And like it still feels like the biggest concern is knowing if it can lock onto his target, but with the Assault Cuirass almost completed from Pleb, that's going to protect him a decent amount.
Yep.
Yes, it buffs up his own damage, but also helps mitigate a lot of the damage and the minus armor that we can see from OG. So, what needs to go right for Radiant to turn this around? Because it's starting to be some worrying signs. Maybe this kill into Pleb. They do have the vehicle though, but the Treen's going to be able to scout out Thompson, so he's forced to use the Swashbuckle to get on top of him.
How lucky is with a bash?
Pleb can activate the BKB and get some distance thanks to the cookie.
Thompson
still hunting though. Does he have the damage by himself? Mixer's going to be nearby to be able to protect him. Pleb up the high ground. No one wants him though. This is deep, but it's too deep. You can't go this far. Resolution will get the kill, but at what cost? The battery assault's there. One of the final ticks to stop the Primal Beast from TPing out. So yes, Pleb goes down, but what a worthwhile exchange from Ancient Tribe.
For sure, for sure. I mean, again, they keep their map to be able to play around with. You put some pretty deep wards down, which enabled you to be able to find that catch, but even with Pleb not being able to pop that BKB as the defusal, as the first bunches of the Swashbuckle come through, he's able to just walk it off for the majority, force them back. Great Force Staffs coming through again. They don't have a nullifier to be able to worry about, so Force Staff, Glimmer Cape, everything along those lines is just going to get him to complete safety. Nearly a BKB as well for Mobe.
Do you feel like there could be an opportunity for OG to look to try and go instantly? They have this almost triangle of vision set up towards the right side of the map, and it's a lot of information for them to play with. So do you feel like maybe if you see Ancient Tribe split, they could go fast?
I think they really want this BKB on Rezo, just so that you're not worried about something like a battery assault stopping you. You know, forces a hook shot at least to be used onto that Primal Beast there. The real important thing for OG, if they're going to come back into this game, they need the second Roshan. I mean, again, you're still playing against... They just smoked right after the rocket landed on them as well, so they know that this is coming. They're setting up around that high ground. No cliff ward yet to be able to play with, but look at Mobe.
That's the start. Instant use of the BKB is going to turn.
Where are the boys, though?
Pretty good. Oh, they're actually looking to try and reset, but the Rage coming off cooldown. There's a Resolution stuck inside the rib, but it's great defensive telekinesis. A little bit awkward to fight for OG. Somehow Thompson finds a narrow opening to get through. They've been able to lock onto Pleb as well, but the arrow is going to fly, but Pleb protected with the BKB for the moment. They're doing a pretty good job for Radiant. This fight looks okay for them until Mobe gets the combo onto 3, but still our eyes have to be onto Thompson. Finally, Pleb's going to go down. One of the main damage sources onto Ancient Tribe will not be available to turn this team fight, as now Mobe as well is next on the chopping block. OG will finally be able to catch a break, and they're not even done just
They've
yet.
still got the high ground vision.
They should be able to utilize it. Mixer.
Arrow.
Coming off to the right side, but the arrow, nice sidestep. As a result, it looks like Mixer will be able to live to tell the tale, but this 2-2 tower is going to go down in the end after that successful team fight. So finally, OG will be able to catch a break.
Not popping the glyph, so this is going to be a lot of damage into that tower. Maybe be able to secure the second Roshan as well, the one that's so important. Not going to have a tiny. They were lacking damage last time, but I would say that's not going to be the case this time around. They do see them walking into it, and I mean, is it going to be another great support play coming through? No Mortimer's Kisses to be able to play around with, but the Aghanim Shard on the Lifestealer is so key. You're up against 4 strength heroes. The value that this open wounds is going to give you, both from a damage perspective as well as just the slow to allow him to stay on top of these targets, is immense. Pleb's alive.
And this is starting to worry me. We might see an exact replica of what happened prior. They just want the kills instead. They're going to try and zone them out. But importantly, inside the pit, LeBron's in. No one's pretty low as well. Should be able to get a little bit of life still back thanks to the kill. And the age is now picked up. Ancient Tribe, they're going to split. They've got to split away. They're going to do just that. Alex to the left. And importantly, Pleb out to safety though. So the Nature's Prophet's not going to go down, but all of a sudden, back-to-back fights will go OG's way, and this net worth lead has been completely cut down to under 1,000.
He got the shard as well. It's really, really good for no one. Just have a look at the open wound just to see the value that it's going to provide. Lifesteal, not just to yourself, but for everyone. 2% max health per attack. So up against all of these strength heroes going to give great value. And the slow as well, right? Just what it's going to provide to allow you to go for those continuous chases.
And they've got a Halberd on Thompson as well. We saw what happened the last fight. There was just so much importance they put on trying to get onto the Nature's Prophet and stop him from being able to right-click. And now with that Halberd, it's going to be even easier. They will be just a couple of seconds short of catching Mixer off.
Do they have Blink Daggers available? No, not quite. Still though, taking a mid tier 2 never feels too bad.
No,
Seb
not at
also
all.
keeping this bottom lane pushed out. He's fairly tanky. Again, just the passive magic resistance coming through from that Pipe of Insight is 30%, so I'm not even sure if Mobe jumping in onto him is going to result in a kill.
Feels like he's got the damage. He's done the calculations. Maybe the slivers and... Yeah, I don't...
Oh, of course, it's a tiny with freaking sliver.
Yeah, of course. Top lane, what's going on? Thompson's setting up. Mass TP starting to come as well. Ancient Tribe, they've been able to read this though. We got a glimpse of Thompson, so...
I think as soon as they saw that Mirana ulti come out, they're like, nope, we're not part of this. We know that they're looking to make some kind of aggressive move. It's old G. And Rezo, he's approaching his level 20, so he's going to have a little bit more of an attack modifier towards that trample. Of course, he might look to change up those arcane boots, I wonder, for like a Boots of Bearing, just to continue putting a lot of this aggressive push forward on. But before then, he's got to get into that Blink Dagger, find that quick pick off onto, well, Little Pleb in particular. But speaking of Pleb, he's bought out. He's got the Shadow Blade. No one's Courier is still dead, so I wonder if it had the Silver Edge on it at the time. But he's looking to get into the Basher himself, so not even just having to worry about Thompson to be able to get those swashes off.
Ooh. Just living thanks to the bonus health from the Sun. Now Resolution. It's going to be on to LeBron, so it should be an easy kill for them to find. Everyone split onto the map though, Ancient Tribe. They're just trying to make their own play across in the middle lane. They do spy out Thompson. Very vulnerable. Gets to the sun before the BKB, and Thompson's going to be okay. Well, Seb still goes down as well. So that was Mobe that jumped in. Had to pop a BKB to help him escape. So might be a bit of an opening now when Seb respawns. Tiny's BKB's on cooldown. Pleb's BKB's on cooldown as well.
So they've actually been playing without a lot of this effective net worth on no one. He just actually had the Silver Edge delivered to him. Lower cooldown on the Shadow Blade now, instantly looks to make an aggressive play with it. Of course, whenever you're playing with a Nature's Prophet, this is probably going to be a round where he's looking to farm. So he'll be able to farm up this creep wave, finish up the Basher, and then go straight in and start to make use out of this Aegis. He's still got a minute 20 left on it. So I really want to see them trying to get a little bit more active once he's finished it up. And oh, here we go. He's got that Basher coming out to him right now.
I'm very concerned if Radiant get the Halberds off on the DK and the Nature's Prophet. Where's the damage going to come out from Dire?
Look at that. No one was able to break a smoke as well. Did they have any deep vision in? No. That was just Spidey senses.
Second Halberd now. And now Seb's got enough gold for it, so very difficult. Pleb is going to be on point with his usage of the BKB.
Really has been a very different past, like, ever since that Roshan, right? OG have been playing on the Ancient Tribe side of the map with complete freedom. You know, they're not worried about dying. They've got their defensive tools now to be able to play with, and you know that there's the counterplay available with the Infest, with the Bashers, with the Halberds coming out. Okay, just trying to get a little bit of push up on the top side to force them back for a change. Especially with that Aegis about to expire, just 10 seconds away. But they want to get a tier 2 before that happens.
Whoa. Mixer. Still in a little bit of trouble, but the combo's going to be off the mark. Resolution. Instant Pulverize getting cancelled. Where's the rest of Radiant to show up to the team fight? They're going to be a little bit too slow, but now Thompson being the vehicle will help get no one into the middle. He's going to try and find the Nature's Prophet. They haven't got the vision of him just yet. Very awkward fight here from OG, and they're going to be forced to retreat, but no one.
damage.
Oh my lord, look at the crits. Mobe just blows up the lifestealer, and a pleb. A very aggressive TP into the river. Resolution is in some danger. A blink into the onslaught away might be enough. Mixes on the prowl though. Looks like the primal beast of the dino should be more than okay, but in the end, Ancient Tribe, finally teamfight's gonna go back their way.
I think Tiny only ended up hitting him once actually, but it was for 1200 damage with that crit, with the Titan Sliver. And of course the Daedalus as well, providing all of that damage coming through.
Jesus. He's got an interesting item queued up. It's going to be a refresher for Mobe, so no scepter. What do we make of the refresher? Is this... Do you like this? What's kind of the thought process behind it?
I'm trying to think of it as well. Give me a second. I really wouldn't hate seeing him go into the Aghanims, just because you're up against... Again, a lot of this Magic community, even Pango isn't going to feel free to use Rolling Thunder into the middle of the team fight if you're on point with the targeting, which you know Mobe will be. He's Grandmaster on this Tiny, so his accuracy is going to be on point. I'd really like to see that one come out for him. Just see how quickly they melt. I mean, LeBron was so on point with that hook shot as well, right? We were mentioning that once this BKB comes down on the Primal Beast, you got to make sure that the clockwork, the only person right now that has the ability to be able to interrupt that, and he was instant with that casting.
Oh, both sides. Got the wards to play with Resolution with no hesitation, but the hook shot again from LeBron. It just gives them vital seconds to be able to retreat back to their side of the map, and Ardaya, they can react. Mix is going to be in with a chain control, but a great defensive telekinesis gets no one out of danger. Thompson still in the middle of it all, though. And they're going to capitalize some of the pain go being a little bit too far forward. They're trying Pleb. He's wandering up forward. They'll get the chain control. The cookie as well into Rezo. What are the supports on Diet doing to them? Just coming up clutch fight after fight. Ancient Tribe. 4 members going down. Another incredible team fight from them.
Indeed it is, and well, actually there's something that I didn't consider the whole time. The nullifier came into effect there. They were able to land the shield crash, but dispels it straight off, so Thompson isn't able to get into the middle of that team fight. He would have had 40% damage reduction. Not anymore, says Lil Pleb. We'll just remove that one immediately. Here we go, there's no buyback. They invested so heavily into that previous attempt.
Alex got Scepter now.
Go off, King.
Gobble up, send him in. 2 full sets of barracks. Why not go for bottom as well?
Sure.
Right. Let's... Are they going to get megas or just a melee? Let's see.
It's a tiny
what
with
do you want
Titan
for
Sliver, man.
Tribe?
I think even you've got this opening and they haven't bought back yet. It's because they just don't have it.
Wow. 2 fights, really?
Yep.
2 fights.
And
I mean,
now
OG...
that they've got Megas coming into them and Roshan's coming up in 10 seconds, so maybe Tiny's not even going to need to get to buy that Aghanims. He might get it off Roshan. Let's have a quick look. Is it Refresher? Is it Ags? It's Refresher. Oh, well. Spit him in twice, Alex.
Wow. This is... Because OG, if we take away those past 2 fights that Ancient Tribe just won, OG, they won a couple in a row. They cut the net worth. The game was back to even. They were starting to get a lot of momentum, but just the support plays from Ancient Tribe inside those 2 last fights was a big reason of why they were able to come out on top. And now this game is... I mean, this game's just blown wide open. What do you do for OG to come back? It's a 5% probability for them, down to 4 now as well against the Megas. This is going to be, if they can succumb this lead, one of the better comebacks for anyone at this stage in the game, but it's going to have to take quite some time.
I'm not sure if you're going to be able to. Like, he's even just holding on, like... Level 20 talent on Lifesteal are going for the Infest target movement speed / health instead of Ghoul Frenzy slow. That shows how much of an issue no one is having just getting onto a target, let alone right-clicking them. So he just really wants to have that potential to be able to catch. And well, right now it feels like they're lacking in that reliable stun to be able to do so. This is my reasoning behind that Sanjin Yasha build that I was mentioning before. It always feels like he's chasing. I mean, it's getting so late that this Tiny is just going to be able to absolutely blitz through this Roshan's HP. Of course, they have to deal with the creep waves as well, so...
Pops in top lane.
That doesn't help matters. And, yeah.
He's sticking around for a really long time. Looks like he knows he's just going to go down. He's going to buy back at least, but doesn't really shove out the lane. It's creep wave is still going to get pushed in. And all the components of Roche given over as well to Ancient Tribe. They do see Mobe alone mid lane. Let's see if they're going to have the damage with no one nearby. But the Pulverize sets up for the arrow, so no one can look to feast onto the Tiny's life pool. And now OG, maybe an opening for them. They're even going to continue to posture aggressively, but Ancient Tribe will respect them and back up.
I mean, they're hungry to potentially get more, but again, Megas probably a little earlier than they were hoping for, but something has to deal with them. I don't think you can afford to have anyone back here, honestly. No one's got boots of travel, no outposts to be able to TP to if Little Pleb looks to take it, but again, seems like they're just wanting to play down the conservative route until this Tiny's up and available. You've got such a huge advantage, you can't afford to throw it away. Even a Satanic nearly picked up for that NP as well. He's going to be TPing around anywhere.
Top lane, Rezo.
Yeah.
Should end up going down. Mixes blink.
They're on point.
What? Dude, what was that? They're coming out on OG. Another use of the defensive telekinesis, but Mixer can jump over the top. No one's trying to enter the fight. He's having some difficulties. We'll stand toe-to-toe against Pleb, but the Cogs and Sprout pushes him away, so no one gets a kill onto the support. Mom, still be in some trouble is Thompson. Looking to roll on forward. Pleb protected to the tree line at the moment. They're lacking some detection, so Pleb's going to be able to escape, but once a turn back onto no one. They'll steal the
nice telekinesis.
Now can look to turn. Thompson's into the middle of it all, but no one. He's just not getting enough damage out. Unable to stand strong without any life still. No one will bite back though. They are all in. Do or die for OG. One more fight.
He still has
to defend towers. Can they end up turning it around? It's Pleb off the back of the respawn, tossing Thompson into the middle, adding another dish for them to munch on. As Ancient Tribe now can look for the cleanup. Multiple buybacks expended. That's a dieback even as well for Mr. Resolution. So it's 4 against the world.
They even smoked right under the vision there. They know it's coming, so Ancient Tribe, they back off a little bit. They play around that high ground. They take away the old G vision. And poor No One, excuse me. He was so close to being able to land that open wounds. He was constantly just being... He was drained by the end of the fight. It went on for long, and that's normally what a lifestealer really looks to thrive around, but they're just way too powerful right now on Ancient Tribe. They couldn't find anyone, and by the time he was finally able to lock on to someone, yeah, they might have killed one, but they were just able to completely reset, come back, and then look to chain stun him, kite him around.
And that just... they just got a Wraith Pack on Clockwork, which honestly I think is a nail in the coffin. You've got no one to address it, and it just stops all the lifestealers damage. We're going to see one last attempt.
Caught him again.
Mobe pops a refresher instantly.
Oh, nice drive
try and use the chain control, but a really nice infest keeps no one alive. He's been able to lock onto the Nature's Prophet, who's in a lot of trouble at the moment.
Satanic though.
Starting to fall low, but as soon as the Satanic is activated, back up to full health. And the trend of the day will continue. We're going to get another series that will be done in 2 games as OG forced to call it quits. An Ancient Tribe. Man, what a way to start off this second tour. They are going to continue to remain undefeated.
They will indeed. I mean, that's a huge scalp for them to be able to put this early into the tournament. You know, a lot of the time when you go up against these harder opponents, you think, oh man, why couldn't we get them a little bit later on? But to get them this early and beat them, it's going to give them such a huge boost in terms of their confidence moving towards the later stages. I think, you know, Secret, they're probably still another level above all G, but if they can keep this up, then they're certainly looking as one of those contenders for that second spot within the region.
Yeah, so that's incredible. Just every series I am continue to be more and more amazed from these 5 men, and we still got to keep in mind as well, like this was a squad that three new players. The core was still there, Pleb, along with LeBron, but bring 3 extra boys in, and they are just gelling so well together.
It's looking real good, right? We've seen Mobe do it in the past. We've seen Alex do it in the past, but Mixer, he's the real one that I'm impressed by. He doesn't have the same amount of top-tier competitive experience. A lot of people say, well, Western Europe, it's the hardest region, yada, yada, yada. So even though LeBron hasn't been at the absolute pinnacle for his entire time, I mean, look at that. He's like, oh, you want to dive me up next to my tier 4s? Go ahead. We'll be able to happily get that trade off. And, well, look at this. Even when they look to get the absolute perfect dives, LeBron always on point, just locking them in. They use the Sprout amazingly as well with the cogs. Look at this spell usage in team fights. Like, this is top tier.
Yeah, not only is it the cores that have incredible fundamentals, but it's also the supports as well. Like, it just felt like on multiple occasions we're seeing the praises of Alex and then LeBron and then Alex and then LeBron, and this one, I mean, that was the one. The double stun helps them reposition.
They saved
you
it too.
Further back, and that's the thing. Now you've got the opening for Mixer to jump in, you kite the rage, and whenever that one is on cooldown, it's very difficult for the Life Sword to be able to enter the fight. So, dude, this is a scary team with all the momentum that they are starting to build.
This was the Nullifier. He gets the jump in, Nullifier onto him. They'd broken the Lincolns previously because of, I think, a Sprout onto the Pangolier, and then he just melts. This is... You want to be in the middle of team fights as a Pangolier, but that Nullifier just completely prevented that. And, I mean, the man has been going to gym, he's been training the chest, and, well, he was flexing on him that game, little pleb, as he has in almost every game so far this tour.
That was LeBron.
Was that LeBron?
That was LeBron. Yeah, that was LeBron. So
okay.
It's not just Pleb that likes some flexion. LeBron's going to take it up as well. If Pleb's not doing it, it's LeBron. Maybe some of the other Balkan boys are as well. So, and this is a team with a lot of heart, it looks like. They've got something to prove. And honestly, I'm going to say I called them out. I really did not think this would be a team that was competing for kind of those promotion slots. I thought there were other teams that we would be having our attention on, but they have completely taken me by surprise. I am a fan. 3-0 now to start. LeBron with an MVP performance once again. I'm now looking at the schedule. I see the end of week 2 with Secret versus the boys on Ancient Tribe, and that's what I'm excited for. That is what I am looking forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, such a high kill participation as well. Boots of Bearing really enables their lineup. So even if you're able to land that perfect shield crash, always going to be able to get away. It seemed like they disengaged so effectively, and it was all about kiting. That's the way to beat Lifestealer. Just run away from him. They had Force Staffs, they had Glimmer Capes, they had Snapfire Cookie to reposition, and they had Boots of Bearing as well, just to make it that little bit more challenging. So really big props have to be given over to Ancient Tribe for another decisive victory. Probably this one is even more decisive than their past ones.
Yeah, that it is. So, luckily enough for us, we do get a interview. Today we're going to be joined by the lovely Mixer. Hello, Mixer?
Hello. Do you hear me?
Hello? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Dan, I'll let you start with the questions.
Oh, of course. You're always putting it on me. Mixer, congratulations for starters. Just tell me about the process of joining the team. Obviously, you're playing with a lot of people that have a lot more competitive experience at the very high level compared to you. Were you scouted out? Did you reach out to someone? Tell us about that process.
Yeah, so me and LeBron are from Serbia, right? And Alex as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we know each other. We played a lot of LANs in past few years with or against each other, so we know. And usually they reach to me at one point. I think it was end of last season in DPC. They asked me, can I stand in, which I accepted for sure. It was a great opportunity. And after that, we just continue playing together, and it just end up pretty good. We are tryharding now and giving our best. So yeah, they kind of reached me, but we all know each other, so yeah.
Awesome. Obviously, like you said, you've got yourself and your two Serbian brothers there with you at your boot camp. And after every single game, there always seems to be a lot of flexing going on the cameras. Is there someone that's leading like a fitness regime, or is that just LeBron, little pleb, just wanting to flex their muscle a little bit?
I mean, I guess they're just probably relaxed after the wins, and happy, so they're flexing. But yeah, maybe I'm gonna join them after some wins, but not yet.
It's working, so you got to
Yeah,
keep
it's
going,
working.
right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Aries, any questions?
It looks like, as from what we can see from outsiders in the play cams and what was heard from the interviews, it looks like you guys are a very happy and joyous team that all have been getting along incredibly well. I'm excited. I'm intrigued to hear on like what has been that process been of building the chemistry though. Are there things you guys like to do outside of Dota together?
I think we are spending like whole day together, doing a lot of stuff together. Other than Dota, we wake up at same time, we have lunch at same time and stuff. We tend to go out and stuff, so we are getting closer and closer every day. And I can see I see the improvement from day to day. So yeah, I think that's helping us a lot because we are spending time a lot together, like everyone.
And do you enjoy playing Dragonite in every game? Because it seems like they'll take you the DK and you're performing very, very well on it. But do you like the hero? You're like, come on, guys, give me a different one.
I mean, I enjoy it, but I enjoy a lot of heroes in Dota. So I just enjoy winning, So if DK is gonna make me win, why not?
Winning is always fun. So, Denog, have you got any more questions?
Just on the Dragon Knight as well, just with the Meteor Hammer build in that game, I know a lot of people don't necessarily like it a lot just because it kind of does what DK already does. Was it something that you were specifically wanting to get just because of the heroes that you were up against, like the Lifestealer where you need to chain stun him, the Pango where you need to chain stun him in order to secure a lot of these kills, or was it more around the pushing potential of that Meteor Hammer that you wanted to build at that game?
Yeah, I think Meteor Hammer is very buffed item in the way that it gives a lot of stats, mana regen and HP for a small receipt, 250, and Crown gives you 4 stats, but the whole Meteor Hammer gives you 8, which is great, and you just get the mana regen that you need, and it's kind of replaced for shard, because before, if you remember, you just buy Blink and you farm with shard, but now it's replaced with hammer. You can farm with hammer, plus you can push towers, and when I play it, I always think if I'm stunning this guy, who can interrupt my Meteor Hammer? Is there someone behind, like Jokiro, Rubik, or someone? So yeah, you can
and it's
stun,
just
stun lock.
And it's a bit of a substitute for the Soul Ring as well, right? Just having the Void Stone as well as part of the Meteor Hammer, so feels kind of nice there too, yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Mixer, it's been really a pleasure, honestly, to watch you guys. Ancient Tribe 3-0 now. It's been a great start. Is there any shout outs, anything you want to say real quick before we let you go?
Shout out to the organization, to the guys, to my teammates, and yeah, thank you. We're gonna keep.
Can people follow you anywhere? That's what I want to know. Where can people follow you yourself?
On Twitter, I guess. But yeah, Mixa Dota 2,
the handle.
Classic Twitter name.
That's a staple. That's all you need. But Mixer, I'm sure you got some fans. I am definitely one of them with how you guys are performing right now. Very excited to continue to see your run so far in Tour 2. You guys are looking incredible. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. See ya.
Thank you, mate. All right, Danok, there we go. We're We're done for the day. What's going on? What's with all these 2-0s? Where's my game 3? Where's my full series going the distance? Regardless, we've had some very, very good games so far, and in particular with this series as well. Ancient Tribe, they are looking like a force to be reckoned with as we take a look at some of the results today. Of course, we started off with Secret against Into the Breach. That went Secret's way, followed up by PuckChamp versus Alliance, where finally Alliance were able to hit the board and send PuckChamp down to the bottom of the table. And then, of course, the series that we just saw as well going the way for Ancient Tribe. So we're starting to see a little bit of a pack now form in regards to the scoreboard, where we've got Ancient Tribe on top, D2 Hustlers and Secret neck and neck right behind them with 0 losses. And then all the way towards the bottom, we've got a couple of teams that still yet to remain without a victory. PuckChamp, Ivy, and Into the Breach. But it's still very early on.
Seems like a bit of a top 4, bottom 4 sort of situation, doesn't it? Because we have to remember, Alliance's loss was against Secret, and they really pushed them in that game number 1. You know, Puppy was basically saying, look, we let that one slip a little bit. Alliance really took advantage of that. And, I mean, a lot of people say in third-party tournaments, or even when Alliance were in Division 1, they're a hard team to play up against. And now they've looked really solid in all of the games where they've gotten really close, or even been able to take out the W. So don't count them out yet. You know, the loss to Secret is probably the one that you can afford, because they're just going to steamroll through everyone else. It's just about being able to clean up the rest of these wins. And well, I'm really excited for when Alliance are going to come up against D2 Hustlers and Ancient Tribe now, especially.
Yeah, we still have a lot of incredible series in store for us. We'll take a look at what we've got going on Wednesday coming up, where our next day of Western Europe games are going to be taking place. We've got still 3 best of 3s, and there is one of those series that you just mentioned, Denog, starting with Secret versus D2 Hustlers. We got followed by PuckChamp, Ivy, and then Into the Breach versus Alliance as well. So continuing on with some incredible games over here in Western Europe Division 2.
Should be 3 really even series, to be honest. Like, you would have to say Secret probably the favorites against Hustlers, but Hustlers have not looked shabby at all. Alliance maybe slight favorites against Into the Breach, but again, you know, Into the Breach are capable of bringing it out and turning it on the day. And PuckChamp versus Ivy, both teams without a win at this stage. So very vital for one to really set themselves apart and protect themselves against relegation.
Yeah, and it's your time for some of these teams to pick that up as well, because we were both expecting PuckChamp to maybe perform a little bit better, but just needing to get some series under their belt, and Into the Breach as well. Maybe, you know, it's had some growing pains with transitioning their 5 into this new lineup. So
my boys,
we'll see.
I predicted them to go up, not to potentially drop out. I need my boys to get the performances going, do it for Eastern Europe as well, as you know, we are seeing a lot more region crossing, right? Like, you just talk about Secret before, you got Armel playing for them, we got Chuen and Ponlo putting in good performances for Alliance, you know, all throughout other tournaments that are going on right now. There are people from other regions standing in or playing themselves for these absolute top tier teams. Quinn obviously making a big mark after his move over from North America, and hopefully it continues. I really want to see more cross-pollination of Dota, because like in our interview with Puppy, the first question that you ask when someone joins a team is, tell me everything you know. Like, what is the meta? What is your understanding of Dota? Because that's how you really break into that next level of understanding, which is going to be really important. We're a few weeks away from the patch, man. It's so close. I can taste it.
We're close. We're close, but also we're getting some new things as well, which is always nice. As regardless, for a Dota fan, it's a good time to be alive with all the tournaments going on and with all the action going on. So if you're looking for more Western Europe Division 2, again, we're going to be back on Wednesday to kick us off with 3 best of 3s. But until then, have a good time, and we'll see you all on Wednesday.
5 seconds, blink. He cannot blink. He cannot blink. Get him. He don't have it. Spikes inside of me. He's on up. Spikes in cops. He cannot blink. He cannot fight. He cannot fight. Go next. I'm pushing. Hey, this guy wanna stay and cut waves. Push out middle. I'm pushing top already. Okay.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.